he is very comfortable on this Nidalee, even though it hasn't been invoked for a while. Oh, Shockwave, he hops, he skips, he jumps. There's already 2 summoners burned. Nuke Duck is going nowhere. Easy peasy hit, and it's first blood for Trek.
All right, Mickey looking for the locker. Wow, Memento gets bursted down. First blood picked up by Kobe.
Fnatic have overcommitted. Jessis is down. Reckless looking for more, though. And that's going to be it. No! Caps takes down Shay, and he's going to turn in for another Fnatic come up huge. All right, Betsy gets stopped up. Scout of the weekend. Jersey flashing auto. Oh, boy!
Welcome to the EULCS studios here in Berlin. It is Friday night and we have 2 best-of-3s, a flashback to the summer finals, and some unicorns looking to boost their confidence against a struggling European legacy. As you can see there, Nippy, he's all smiles. He is ready to go, as well as Perks getting in the zone. Well, then they're behind them. They're all checking their setup. Good evening. I'm Eve Shock supporter, and joining me at the analyst desks, Andrew Vedius Day and Martin the Fish Show Lunga. We, of course, Andy, you and me, we got to watch from home yesterday, and we didn't have to be
super relaxed
in all of the action.
Got to enjoy all the fun.
No, but it was very fun to watch. I know it was a very long day for you guys, though.
It was a long day, weird day as well, because a lot of different stuff happened. But in the end, I was actually pretty happy with the Origin Rocket series, and congratulations to Rocket for the first win.
Well, we're going to rehash a bit more of that, because yesterday was indeed a long day at the EULCS. And to catch you all up on what went down, here's Quick Shot.
Thank you very much, Sharks. To Fisher, you hit the nail on the head. It was a long day, and the day started with Giants and Vitality. They took to the Rift to kick off what was a marathon evening of matches. Now, after Giants picked up a win in game number 1, a critical game-breaking bug occurred in game 2 of the series. As outlined in the European LCS rule set, the disadvantaged team was offered a remake, and the team accepted. Vitality then went on to take the win in the restarted game 2. They also then closed out the series in game number 3, picking up only their 2nd match win of the split. Now, once they cleared the stage, Origin then took on Rocket, and boy, oh boy, was it a marathon. Fish and I loved every single second of it, and I wanted to run through some of the stats, okay? 16 Dragons, 9 Barons, and over 10,000 CS was killed during the course of those 3 games, all right? A total cumulative gold of nearly 600,000. That is not a typo on your screen. 100 kills were secured during the course of those 3 games. 1,255 wards, 44 turrets were deconstructed, and a total game time of 164 blissful, beautiful League of Legends minutes. At the end of it, it was Rocket that obviously picked up the win. And let's take a look at what that did for the standings, okay? Giants and Rocket, they are now tied at 1 win and 7 losses at the bottom of Group A. Both of them tied in 4th place. We need to see who's gonna drop down to that promotion slot. Origin, on the other hand, yet to win a series. They are 2 behind Vitality, so they are much closer to locking in that spot for the promotion tournament, and we'll need to keep an eye on how the games play out. And of course, because of those 2 results, Misfits have now guaranteed themselves a place in the playoffs, in the postseason, and that's exciting for a team that's in their inaugural split. You know, Challenger Series teams playing in LCS have been traditionally very successful. Let's look forward to the rest of the week, because on Saturday, Rocket will be taking on Vitality, and Misfits, who I just talked about, will be testing their might against H2K. That is a battle to determine who is currently the 2nd best team in Europe at this moment in time. And on Sunday, we will be playing out one additional best-of-3 between Giants and Origin. This is one of those weeks that we do have an extra best-of series to play through. Games will start at 4 o'clock, so be sure to set your reminders, and let's see if Origin can actually pick up a win. Tonight, though, we're setting our eyes towards the top of the table teams, and for a closer look at what is in store for us this evening, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you. Fantastic breakdown. Over 10 KCS, 1,000+ wards, and some cow tipping.
Yeah, we did talk about some cow tipping. Apparently Trevor doesn't know about it, which is really weird. I had so many people actually tweet about how some people claim it's a myth. And
I really don't want to get back into it. I really want to look at it. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is my bad, but I am going to bring it back and look at our first match of today because it is a super interesting one, a rematch of our summer finals between G2 and Splyce. And while the rosters may be the same, a lot has changed over 5 months for these teams. G2, they were victorious there and they are still dominant domestically. No one seems to be able to touch them. And on the other side of the coin, there is Splyce. They were the losing finalists, but finalists nonetheless. And now they have dropped down and they are still finding their form to go above the average or the middle of the pack where they are at now. So we wanted to take a look at the teams and at the players lane by lane and see where exactly things changed and where they differ from then. And we're going to start at the top lane, Expect versus Wonder. And for me personally, where Expect was a weak link last year around, he has really come into his own this season.
Now Expect, he was an individual that was struggling in lane last split. He was always playing tanks because his team really couldn't trust him to play those carry styles of champion. But this split, he's completely shifted that mentality. He has a 100% win rate on Rumble. He's consistently going even, and he's a big contributing factor to the team of G2.
I do still think we see some communication issues, which is kind of to be expected. He's obviously still improving his English and synergy with the team. On the other side, though, Wonder, I feel like is a guy we expected a lot from coming into the split because he had such a dominating summer split last year. Lately, it's been, looking better. He's playing Renekton, he's playing Gnar, Rumble. These champions really fit him, so the new meta here is good for him up in the top lane. And if he can play around his jungler, then they can actually do some good stuff.
So relatively even as far as the top lane is concerned, but as we look towards the jungle, there is a disparity. Of course, Trick, 2-time MVP, still crushing it consistently every single game. Now up against Trashy, who has not been doing so hot. And how far do we think Trashy is behind Trick in this matchup?
I think he's pretty far behind Trick. Overall, Trick is just more of a complete player who can offer both early game pressure, but also be very strong later on in the game. Trashy is trying to find his footing, honestly, in this meta here. He focused more on the early game lately, which was a bit of a success last week with the Elise pick. When he can play around Wonder, we need to see the same thing. He has to be able to snowball early against Trick.
It's very important, but when you ask a lot of the different teams throughout Europe, they all say that Trick is a very difficult jungler to put down. He is someone that consistently performs. He is 2-time MVP for a reason, and it's just a matter of, I think that right now, Trashy is still finding his way to catch up to Trick.
Yeah, possible big disparity there in the jungle, and if we look towards the mid lane where we see some action there as well, Perkz has really come into his own. We have to give him credit for the season he has played so far, and Senkux, he seems to be stagnating a bit.
Well, Perkz as an individual, I think his growth has been immense. We saw very early on into the split, he was working on these issues that he felt he had. And then looking back at IEM in the last week, I feel like that he has grown into one of the best mid laners here in Europe. And his counterpart, Senkux, I think that given that they both started at the same time and haven't matched each other's growth, is a little bit surprising and could be a weak point for the side of Splyce.
Right, and then if we move towards the bottom lane, well, if we look at things that have grown and differed for G2, we talked about Expect no longer being the weak link. In the bottom lane, is Sven and Mithy the possible weak link in G2? It even sounds weird just to talk about it that way, but it seems so.
I mean, they have been in some of the games. We just have to say that, we've seen it against H2K. We saw it a bit at IEM, dying in the laning phase. I think Sven specifically is still doing well as an individual player, and he's still the best AD carry in Europe, but there has been some problems from his support.
Yeah, Mithy, last split, he had a total of 63 deaths throughout 36 games. He was one of the lowest death supports throughout the league. This split, in only 18 games, he's already at 50 deaths, just short of his summer split record. And that just goes to show how much he is getting caught out, how much he is struggling, but he's aware of these weaknesses.
Now, and obviously on the other side, with Copy and Mickey in here, we kind of looked at him last year and said these guys are the second best in Europe. They could maybe become the best bottom lane if they improve a lot. I don't feel like they are the best right now. I think there's other bot lanes in Europe who's kind of competing against them at the moment. They're very even with like Hansama and Ignar, these kind of duos we see. I think Copy, though, is actually the best performing Splyce member. Very consistent in team fights, deals a lot of damage, and they can rely on him as long as he gets out of the laning phase.
So I'm hearing a lot of ups and downs for both teams. I do feel like you guys are edging a bit towards G2. So how will this series play out and why? Who will take it?
I'm looking at G2. I think there should be a clean 2-0 for the side. I think that right now they should be able to hold their own in top side. I think the bottom lane, even with the difficulties, will still go fairly even. And I think the big disparity we're going to see is in the mid and in the jungle. I think the Perkz is performing out of his mind right now. And I think in synergy with Trick, that should be enough to crush Splyce.
So Perks will turn it around for G2. What about you?
Well, I think G2 will take it 2-1. I actually think Splyce is getting better and better, and I think they have enough tools to at least take one game here. A lot of it comes down to Trashy and Wonder together, getting like a strong early combo where they can play around Expect and try and shut him down and get Wonder going. Because I think the bot lane is going to be even with how Sven and Mythy is performing right now. I think Senkux can hold his own, but I need to see Trashy with a strong early game, and then I think Splyce can take a game.
All right, well, we will see what happens in this matchup as we send it over to the casters for game 1.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Daniel Dracos, and joining me to bring you this match between G2 and Splyce is none other than Mitch Krepo-Vorspools. How you feeling? You ready?
Well rested after a day off.
You got a good day to get a day off, too.
I lucked out. I was like, damn, I actually want to be there for the Origin Wars, for the Relegation Bowl, but luckily it went a little longer, so I sat comfortably at home, you know, eating a dinner and just enjoying life.
Eating a dinner, nice. Nice to see you slacking on the dietary there. All right, well, let's start. Let's start by running down the roster. Starting on the blue side of the Rift, it is going to be G2 in the top lane, Expect, in the jungle, Trick, mid lane, Perks, AD carry Sven, support Mythy, and their coach, Youngbuck.
Yeah, and G2, they're looking to continue this undefeated streak, because while we always talk about their international failures, these guys haven't really lost a series in over a year, 385 days of undefeatedness. And Wunder tweeted out he's going to take them down today.
Big ask for him to take him down, but of course, facing G2, starting on the red side of the wrist, it is Splyce, the big talker himself in the top lane, Wonder, jungle, Trashy, mid lane, Senkux, AD carry Kabi, support Mickey X, and their coach, Yamato Cannon. And I like that confidence coming in from him. You know, like, that's good to see. I want to see these guys go toe-to-toe with G2 the same way we saw it in the finals last year.
And these guys just all have, I think, quite a lot of confidence, and there's quite some banter going on right now in the lobby before we get started. So these teams get along well, both within the teams themselves and also with each other. So it should be a very exciting game. Last week we had Wunder kind of refer to himself and Trashy as the Danish Hooney and Reignover, going to town on the kids.
Wow, those big claims.
Trying to fill those shoes.
Yeah, keeping the confidence up high.
I mean, I
want to see the performance to match now.
I hope they do a similar style of what they brought out last week. I think the kind of meta shift where junglers were drafting like super aggressive stuff to then combine that with a winning top laner, like a Renekton or just like a bully in Gnar, and then hoping for an early dive. I would really like to see more of that.
And I love it too. With the nerfs to Maokai, it feels like we're seeing so many more aggressive picks coming into the top lane. So many teams opting to look for that strategy. But as we get into picks and bans, one of those key components has already been taken off the board in Elise.
Yeah, Elise is one of those junglers that you can do that with. You just kind of go for the early snowball. Elise Renekton was the jungle top lane pairing in Season 3. Camille taken off the board. No surprise here because Mickey unleashed the Camille support. It was quite innovative in Europe. Yes, Skate had played it before, but a lot of teams would be caught off guard by the kind of change in play pattern that a Camille support would bring to the table.
Interesting thing to adapt. We saw other teams fail for the most part when trying to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, I'm trying to like remove some confetti from my monitor here. I don't know what happened, how like confetti would end up on a desk.
It was an interesting day yesterday.
Yeah, what happened yesterday?
Well, the pick and ban phase continues as we struggle with our confetti. Ashe taken off the board. We have one final ban left from Splyce. I mean, Krepo, what's open here that you think is worth first picking? Rengar
I mean, you're leaning towards maybe a Jhin pick that early if you're already removing Ashe, because it's Varus gone, Ashe open, so maybe you put value on Jhin, but maybe you just don't want to play against the Ashe itself and you have something else in mind. I mean, there's a ton of picks right now. There's a lot of versatility. If you look how far we've come from the very stale, predictable meta in the first few weeks, it is really switched up, especially since at least Purple side now switched the Varus ban over. There was a few weeks where people were experimenting with leaving either Rengar open. IM showed that you don't actually need to ban Rengar all the time, so definitely a lot more versatility.
Well, one of the big picks that has kind of fell out of popularity and now has risen back in recent weeks is Malzahar. Despite the nerfs, the pick potential here is still big.
It's because it's actually quite funny. This pick was introduced into the metagame because of his sheer laning prowess and the fact that you could really bully people with Void Links. And people figured out, hey, this guy deals a lot of damage, and his ult is kind of nice, I guess. And then the damage got nerfed, and people were like, actually, no, I like suppression on my support. I would love to keep this. So they made a switch. Instead of just building pure damage and kind of Liandry's and Rylai's, they just upgraded their Sightstone to tier 3, combined it with the Spell Thief item, and then they just built pure like utility with Redemption. And then Malzahar right now is just a pick tool.
Yeah, no longer kind of the damage outputting support like we see in that Zyra so frequently. But Splyce, they're already picking up things to take away the Malzahar pick. They've got the Tahm Kench for denial, and Gragas, a pick that's been rising in popularity. I don't think it's any surprise that we're seeing it potentially going into the hands of Trashy now that it's back in the meta.
I mean, I'm more likely going to Wunder, though. I mean, there's a history of Trashy playing it, but the top lane Gragas has also been surging back up. So we need to see if it's technically a flex. You're right. I just got schooled. I'm like, yes, it's a clear flex pick. We can keep the options open. And I just got to sit down. Dracos, what's next? Tell me.
All right, Krepo, so at this point, they're trying to pinch the top lane pool because they've already picked a top laner. But what they don't know is they're going to Swift swap on him, and they're going to put the Graves top. That's probably not going to happen.
It would be it would actually be the Korean Huni then. Well, the actual Huni.
The actual Huni. It has to be a Riven, I think.
Played Lucian top lane. But yeah, no, I like Renekton top. I like it with an aggressive jungler. I don't think Gragas itself clears much faster than a Graves, but if you can switch the map so that you end up on top side before the Graves, or you can just contest, you have a lot of dive potential. I like the configuration from Splyce too, because I think they as a team played very well with Tahm Kench. I think it fits their mid-game style, where they put the 3 in the mid lane and then have Mickey kind of use that Abyssal Voyage to go to the side lane to make picks. It's also a good pick versus Malzahar.
And I think a good pick for Trashy too. He was so successful on it, allowed him to set up team fights, allowed him to dictate a lot of the paces for Splyce's mid-game, giving him a little bit more proactive pick as opposed to something that provides pure damage here.
Yeah, I believe in 50-odd games that Trashy played in the summer split, 34 or 36 of them were on Rek'Sai and Gragas combined, and that made it so that Trashy himself always brought hard engage to the table. Now, it matters more for some teams than it does for others, because Trashy becomes then a more obvious engage part and has a louder voice in Splyce. Splyce, in say week 4, 5, and 6, we're looking for more confident and decisive shot calling. Putting your slightly more vocal member on a comfortable champion that can hard engage is a way to solve that problem.
Well, they do have now some components to take it maybe later into the game as well. They picked a counter pick to the Jhin in the early game, or at least an option into that bot lane. It is going to be the Sivir. Opposite side, G2 now have to round out their composition completely. Something we didn't touch on, top lane bans. I think nothing surprising really on either side here. No one wants to play against the Ziggs, and you don't want to give counter picks into that Renekton lane.
No, it's really smart. They're putting all their eggs in kind of the Wunder basket with that Renekton pick. They take away Gragas, which is a conventional top laner as well, from the champion pool. So if you look at it, what Splyce is doing, it is quite smart. They take the strongest early duelist kind of pressure top laner in Renekton. They remove Gragas from the pool. Then they remove Kennen and Gnar, who are two ranged bullies who tend to do well into melee matchups, right? So they force G2 to kind of draft a Shen. And the way to shut down a Shen is to attack the global first. And that's technically doable. The dive will be tricky because obviously the Shen W makes it really hard to figure out. But if you engage once, disengage, and then dive him again, you can punish the Shen over and over.
And Krepo, I feel like G2, this is something we're kind of used to seeing in weeks past from the meta. Splyce are showing us something new, but at the same time, it's also something old. The Victor in the mid lane, the Sivir for Kabi, the Tahm Kench, the Gragas coming in the jungle. This is Splyce from summer written all over it in terms of composition.
Yeah, the one issue you could highlight with this team comp is who is going to play on the side lane in the mid to late game. Sivir, yeah, she's okay there because she has mobility, but ideally a Sivir likes sitting in the mid lane, right? Especially with Tahm Kench, you play 1-3-1. But Victor isn't the greatest side laner. Now, you do solve that problem a little bit. If Victor gets into trouble, you can get there faster with a Tahm Kench.
So a little bit more flexibility there, but G2 have some global pressure of their own. It may not be the Tahm Kench, but they do have the Shen there to come assist that bottom lane. Who's going to have the push here? We see range versus melee, but it's also a Sivir, notorious for pushing those lanes.
I think it's more of a question which side of the map belongs to which team, right? I think G2 Esports, they take control of the bottom side eventually. They want to push in bot lane, set up that dive, have Graves show up, maybe siege with them for a little bit, pop the Shen ulti, pop a Miasma down if Cassiopeia can roam, and just 5-man party in the bot lane. Whereas if you look at Splyce, more isolated, you know, make picks, just get a roam up top or just dive with your jungler in the top lane, attack the global first, and then hope the bottom side of the map survives.
Interesting to see how they're going to adapt coming into this series. Of course, a very strong comp overall. Champions are locked in and the players are standing by. Are you ready, Internet? Game 1 between G2 and Splyce is about to begin.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Take a look, he is very comfortable in this middle, even though it hasn't been invoked for a while. Oh, Shockwave, he hops, he skips, he jumps. There's already 2 summoners burned. Nuke Duck is going nowhere. Easy peasy hit, and it's first blood for Trek.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. G2 on the blue side, Splyce on the red. Final week of cross-group play. Former Titans in Splyce, reigning kings in G2. My body's ready, Crepo.
Your body's ready, but your mind's lacking. No, I'm really excited for this match, mostly because we haven't seen these teams face off against each other since the summer finals. That was the last time we saw these two teams play, and a lot has changed since then. It looked really good for G2, especially in the start of the split, because nobody changed rosters. Both teams did upgrades to their infrastructure, but it definitely paid off more in the short term already for G2.
Yeah. We have seen kind of also the pieces of G2, both teams keeping their lineup. The pieces of G2 feel like they've improved more. That's Perkz finding more consistency in map plays, slowly getting back into the micro side of things. Expect being a much more consistent player. They noted on the desk, still not perfect communication. Still has some issues here and there. But I do like them picking or giving him this Shen pick. It is tanky. It is not quite the carry pick that he used to play, but
it
it's
is
still
the
good.
pick for G2 Esports. It fits everything. It's like, Expect traditionally has very low jungle proximity. Now he is joining his team as utility, and they're trying to contest these reps. I really like this contest very early on.
Well, moving forward. A little bit of damage going down. Trick's actually going to get a lot of those.
4 of them. Guts them.
None for Trashy.
There's 1 on Wunder, but that doesn't really help Trashy too much. I really like this contest. There should have been wards here.
And then at the end of the day, Trick actually getting a lot of experience, comparable to Trashy overall.
Yeah. And more importantly, Trick saved this smite so he can very easily do the next camp. He's stealing away the red buff too. I really like this. And this was the problem I had a little bit with the Gragas pick, is it's the weaker matchup versus the Graves. So in isolation, Graves will always win out. And now with the start, we need to see how the pathing gets solved here for Trashy, because he's put in a bind. He's doing Wolves smiteless alone. Look at how slow he's going versus Trick, who's already accelerated. And he can now technically go top for a level 2 gank. He doubted it a little bit. It's like, nah, I need a fast clear, because the best way to punish is to just remove the option of counter jungle here. Look what Trick is doing. He thought about top lane ganking for a second. He's now just straight pathing to his red buff, removing the option for Trashy to nullify and split the map, and essentially 3-buffing his opponent.
Yeah, not necessarily about finding early advantages for his lanes this time around, just trying to mitigate any impact that Trashy could have, shut him down, make his life hell on this pick that you've noted is already a little bit weaker.
And that shuts his voice down in the team comms as well, because Splyce, they must have practiced with this. They must have got into a pattern where obviously you don't get this hardcore invaded in early on and you don't lose as much, so now playing from behind may throw a spanner in the works for Splyce.
And I really like the adaptation from G2 as well. You know, we see pretty much every team starting on the Raptor camps with their jungler, and G2 have a plan to deal with this, to kind of shut down this early start.
It is a known invade, for sure. They just executed it very well. It's very hard to deal with if you're Splyce. You need more wards, you need more vision, see it coming.
End of the day, though, right now, relatively calm in the early laning phase. However, Expect is suffering on the top side. The raw power of Renekton proving to be a little bit too much. 8-23, the CS score so far.
Kobe really leaning into the strength of the silver pick here. Nice sidestep on the Deadly Flourish as well, exactly what you need to do. It's a danger of pushing into Jhin. You're quite short range, so it's easy for him to land that. They have double deep wards as well. Look at it. Both entrances to the jungle have been warded. Trashy will spot Trick right now. Knows exactly where he is. And then Trashy right now, the problem is he wants to find some camps. He doesn't know where to go.
And that's a tough spot to be. Can't go to his own jungle. May have to commit to going to G2's top side jungle.
Perkz leaning left because they saw, obviously, that plant being popped in the jungle, so they knew the junglers are approaching from the right side. Trashy desperate for camps, something, looking for scraps.
For now, that scrap is a scuttle crab, but as he moves closer to the jungle, if he does want to invade to find that camp, Trick's on the way already.
Trick's already on the way, so he needs to settle for scuttle scraps. Goes back to his Krugs right now. The camps are respawning in his jungle. So now kind of the advantage has been set. Trick is slightly ahead. We need to see in, or check in rather with the lanes, see how they're doing.
Well, you can see right now, for the most part, outside of the top lane, CS remains relatively even. 31-34 on the bottom side of the map, 29-32 in the mid lane. Nothing crazy quite yet, but the pressure is heavily in favor of Splyce right now on the bottom and on the top side.
Yeah, Splyce definitely really utilizing the silver pick very well. Look at how Mickey is constantly hovering around Kobe, always ready to devour and reset, while Kobe is essentially laning 1v2 and doing it very well.
Kobe having a solid performance so far. Mickey just there to kind of damper any potential aggression coming in for G2, and this is a good look for the Splyce bottom lane. Of course, having the Sivir does give them the push advantage overall, but playing it out so well regardless.
Yeah. Mickey stepping up here.
Small trade goes down.
A bit too far. Yeah, he really wants to get that trade in and get a triple stack, but it's so easy for Mithy to then react to double void links. It's slower, but if the enemy is walking to you, you get the punish.
One thing that I think we have to bring up, though, is that we've seen a lot of criticism of the G2 bot lane recently. Yeah. Maybe more focused on Mythy, but Sven not outside of that criticism either. But what you saw right there on that pop-up was, despite everything, Sven's actually doing better in bottom lane recently. He's been having an even better performance overall, and it's good to see from him.
It just shows you that he's a world-class player, because even when his support is individually underperforming at times, this guy went up on average CS. And it's not like his record against teams was that much different. There were strong and weak teams in those two partitions, you know, week 1 and 3, and then the following. Sven is just a super strong player. I really like the wave control here from G2 as well. Look at what they're doing. They're bullying Renekton early on, and they're going for a dive.
Nice flash taunt, Wonder. Running for his life. Trick on the reload. Maybe looking for another shot, but the minions there to block him out.
The fact that they can pull this off, it's so important for the flow of the game, because when you play with the Renekton, the early game pattern you want is push, bully, and punish. Eventually put this guy so low that he dives, but expect he absorbs the waves, bounces it, stacks up a massive wave, and then Trick arrives just at the right time to deny as much CS as he can, and that CS deficit that we saw earlier has now been dampened.
And that's so crazy, because whenever we see a Renekton, it's the Renekton diving. It's always the Renekton looking to be the one to pressure out the tower, but they make it work even with the Shen pick, even with that early disadvantage.
And this goes back to the Invade level 1 that we saw. This is what G2's plan was. It was dampen the jungle so they couldn't go for the dive. Perkz forced to, with his ultimate, zoning.
Zoning tool in the end. Doesn't make it out, but these trades still going pretty well for Sencux. However, much less about trading as we talk about in the early game. Pressure is right now in favor of Perkz.
Yeah, and Sencux, that is his preferred style. He is probably the least pressure laner in the LCS in terms of mid. He gives up, his opponent gets the most CS. When you lane versus Sencux, you get more CS than in any other matchup. But if your side lanes are both pushing, it is acceptable within a draft to have a slower scaling mid lane champ.
Not a problem for them. We've seen them in the past be very successful with the Victor as well. Maybe not the proactive champs that we've liked to see as much in the mid lane. The Ahri, kind of the new flavor of the month pick, but the Victor does still have its place and is still being played well.
Yeah, Mythy trying to zone in the river, making sure that Splyce don't have the quick path to the dragon. He's essentially distracting, but Splyce, they know what's up right now. This is a good read from them.
Spotted out.
They saw him on a ward, I guess, in the little tri-brush. There's an expiring ward there. The trick must have passed. So a good stop.
Yeah, do not want to give up the Infernal in the early game, especially against the Cassio, especially against the Jhin. Shen, though, now with the stand united, is going to mean that the bottom lane has to be careful, cannot afford to get too aggressive.
Yes, and I think that's a good point you bring up there, because you can see the movement from this bot lane already retreating a little further back, because they know there's the impending doom. Every time Wunder is not right next to the Shen, there is always the looming threat that Expect will TP for a play, come back, and then just teleport back to the lane.
Oh, and Expect is doing pretty well in these trades. Wunder, of course, has the early game strength of Renekton. He's not going to suffer too much, but it is mitigating a lot of the push here.
It's a good creative solution from a Renekton to start proxy farming, because with a map as divided as it is right now, bottom half to G2, top half to Splyce, it is an extra way to punish just slightly harder.
Well, Trashy looking to punish Expect much harder as he moves in.
Ooh, this is risky, though.
Tower can get in the way. Does manage to land onto Expect. Is safe for now.
Yep.
Wunder taking a lot of damage. We'll make sure Trashy gets out. That's not at all what they needed.
That's not what you want. You really want to make it so that you can counteract the Spirit's Refuge with a Gragas ulti. Shen puts down a zone where you can't get hit. Well, if only you had a champion that could knock a target out of a zone with an exploding barrel, right? That's the kind of way you want to execute that.
Specifically an exploding barrel.
If only.
If only there was such a champion. Well, as a result of the failed gank on the top lane, G2 gets something for themselves, and it's that Infernal.
They get a lot more than the Infernal. They take this one down, but this is just kind of the cherry on top of the cake. They got double control ward deep into the enemy jungle, which reveals it. They stole the blue buff away as well from Victor. I think Trashy, did he just pick one up himself? Nope,
to double
that's
check on
just
that
a
blue
red
buff. Not spawning, will be respawning shortly.
But it means that Sencux is playing from behind too, because Perkz, I think, was donated that blue buff. Yeah, he still has it left on him, so that means Perkz can put even more pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, and of course with Lost Chapter tier, you're never going to run out of mana anyway.
Yeah, and then with the pressure in the bottom lane, suddenly there's so much pressure overall on the bottom side of the map, and Wunder has been prevented from really snowballing this Renekton pick early on. So G2, we often joke about how they play it slow in the early game. Well, exactly that is working out for them.
Yeah, and it looks good. It may not be a bloody game, but there has been a decent amount of action, a lot of pressure, a lot of contest, a lot of interesting jungle pathing.
G2 they've talked about how vision just is an objective first. A lot of teams are tunneling on what objective do we take. I think this reaction is absolutely necessary here from Splyce, by the way, just securing that blue buff for Sencux. Hopefully no mishaps. Oh, just gonna get it.
But I like this play from Splyce at the same time. They are trying things. Yes, they fumble the execution on the top side and G2 punishes them, but they're not rolling over. They're not giving G2 free opportunities without cause.
Yeah, and they're kind of amending that play right now as well. If you want to attack a global, or if you want to deal with a global, you attack it first, and that's why they're sending Sivir and Tahm Kench to the lane. Bot lane is still even. Let's see if G2 have any idea this is coming. Mithy is pathing to the top side, so this is a known play with the Tahm Kench ultimate. Mithy may surprise them on the dive.
Moving forward, Mithy goes in, Wonder's caught under tower. That's exactly what you want, but here's Mickey X. He's going to try to save the day. Tahm Kench says no. Exhaust goes down, expect on the front lines, but nothing going to happen.
Yeah, G2 just need to be patient and stall and wave clear if they can, because Sven is alone on the bottom. This is top side 5v4 for Splyce.
Collateral damage has been used. Senkux is on the way in. Trashy has ult as well. You wanted to see a barrel. We may see it here. Trashy uses it. Trick gets cut down. That's first blood. Expect is next, and Splyce, they're taking control.
Splyce lean into the dominant side of the map, and they punish. G2 tried to go with a map read. They sent Mithy to the top side because they knew this play was coming, but it was hubris. They were overconfident in their ability to stop the snowball, and somehow Senkux broke free of the mid lane without Perks pressuring him, and he showed up much faster. The 5v2 dive, in essence, was very cookie cutter, and they may actually get first turret.
Good look for Splyce overall. Build themselves a gold lead. Great play coming in. And we got to say, the analyst desk, we thought Senkux was going to be the weak point, but he breaks out of lane. He's the big factor here in that top lane dive.
Yeah, he was drafted as scaler, but his team bought him time. Because the top lane and the bottom lane early on was pushing so heavily for Splyce. So even though Trick was punishing Trashy early on, the lanes themselves create enough pressure to not kind of topple over. And I think we give props to Splyce shot calling here for really punishing that window. We talk so often how, look, bottom side of the map belongs to G2, right? All divisions there. Top side belongs to Splyce. This dive is ill-advised as a counterplay because there's only 3 members here in the top side. Perks is still in the mid lane, and Sven is all the way in the bottom lane. You need to really outplay people if you want to come out advantageous here.
Interesting to see, too, how close it was to working out in G2's favor, how on the edge. Because, I mean, if Tahm Kench had been 1 second later, if Trick had been there 1 second sooner, they may have gotten a kill. It may have changed everything. But G2 overconfident in their abilities there, not really respecting the global from the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, G2 fall back to the bottom side right now, and obviously they can finish what they started. It's a good bit of a boost here, and it really breaks up in an exciting match. I think G2, they can play from like 2,000 or 3,000 gold. I think in all the debates around mid-game and blah, blah, blah that happened on various interview platforms, the consensus was that if you can enter mid-game as a great mid-game team, you can overcome a 2,000 or 3,000 gold deficit. So unless Splyce break this open more, I'll be very interested to see how G2 fight back and execute in that mid-game.
Well, for now, Splyce are going to pressure in the top side. G2 is just going to have to concede some of the pressure here. We talked earlier about kind of assigning to the side lanes, how this might be an issue as we come into the mid-game. When is this going to be the problem for Splyce? When do they have to start putting Victor on the side lane, Sivir in the mid lane, things like that? I
mean, technically, if you want to go 1-3-1 and you have a team comp that is catered around that, this would already be the time, once the side lane turret falls. But with Tahm Kench in the side lane, you can still do it. G2 suffered the same problem, by the way. Like Cassiopeia with Ghost and Flash is okay in the side lane, but not fantastic, right? So these are essentially 2-4-1 comps instead of 1-3-1 comps.
Sven takes a lot of damage. Yeah, you got to be careful too. The Tahm Kench constantly a dive threat there. Trashy on the way down.
He can just ulti behind Sven right now, cancel his base, but there's no vision, of course. It's really easy for us to see that. Trashy is just taking away the plan from the enemy team. He didn't want to go over that wall.
He didn't know who was on the other side, guys. He's not going to take risks.
He wasn't trying to dive to 20% HP.
No. He's respect for his opponent. Give him a chance to reset.
Objective-focused gameplay. They're focusing on the turret. This is what you got to do.
It's a lesson.
How often have you used the blast cone thinking you were going to make the sweetest rotation of your life, only to jump into 2 people and die?
I've done the classic think you're going to outplay someone with the blast cone and then use it to kill yourself or let them go free.
Help them.
Help them escape. That's classic. On the hunt burnt.
The classic hesitation there. Do I ulti a Sivir? She has spell shield. Do I ulti a Sivir with a Tahm Kench next to her? No. Do I ulti Tahm Kench? Can't kill him. Guess I don't ulti.
Very true. I do like the moment there from Mithy, though, where you see him just slowly floating forwards, like very clearly intent to ult someone.
Then you find out, I guess Tahm Kench really is a great pick into Malzahar.
Already has QSS as well. So Mickey, no one is going to die on this team. It's not going to be Mickey. It's not going to be anybody else. Mickey says, you want me, I'm out.
I think it's actually a great pickup here for Mickey. Mostly because he's snowballing with the 2 assists that it doesn't slow down the normal flow. Like, you're generally used to being at a certain amount of squishy or getting your items at certain thresholds. With a little bit of a boost in your early game, like 2 assists, it is acceptable to go early QSS.
see how it pays off for them if they want to keep going at it. But for now, G2 continue to pick up these dragons uncontested. Last time it was because of some plays on the top side of the map going south for Splyce. This time, Splyce just in no position.
Yeah, they're funneling all the farm into Senkux as well. He really wants to kind of show what he learned from Crown at Worlds. Get that Victor up and running. Become a dominating force in the late game.
Definitely having a good game so far. Perk's doing his best to mitigate the mid lane pressure there. But right now, things look pretty good for Splyce. 2K gold lead. The Infernal Drake should be concerning as they move towards the late game, but the Sivir kind of giving them a late game win condition of their own.
Yeah, and very rarely do you see teams buying into the kind of split map as heavy as this game. Hang on, Mickey. So now, obviously, Senkux is at the bottom with no teleport. This changes like a lot of the game state. Whereas previously we talked about top side to Splyce, bottom side to G2. If your victim's bottom lane and nobody's helping him, you probably don't want to start the Herald. Unless you want to waste their time so that Senkux can actually put pressure here.
Well, it's going to put a decent amount of pressure down. Yeah. Of course, with the Siphon power, can put down some pressure on the tower.
Oh, and Sven has to be careful. Walking into a Victor with exhaust, if he knows Sven is alone right there, he just one-shots him.
Luckily, he's not.
Oh, they have Shen ulti though. That is obviously probably what's helping him there.
And you can hear in the studio, G2 comms going a little bit crazy. They know something's up.
Guess how I reminded myself of the Shen ulti? I heard Expect just like starts talking frantically. It's like, oh yes, he also exists.
Has it so far. Does mitigate a lot of the early aggression. Interesting that both teams have so many tools to stop engagements or to dissuade aggressive plays.
Can we also talk about Senkux's hair? Like, damn. Oh, they switched. That's a lot of product in there. I don't know how you managed that one.
Look, man. Bigger hair. It's like a leadership thing, you know?
It's like peacocks. My quiff is bigger than yours.
I think it works. It's clearly working.
It's working.
It's working. 1-0-1.
He's only down 9 CS, which is...
And he has a kill, so he's ahead
for
in gold.
Senkux, it means he's ahead.
Sadly fair. Right now, though, Krepa, we've hit the mid game. I think we can safely call lull. We've hit the mid game lull.
Yeah, not much is happening here, but at least the teams are doing it. They're still fighting over parts of the map. I don't think this game is necessarily that boring. I think it's switching up right now which side belongs to which team. Renekton right now being pressured. Really good rotation here, leaving kind of lingering deep wards.
Trick also debating whether or not to deny the blast cone.
Problem is the other side of the map are getting cross-map right now. Like, they all want to dive top lane, but the immediate reaction is pushing mid, pushing bot lane from Splyce. And obviously, Perks can't hold alone versus Tahm Kench with exhaust flash and a Sivir ulti.
Yeah, and more importantly, G2 need to be very aggressive on their decision-making. For now, they've chosen to trade. They will get one tower back, but can Splyce take a second one?
And this is why Trick turned around, and they're actually holding right there. And that's all you need to do. You only need to give the implication that you're moving somewhere and diving. That's enough. Then people will respect it and back off.
Wonder locked up. Decent damage coming in from Mythy. Not a whole lot there. Mythy actually might be in trouble. Ruthless Predator gets used up. The Shen ult's on the way in, but so is Trash. He wants to get something. Mythy's still alive. Safe for now. Shen with the taunt through. Kabi on the backside. Swallows up. Mickey says no. Trashy flashes out. That's not good, but it's Curtain call.
Wonder.
Who's it going to be Curtains for? Wonder's still up. Wonder's still alive. G2, they may just walk away empty-handed. There's the snare onto Mickey. He activates the thick skin. He's safe. See you later, G2.
Oh, Mythy opening with the pick attempt, but crikey! Wunder just strikes back right there. What a beautiful game. Like, he uses the Voidlings to proc the first part of the dash, then gets to Mythy. That was super well played. And Mickey again with just on-point devours.
He was such, I mean, he's been a good Tahm Kench player. We've seen this from him before. This was kind of one of the big picks coming into last season's playoffs, and clearly not too shabby on it.
And this in summer was also Splyce's strengths. They had a weak early game where they would like to ramp up, mostly with control mages in the mid game, and then it would take one pivotal fight where the opponent actually makes a small error for them to snowball. Like, there's no damage here to help Mythy, so you wonder what is he doing, and then Wunder turns it around, he eats the exhaust, the Shen ulti. Then they get knocked out of the zone, and look at Mickey here. He's just trying to click just close enough to get his top laner out there. Senkux with the exhaust, obviously strong enough to stop Perks there, because it's so easy to just play versus a Cassio one-on-one, especially if your team is coming to help you. So divided G2 gets torn apart by a very well orchestrated team fight by Splyce.
just good to see overall. And these small mistakes cost so much, and it's great to see Splyce punish them so aggressively.
Yeah.
Not settling for one kill, blowing it wide open, finding a massive team fight, and now a 3K gold lead as well, only 20 minutes into the game.
Super. I think this is a fantastic start for this series. If you really want a close series between these teams as a neutral fan, I think this is honestly the best way you can start. The slightly, or the under-favored team pulling ahead in an aggressive fashion.
And really, when we look at it too, we look at both of these teams, and so often they just win on blue side.
Yeah.
G2 11-0, Splyce 7-2, but now Splyce coming back on red side, setting themselves up. They get side selection in the next game as well.
Yeah, that means they drafted very well because G2 on blue side has been dominating. Just like you said, 11-0. Like, yes, they're undefeated in the series. That doesn't mean they don't lose any games. All their losses are on the red side. But right now, the next objective is Ocean Drake in 12 seconds. The vision has been set up. Control wards being put in, and now the vision's being contested.
So far, every Drake has gone to G2.
It's going to be really telegraphed engage if they come in with the Shen ulti here. Can Splyce kite? Because that's what they want to do. Kite and reset, and then turn around with On the Hunt.
Fantastic tools to do so. Immense teamfight power at this point in the mid game. Slowly burning down. Ult goes in. Sven gets ulted back, but Shen's coming in.
It's a good start for Splyce.
They're going to grab the dragon. No blood spilled. Yeah, Wonder does get locked up. The rest of the team is going in. Mickey says no. Sencook's on the side. No damage coming in quite yet. Wonder leaps forward, but he's all alone on the front line. He takes a lot. Collateral not going to cut him down.
Yeah, it looked like a great start for Splyce here because they forced Shen ulti without it really connecting on a dive, but the movement just phasing in and out of the fight, the sheer experience from G2 as a team, as a unit, really shined through in that fight. Such an expert steal here overall.
Oh, Sven pulls back. But you're right. I mean, I expected everybody to die in that fight, but both teams just weaving in and out, neither one looking to give an advantage to the other, no one going to overextend.
The respect flash from Perks was phenomenal. The fact that G2, they came in as a unit for the objective, and then they just kind of escorted Trick back out of there. I think this was actually extremely well played on the side of G2 Esports. Because this is a pivotal moment where if you're a weaker team, you just get demolished here. Contesting an Ocean 20 minutes in with 2,000 gold down, versus a comp that has so many kind of save tools in a Tahm Kench ulti or an Ekton, and if he gets unleashed in the backline, will just wreak havoc. That is so many dangers that you have to deal with. I think G2 did it very well.
Trick getting Dragon as well. Everything pretty much exactly as they wanted in that exchange. And as you said, flirting with disaster. You do not want to walk face first into a gravity field, into the Chaos Storm from Victor. Everything goes south if you lose another team fight.
But yeah, Splyce's approach also was kind of kill the objective and evacuate. That's why they used the Chaos Storm as a zoning tool. It was then at that point a Smite War, and Trashy lost it.
And I mean, honestly, if we're honest with Trashy, it's been grim when it comes to those Smite Wars.
Oh yeah, he has a... I don't think Splyce want to do a 50-50 Nasher with Trashy's smiting record so far.
No, it's been a rough season for Trashy.
Oh, G2 pinging Nasher. They know they can counterplay if they all dive to expect. Very condensed Splyce, really trying to make use of On the Hunt. Make a pick somewhere.
Tower about a little below half health, so safe for now. Mithy's still the man on the front line, still trying to find a pick.
But this is exactly how Mithy has gotten caught out in the past, when he felt a little bit too safe on the edge of the front line as a support, and the jungler just unleashed.
Yeah, Trashy's got a good one to do it too. Body slam in, cask him back. All too easy at this stage, plus the Tahm Kench to make sure there's no way he's getting caught. Yeah. And that's the thing is, I mean, you say we got Mithy looking for these picks. He's not going to pick anyone off when Splyce are grouped, like you said.
Yeah, when they're grouped, when they have Devour, and when they have QSS on support, it'll only end up in Trashy aggressively asking him for a belly rub with his face.
That is horrifying.
I mean, Gragas is wearing quite a lot of gear, and it's quite sweaty, you know, with the leather. That's like a sweaty belly. He just puts that, Dracos.
I don't think you needed to pantomime that. That's bonus content for people in the audience.
If you ever want to be afraid of a Gragas engage, just respect it, you know?
Visualize what it really is. Very large, very drunk man.
Yep. It's like you're going to Oktoberfest and you're just, you know, the guy behind you trips over. Look at the vision control though, from G2 Esports. In a completely related topic right there.
Yeah.
They have so much control over this top side right now because Splyce have been kind of trying to death ball it out with G2. Like this is all your vision are belong to G2 right now.
Classic.
That's a reference, not for Gramic. Oh, Mithy got a reminder that Mickey indeed has a QSS.
It's good. It's good. These are important things to remember. We learned that in the OG vs. Roccat series yesterday. Sometimes you forget to push tab.
Yeah.
For now, Mithy. Oh, all goes in. Wonder potentially in trouble. Mithy's just going to swallow him up. They're going to commit onto this. This is big. The tower's very low. Mickey potentially the man in trouble. Wonder taking decent damage. 4-shot goes in. No one drops.
No one drops, but it's just a forced play by G2 to get the objective because Senkux was not there. And this is one of the limitations of this comp. Because they lost topside control. They had to send somebody to the top lane to soak up the farm. And that was Senkux. And at that point, Splyce was too far forward. So it was a good opener by G2.
One of the issues you mentioned. Victor going to a side lane, not ideal. He doesn't have the tools to regroup with the team, to regroup with the lineup. And G2 exploiting that opportunity. Intelligent play coming out from them. Not so intelligent for Senkux. He gets hungry for blood. Is he going to be able to get it? But the exhaust goes down. The gravity field as well. Flash over. He doesn't care. Mithy not worried about you. He just wants Sven. Senkux is going to get it. Mithy's going to drop as well. That's nice from Splyce.
That was a fantastic turnaround. They don't have their own Shen, but they have a delivery system for teammates in the Tahm Kench, and he doesn't even come alone. He brings one other guy to the party. Right now, G2, a massive mid-game blunder.
I mean, they thought they were getting the bait. They thought they were the ones making the pick, but Splyce turning around so quickly. And
that is honestly poor communication because the Malzahar ulti right now has 108 seconds cooldown, and it was only just recently that we saw that play in the mid lane where Mithy used Nether Grasps. So realistically, what are you trying to do? Tack some damage, Deadly Flourish into silence. That is the ideal scenario. But if at any point Senkux flashes, and he also has his own exhaust, look, he passed away from Mithy. He just needs to flash the silence, and then he's fine. And what can Mithy realistically do? Spawn some Voidlings? The further Senkux pass away, the slower these Voidlings also get, so they will never catch up once they've lost.
It's not a good spot to be whatsoever. Splyce with a 4K gold lead, a 6-kill lead. I mean, this is not at all what I was expecting from this series.
Very pivotal moment in the series as well, because they can actually contest the 4th dragon right now and not give over all of them to G2 Esports, and they can easily pick it up here. Slowly kind of dampen that Elder Dragon win condition for G2.
Not something they can afford to, especially as this may just go towards the late game. G2, decent wave clear of their own. Not going to give anything up for free, but they have the Baron buff.
Yeah, pick for pick, they're actually scaling better. Sivir outscales Jhin in team fights at least. And Victor is, like, has always been one of the best scaling control mages. So if it comes to sheer fights and not like map pressure 1v1, I think Splyce will be in a very good spot.
You just have to look at how hard it's going to be for the Cassio, the sustained damage mage, to be effective in the team fight. You got a Renekton and a Gragas to worry about. And they're not even the damage threats, but they still can take you down.
Yeah, and Perkz has to kind of build your own defense with the Abyssal, which has been nerfed over time as well. Senkux, he can just go for combat Victor. Same for Kobe, because they have the tools in the Tahm Kench to kind of disengage.
Ooh. Such a crucial moment here for Splyce.
But very grouped up again. Notice, like, they don't have teleport and they're not willing to play in multiple lanes. So it's actually quite feasible that they hold on Sven.
Trashy goes in. Sven gets knocked out. That is a good play coming in. G2 pulling back.
And that's exactly what Splyce needs to do, because if you play on a single lane, it's often so easy for teams to wave clear. So you need to eliminate at least one of the carries so you can dive on the next wave. It's coming in right now. This is the moment, because in 25 seconds, Sven is back. So if this wave does not amount to an inhibitor, then G2 hold.
Probably moving forward. Splyce unafraid. They've got the wave to back them up. They've got the minions. They've got the man advantage. And now they're going to get an inhibitor as well.
Yeah, they're hoping their exit frag is going to be that Cloud Dragon. And what a dominating performance here from Splyce. They take one mistake from G2 Esports and they use it against them. They've kept the map pretty tight. Always played towards their strong side the best they could. And they haven't given G2 Esports a single kill in the entire game.
Not finding any openings, any opportunities, and the first pick, Malzahar, we can talk about later.
Yeah, this is what we talked about so often. Trashy in summer. Like 35, 36 games on Rek'Sai and Gragas. Main engage, strong voice. If he is the one pulling the trigger, Splyce as a team fight rather well. And it's really good to see that resurgence, because Splyce right now, they are third in the standings in their group. They're only one win away from H2K and Unicorns of Love. Obviously, these teams still play, but they can finally put the pressure. Whereas a couple of weeks ago, they looked so far out of the running to even contest those places.
Oh, but Senkux is overstepped. Nope. Flash forward from Mickey. Nope, indeed, Grepo. More shots to land. Kabi will take some extra mana. Small misstep there from Sencux, but the team there to back him up.
It's a test. Sometimes you gotta test your support. Is he still awake? Is warding, you know, puts you to sleep.
All right, well, this might be another test for Mickey if he can Abyssal Voyage in to save Wonder. Not going to need it, though. Trick learned from the last play. Oh.
It's like high school all over again. Splyce barely passing the tests.
Focused on other things, Crepo. They're going to make it in the football. Or in this case, the League of Legends.
Gonna make it in the League of Legends. It's a fun conversation to have with your mom, by the way. Hey, remember those exams we're taking? Nah. Esports? But I can take my retakes. Unless I go to Korea, play some video games. Huh? Yeah? Luckily, it panned out well. Just like
it worked out.
It panned out very well for G2 up until this point. 11-0 win-loss on the blue side.
And really just huge growth coming in from Splyce. They have been, I don't want to accredit it all to a Gragas pick because the whole team has been looking pretty good. And despite Wonder not being quite as aggressive as we expected, nothing really went wrong for Splyce in the early game.
We can credit Trashy though, because so often our story is he's not in his element, he needs to match up with Trick. But this guy got invaded early on. He lost 4 of his Raptors to the enemy and 1 of his small Raptors to his friend, Renekton. He had to start a Wolf Camp with just a barrel and no smite. This guy was starting at low resources.
Where are we at on Danish Huni Rainover?
I mean, they never dove together, so...
Well, that could change. Now moving forward, expect, caught out, not going to get cut down quite yet.
Trashy coming though.
Snare goes in, Trashy wants a kill. Sencux actually going to get it with the Death Laser. Wonder running forward, Sven has overstayed his welcome. All right. Sencux over the wall. He wants Tukes. He wants it. Oh, gets taken down in the end. Flash over the wall for the triple. Now moving forward for more. It's not even going to stop. Perks could be down next. Trick on the menu as well. Kabi running forward. The bloodbath just keeps going. G2 getting aced. And Splyce are just going to take the game.
They're taking the game. One Nexus Tower will fall. This minion will drop, but the next wave's approaching. The only member spawning is nobody. Splyce are actually going to do it.
Splyce are going to take the game. It's clean. It's decisive. One aggressive play from Sencux spells disaster from G2. Splyce are going to move up 1-0 in the series.
You can see some bad habits come back at the end though. Trashy body slams next to an 80 carry to then ulti the enemy tank for the kill, who's already a low HP, instead of just knocking Sven into his team. So they got quite bloodthirsty at the end there, but they were all creating space so Kame could come in and clean up in the end.
And for context too, last week we're like, this guy doesn't have enough impact. This guy isn't, performing at the level we need to see him at. And this week we're like, yeah, he got a little greedy when he went in for that style play. That's not what we want to see.
No, it's great, but he was like, Oprah, you get a barrel, you get a barrel. Everybody gets a barrel right here. Really great engages by Trashy. Solid draft from Yamato. I think both teams' drafts are honestly defendable. I really like the early engage, but I think the biggest misstep was still that play from Sven and Mithy on the top.
Yeah, I think unnecessary. Safe to say. What do you get when you take Sencux out of the equation for 20
Metagrasp
seconds?
is down. Shen Ultimate is down. There's nobody backing you up. You're playing against a Tahm Kench. You don't have full vision. If you are a team that plays as methodical and slow and kind of calm and collected like G2, you can't make those plays. And if you want to make plays of similar risk, do it in the early game, when failure does not mean losing a Baron and consequentially the game.
Yeah, much easier to take those risks early on. Did not see a lot of risks from either side in the early game. Got to say, G2 played very well around contesting that, I believe, second Ocean Drake, where they moved forward, where it's that close fight and no one went down. But we did not see that same level of precision, that same level of patience coming in on that play from Mithy and Sven. Just way too hungry to make a play there.
And I wonder if it's actually because everybody on G2 is playing so slow that Mithy feels forced to make some plays. Because if you remind yourself of the other team fight that happened kind of in the top side, where kind of the scoop over with the Voidlings happened, that's where Renekton started the fight, also on an engage from Mithy. Like, while we can put the blame on Mithy maybe not getting the most ideal engages, maybe he's feeling forced because his team is just kind of sitting back and waiting for the game to happen.
Yeah, don't want to go into the late game, don't want to go up against these scaling picks. I think it was interesting we saw the Malzahar come out as a priority pick and not be completely nullified by Splyce. I think it's the first time we've seen teams handle that very well.
Yeah, they just yielded the pressure where they needed to, and I think they played well, especially around that level 1 invade. I can't stress this enough. I think what Kabi and Mickey did in the bottom lane, getting the push for the first 5 waves as dominantly as they did, I think relieved a lot of pressure from the map. that actually allowed Trashy to get back into the game.
Well, it was an interesting opportunity for sure, but for more on that Game 1 win from Splyce, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Well, thank you very much, Dracos. And you guys talked about Mithy feeling like he had to lay down the pressure, but it was Splyce that completely out-pressured G2 in the early game and throughout the entire game. And what was interesting about it is that they did it with tools out of 2016 summer. We saw a very old school, so to say, come for them there.
This really was the summer Splyce that had so much success throughout the regular season. They drafted a composition where they were likely to struggle in terms of the lane. Cassio should have the push in mid. In the bottom lane, Malzahar Jin's such a potent lane at being able to push, and the one advantage was up in the top side going into the Shen, and we sat there and thought, okay, they're definitely going towards scaling. This is very much a mid-game team fighting composition that scales very nicely. And we were worried that, like, maybe if G2 had a strong early game presence, they could take advantage of that, they could punish that, but it felt that G2 said, hey, G2, they've preferred more that scaling style. Maybe that's not something that they will punish as hard on.
Well, and just to illustrate the kind of summer 2016 comp from Splyce and their comfortability with it, Gragas was their second most champion overall. They had 9 Sivir picks in summer, 8 Tahm Kench picks, 4 Victor. So this is Splyce saying, let's go back to what we knew.
Exactly, and it's really good to see how this meta is just shifting more and more towards them, because again, you can start playing some of these picks, like Gragas being back here for Trashy. Yes, he fell behind a little bit early because of the steal on his Raptors. You know, Gragas doesn't really have, you know, that potent skirmish against the Graves specifically, but because Mickey and Copy, as Crepo highlighted, played really well in the bottom lane, it actually didn't really matter because they could come back into the game. And we just have to also say, like Splyce here, we're forcing some very good proactive plays that actually allowed them to get some kills.
Yeah, and this is what I think was so interesting about the early game, the fact that in professional League of Legends in a game at this level, little things can matter so much and carry so much weight, like this kill not happening.
Exactly, we pause it here because we want to show like how G2 is reacting really well to this lane swap by Splyce. You can see on your minimap that Tahm Kench and Sivir, they're on the top side now. So Mithy believes that now with Taunting Wonder, he's going to tank tower. If he flashes in and ultis him, they can kill him just in time. But Mickey's Tahm Kench ulti now, when we run the clip, saves the day by like a second and actually sets up the following play.
And keep your eyes on Victor and Gragas, because both of them are going to be moving up through the river to help Splyce as they set up the dive. Because at this point you think, hey, G2, now you need to disengage. There's so much vision on the rest of Splyce. G2 have the knowledge, they should have the communication with Perks to know that this follow-up dive is coming. They do not react, and they give away these first 2 kills.
Could they have walked backwards in time?
I think they could have, but either it was miscommunication from mid to the guys on top side, or it was them saying we can kill the wave in time and they will have to dive us without any minions, and that could be risky. But I think G2 opting into staying obviously cost them 2 kills here, but again, to take it back to the very first play from Mithy, like, we are literally a second away from Renekton dying. If he dies, this dive will never happen.
Yeah.
And then suddenly G2 actually wins out because Sven was just pushing the bottom side, but then the ulti from Tahm Kench from Mickey just in time saves the entire day for Splyce. 2 kills and a top tower.
Yeah, and the top tower, the first tower there, very interesting. And for a team like Splyce, how do you think this influenced their mindset in the game? Because they know they're at the disadvantage in the grand scheme of things versus G2 as a team. What then happens when you get an advantage like this? That must be a very good feeling, and the motivation goes up.
I think Splyce are feeling very confident right now. They've clearly outlined a style that they've demonstrated skill on in the past, and I think that it complements them because we're seeing Trashy on a champion where he knows how to have impact. He had a lot of great Gragas ultimates, not only disengage, but his ability to set up the fights was promising, very similar to what we saw. And the big thing for me is Mickey being on a playmaker like Tahm Kench. He's an individual that is really good. Yeah, but he's very good at setting up a lot of these plays. And while it was a lot of him peeling for a lot of his carries that may have overextended a little bit, it's nice to see Splyce finding a comp that suits their style.
And it's interesting to see like the dominating G2 Esports have a composition where they couldn't really seem to execute it in the early to mid game. Like, a lot of it was based around Shen ulti on the Malzahar lane, and they never really got to set that up. Mithy was trying to react against lane swaps, and then he had a lot of ultis where Mickey every single time would just save the day, and it stopped G2 from actually getting any kills for like 25, 26 minutes. And that's not something we see very often, even if they do not focus on the early game.
And we even saw setup from G2 in the early game because Trick went top at about level 4, level 5, pushed the Renekton underneath the turret. They tried to deny Wonder. They tried to set up for Expect to make these plays. And the fact that they couldn't make it happen could be a bit of concern for G2.
Yeah, and after that first initial move where there was a big advantage from Splyce, there was another moment where things could have gone otherwise, but Splyce played it out so perfectly.
Yes, now I want to show you guys a big fight that swung heavily in the favor of Splyce, because it was G2 that actually tried to set this up. Now, you heard the casters talking about Mithy trying to set up a lot of plays, and I still have my pen, but I'm going to use it to illustrate some of the things that did happen in this team fight, right? So what you see is here. The first thing I'm going to highlight is it's Mithy that's trying to set up the play onto Wonder. If we have a look down here on the mini-map, right, you can see that you have Jhin, never mind, you have Jhin in the top half of the map, you have in the middle lane, both Cassio and the Graves have been pushed back underneath the turret. So the fact that Mithy's going for this play, he doesn't have a team to support him. So let's start rolling out the clip and let's see exactly what happens, because here you can see the collapse is already coming in from the rest of Splyce. Splyce actually want to go for a collapse down onto Jhin, so Mithy's there just trying to buy himself some time, and this is where things start to go a little bit awry for the side of G2, because Splyce think, hey, we can try and force this fight because we have the positional advantage. Look down here, you can already see Victor, he's moving up towards the rest of his team. He wants to be able to join his team through the river. You also have Mickey and Trashy coming in from behind. Wonder could be in a bit of trouble here, but just have a look at how the play works out, right? So let's roll the clip, and what you'll see is that as things happen, look at Mickey. Track Mickey as he comes in from behind Wonder. He's now completely safe. You've got Kobbe on the flank providing plenty of support, and Perkz is completely zoned away from the rest of the fight. At this point, Splyce are in a perfectly confident position to just walk away from the rest of the fight and come out clean. The fact that Splyce were able to respond so effectively, as well as G2 making some questionable decisions, really highlights how strong Splyce is coming into this series. Now, with that game under the belt, we're going to take a quick break and throw over to Pugmore and Bone. Game 2 between Splyce and G2. We'll get back into picks and bans when we return.
Oh, you wanted to see a barrel, we may see it here. Trashy uses it, Trick gets cut down, that's first blood. Expect is next, and Splyce, they're taking control.
Good up. Nice.
Mithy not worried about you, he just wants spend. Senkux is gonna get it, Mithy's gonna drop as well. That's nice from Splyce.
I'm done. I can stop Shen, I can block.
Senkux over the wall, he wants two, he wants it! Oh, gets taken down in the end. One aggressive play from Senkux spells disaster from G2. Splyce are going to move up 1-0 in the series.
Woo, baby! I told you it's easy win.
welcome back to the EULCS, where the second game between G2 and Splyce is about to begin.
We had a
almost gotcha.
First commercial break. How about a second commercial break? Nah, we're here.
Doubling down. Of course, as we move into the second game, Splyce did have side selection and have chosen red side. Yeah. And this is really interesting to me because most teams have been very successful on blue side, and Splyce is not an exception to that.
Yeah, and we can look at the stats. Splyce right now on red side are 5-5, whereas on blue side they are, I believe, 7-2. So they had a really good blue side win rate so far, but they just feel confident counter picking, and they don't feel like G2 can generate any first pick worthy enough for them to consider blue side.
Maybe a shift in what we're seeing in the meta. Of course, a lot more flexibility in the top laners with Maokai taken out of the picture. It's been interesting to see how the draft has kind of evolved in this patch. And there, the man on your screen looking happy, looking confident.
Looking confident, I think, is the most important part there. He saw the camera. He knew we were talking about him. He's like, yeah, they're talking about me right now. I played Gragas. I threw some barrels. I got some belly rubs.
Definitely got a lot of belly rubs. Made some plays. Worked out well for the team, but so far things remaining the same in this pick ban phase. Varus at least taken off the table. Do you think G2 Esports just run it back, try the same draft again?
I think they may just want to target Thrashy a little harder and maybe get rid of the Gragas in the blue side. I think that would be an okay adaptation, or just play the game differently. I don't think the picks necessarily were the problem. I think if G2 have a draft like that, they need to put the foot on the pedal just a little harder in the early game.
Something we did not see from them. G2 have said recently that they are playing not quite as aggressively, not as reliant on mechanical or individual outplays.
Yeah.
Malzahar now taken off the board as well. They don't want to play it. They don't want Splyce to play it either. So just trying to take that entirely out of the composition.
And they remove Malzahar here, and they have quite a few first picks. It would be interesting if they steal away. I like it if they would go for it, just thematically within the series. I think banning one pick that didn't work for yourself and then taking away a strong pick from your opponent is an approach you can do. However, I still think Graves is just a superior jungle. Like, you could see what a Graves could do. Imagine if the lanes were pushing for Trick. He could just invade and just, make Trashy's life living hell.
I mean, they got the good start in the early jungle. Trick definitely had solid early pathing. Trashy just more involved in those teams' plays across the map. I was hoping for the anything you can do, I can do better approach from Trick, but does just kind of stick with meta power. And Splyce, they don't want to risk this Gragas going into anybody else's hands. They immediately lock it in.
And I wonder if they just go for like Renekton steal here on the side of G2. But then it's still an okay matchup, this Gragas. So actually, I like the flex potential of this pick here on early rotation. Obviously, Karma has been the stronger support. Whether you prefer Karma as a support seems to vary a lot through different supports in Europe. But with nerfs to Zyra in kind of plan selection, damage, and now Mal's are taken off the board, I definitely think Karma is just a great pickup here.
We saw how important wave pressure was, how important lane priority was for Splyce, and Karma is the pick that gives you that. And interestingly enough, one pick that kind of sacrifices that is Ezreal, not known for his push prowess.
Yes, but he is known to farm relatively safely when pushed in, right? So I think that is just the reaction. He's like, you know what? I don't think we can draft anything on the side. On our side here is what G2 is saying that gives us the push. So why don't we lose gracefully and scale?
An option for them to have. Last time they were kind of obligated to make plays in the early to mid game with that Malzahar. No longer the case with the Ezreal. You can wait for that to scale up. Lulu coming out here.
Yep.
Normally seen as a counter pick to Malzahar, but also kind of just rising in popularity generally among the European supports.
And this may be just a very similar draft here where we may see G2 Esports go for a full protect the Sven comp. And this is something that Origin used to run very often back in the day when Peke still played Lulu mid lane. Obviously now the Lulu will go into support here, but if they draft another Shen matchup in the top lane, they try to go for some pressure invades early, it's going to be incredibly hard for Splyce to lock down Sven, who could become a monster.
How does Ezreal work in that composition? Because we see protect the Vaynes, we see protect the Tristanas, just kites.
Yeah, he kites and he tears through the front line and makes it so hard for that Renekton to dive in, and eventually they drop. So you'll need a kind of a walk back mid laner there too. We see the same two bans in second phase of Splyce here. Obviously they take Gragas away out of the top champion pool. They pick Renekton, the strong individual top laner themselves, and just like last game, they pinch the ranged harass top lane bullies in Kennen and Gnar.
Last time around, the last ban for G2 Esports was the Ziggs, or one of the bans in the second ban phase.
Yep.
If it is left open here, may see it go into the hands of Copy, will fit right into that pressure bot lane that Splyce are already building for themselves.
I prefer the Sivir ban. I was about to say, like, they will overload on magic damage if you give them Ziggs And I think you have enough wave clear to kind of deal with that with Ezreal Lulu anyways. That putting Kobe on a different champion right now he needs to find something that he can work with. I think Caitlyn might actually be an okay pick.
Caitlyn up. Ashe available as well.
Ooh, I would love to see Draven here. I think it actually punishes teams for picking scaling, but
No Draven, no scaling, no steadily increasing bounty. Different kind of scaling for Caitlyn. A lot of early pressure in the early harass.
But what this red side is doing for Splyce, and we really see it come to fruition here, is leave the counter pick up to mid. And the way these drafts have evolved is very few mid lane champions have been targeted, right? So that allows Splyce to somehow still get a draft where they have guaranteed the pushing top laner in Renekton. They have guaranteed the pushing bot lane with the Karma locked in early, and then they can pair an AD carry with later, worst case Ziggs or Caitlyn. So they have two pushing side lanes. So despite having a losing jungle matchup and potentially a losing mid lane matchup, they can get a comfort pick for Senkux, regardless whether it pushes or not, which means Splyce is in their comfort zone with the draft.
100%, a lot of the same picks repeated here, but the bot lane and the mid lane are going to mix up. And on the opposite side, G2 have almost reworked the core of this composition completely.
Yeah, and the blind Ahri is one of the best champions that you can pick blind on blue side because she doesn't lose any single matchup super hard. The Fisher said exactly the same thing yesterday as well. On level 7, if you get the wave clear, you're just fine. But you can pick pretty much anything into it as well. That is the thing here. They could have gone for another Victor matchup here if they want to and yield the pressure. But I like Echo more because it allows Splyce to opt in very heavily into the 1-3-1 here. Because Echo is actually a pick that plays very well on the side lane. Ahri is too, but this Echo is looking to run teleport instead of Ignite.
And one of the few champions who can keep up with an Ezreal if you're trying to protect him is an Echo. All that mobility not going to matter. Both champions are similarly mobile. And all it takes is for you to get caught out in position once before he can leap on you and kind of shut down any play you're looking to make.
Yeah, late game kiting definitely in terms of G2 here. So Splyce looking to keep the map open and catch G2 in these rotations, or just put map pressure and then use double teleport to get a number advantage.
Interesting to see. Big shift in the draft. Last time we talked about lane assignments maybe being an issue, but now with an Echo, now with the split pusher.
Oh, this is super cookie cutter. For Splyce, the game plan is push bot lane on your own, but don't go there with your jungler necessarily. Your jungler wants to hover around top side. You still want to attack the global, but you want to break down these outer turrets, either with a rotation or just unrelenting push. And then you put Caitlyn mid, you trap up, you put Echo on a side lane, Renekton on a side lane, and then you're playing the map, the pushing game.
So you can see, of course, head on over to Twitter. Last time, it was pretty heavily in favor of G2 Esports. I suspect after that game 1 may no longer be the case. It's game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get this one underway. Now the question remains, Crepo, G2 on the blue side, Splyce once again on the red. Is it going to be the rinse and repeat? Is it going to be Splyce with the 2-0? Or can G2 adapt from their first game and bring it back?
Splyce played very well. A tad slow, but G2 just played slower. And then G2 made some mistakes that Splyce capitalized on. That was game 1, essentially. I think it was pretty high level league. Domestically looking. Obviously, nothing compares to Telecom Wars.
I like the way you summarized that. I wish that was how easy VOD review was.
Yeah.
This guy made some mistakes, this guy went down, and this team won.
I mean, it's always like that. It's just to which degree, right? Another invade here. I like that G2 as a 3-man contest. I hope Trashy learned his lesson.
Trashy, just go somewhere else. Or bowling him out.
This is much better. This ward just gives you so much time to see what's going on.
Also, you know, G2 got the belly last time. Clearly not looking for a rinse and repeat there in the early jungle. Trashy's still going to walk away, though. Path to a different camp. Look for a different start. And it's the same story for Trick, so adaptation coming in from both these junglers.
Job is done. Ezreal actually has really strong level 1 trading, and so does Lulu. So unless Mickey can land a really good empowered Mantra Q, that is what we need to look for. The first Q here from Mickey will decide who gets to push in this lane. But they've actually been zoned out. It's very interesting.
Interesting as well. Expect is going to give a small leash, so Trick's clear will be slightly faster than Trashy's. Graves clear is already slightly faster.
No leash, Gragas blue start. Again, really hard for Trashy. So he's being really put behind by his team. So they're very much so relying on these side lanes pushing. If any of these side lanes swing another way as expected, then Splyce will definitely have a spanner in the works.
A lot of gold being picked up there by Mithy in that small exchange. Help picks making it all too easy to proc anything.
Yeah, still 5 out of 6 CS and the push. This is a good start for the Splyce bot lane. Kobe, that's not the position you want to be in. Just eats a small trade, but he gets access to the mini wave early. Look at G2, they're trading on their counterparts because they know they can't win the AoE race, so they're just trying to win trades here, punish them on the back end.
Winning trades quite well. Nice sidestep.
That's a big swing here in the tempo of kind of the lane, because now Sven can hit level 2 early enough that he doesn't get put off the next creeps, and he actually has the threat of always being able to be shifting in.
Of course, with the help picks, the Glitter Lance, Lulu has a lot of burst damage at level 2 as well. Karma doesn't add a whole lot more to that kit at level 2. Has the shield.
Yeah.
Can't come out on top in trades, but raw damage right now.
Yeah, and you just need to see how close they walk up, you know. You always want to just get to the wave as soon as you can. Cobb is doing it well, though. Prioritizing the wave, and Mickey now sustained up with those potions. That's a good cue right there, you know, hitting the range creeps. Push first, trade later.
Now, Splyce with the cannon creep still alive. Gonna have the push edge for now. So we take a chance to look at the rest of the lanes and the junglers. Looks like Mird starts here. Gragas moving to the top side. Trick now pathing down to the bottom lane, maybe hoping to take advantage of Splyce pushing so far in.
Yeah, they saved their double ward real late here, so they're safe from kind of an alley-oop around the Dragon Pit, and they have the deep Tridash ward. I like that adaptation. You know you won't get ganked early by Graves. It's a super fast pather. You just see that Trick is just a full camp ahead of Trashy at this point. And he's now going to reveal. Let's see how fast Splyce can react.
Moving forward, Kavi pulling back. Smoke screen goes down.
Fast.
Very fast.
Yeah, they're watching their minimap. Because so often you play those two wards and you're thinking to yourself, such a great support.
Push.
He can't gank me.
Look at that CS. It's getting lower. Better hit it.
Better hit it. Oh, there's a jungler. Oopsie.
No one going to drop there, though, luckily for the team. No one falling prey to their kind of looking at their own reflection there in the bottom lane. Everything very calm here in the early game. Perkz actually coming out on top in the early pressure here, taking advantage of the range.
Yep. But it's fine. Again, this draft allows Senkux to be pushed in as long as there's no spillover from Perkz and Trick into the jungle to punish Trashy.
Oh, that's good. Senkux.
No, Senkux has to flash.
Flash, auto.
Not enough.
Burn.
No. He flashed the second part of the orb. All he had to do. Very well played. Wards have both expired here. Trick's back.
Oh, Mickey X exhausted up. Moving forward. He's in trouble. Flash forward from Sven. First blood for Mithy. That's a good start for G2.
Yeah, and if you use both wards to protect yourself, obviously, you got to make sure you have one left afterwards or play accordingly. Really good visit again, and honestly, ward tracking by G2. They found an opening right there.
Well, last game we wanted to see more early play from them. They built a draft that isn't as reliant on early play, but find one anyway here in game 2.
And Expect is also becoming more familiar with the matchup here. Because last game he was put down maybe 12, 13 CS at this point. He's going very even despite leashing. So there was no leash connected into Shen. And Expect is only down, honestly, 1 CS if he gets all these creeps.
Really solid place for him to be overall. Small lead in the middle lane. Although TP back means Senkux is going to be pretty comfortable here. Honestly, small advantages going in the favor of G2. And for a team like G2, very often when they get 1 or 2 small leads in the early game, they're just able to snowball it so consistently forward.
Yeah, and the kill was timed so well as well. Look at Mithy, comes back with the side stone. Only a single ward on Mickey rather. So he's trying to make it count. Now Mithy's face checking, but this time he brings his team.
Oh, this could be bad. Decent damage going down. Perkz is going to get snared up here. Doesn't have a whole ton of mana. He's locked up.
That's deep.
Echo's on the way. Trashy maybe a little bit too far forward. In comes the stun from Echo. Not going to connect. Trashy goes down. Senkux behind enemy line. Z-Drive Resonance going to proc. He's so low. Perkz not going to get autoed. He makes it out. That's another kill going forward. This is bad for Splyce. Mickey's next on the menu. Are they going to get anything? Wonder's left alone. G2 are ripping through Splyce, and they did not get a single kill back.
Oh, Perkz leveled up to 6 here. Even waits for the turnaround. The respect is just so well timed here. Perkz comes in, backs out of the fight. Mithy turns around, flashes in the right direction. You almost saw Perkz rather greed at the end there, but he turned around the Arya ulti, waited just long enough to make sure that the Renekton wasn't camping the brush. Guess what? He was. So this was a super clean cleanup from G2.
And this is shades of the old G2. These huge, I mean, small opportunity given from Splyce turned into a big opportunity.
But this invade here, drop the ward and get out. You have no clue what's going on. Trashy with the flashy, but at that point, what do you have left? Senkux coming in. Renekton teleports so late. This ward has been placed at least 5 seconds ago.
Oh, and it's such a rough play, too, because one auto is all it would take from Senkux and just gets smoke screened out.
And then obviously that was that last second shield there from Mithy onto Perkz. And then right here, just like level up from Perkz, goes in. If he goes again, he dies. Because Wunder turns around and he just has the patience to wait. And then they get him anyways.
That's a big lead, Crepo.
Yeah.
That's a 3K gold lead at 7 minutes. At 20 minutes in the last game, I was like, man, that is a big lead for 20 minutes. But at 7 minutes, it's an even larger
We asked
advantage.
G2 to put their foot on the pedal a little harder in the early game, and this time it was Splyce overreaching and being punished very hard. And it all goes back to that kill in the early game. I really want to know whether G2 was timing wards or if this was just like another gank attempt for pressure by Trick, because he snuck in when the ward expired. There was not a new one placed. They obviously did the classic flash and just exhaust the support. That's the way to kill him. Then obviously you go to base, enemy support as a side stone, you don't. That means a major vision advantage, and because Splyce knew that was coming, they were trying to get some deep wards to somehow not have to play with that lack of vision. But then they overreached, they saw a target, and they just engaged on the level 5 Gragas. Complete capitulation by G2.
And you can see, like, maybe they were tempted there. The Ahri didn't have a ton of mana. They thought maybe there's an opportunity, but just not respecting the roam potential from G2. Expect so quick to come down to start helping in the fight.
Yeah, and in the bot lane, kind of strengths have completely been kind of shaken up. Tier Sheen Ezreal into Pickaxe Caitlyn. Thank you very much, says Van. It's so easy to play this lane from the G2 side now.
Interesting too as we move forward. 8 minutes in, they're going to grab blue buffs. But like we talked about at the kind of the end of last game, you can afford deficits in the early game. It's okay to make these mistakes. It doesn't cost you a Baron when you lose 4 members, right?
Yeah. I mean,
it's still 4 kills. Crepo, I'm not trying to take that away. I'm not trying to tell you this is like okay. It's still a bad situation, but it's not as bad as it could be.
That's like talking about when you kind of like lose your pinky. You could have lost your leg, right? It's not as bad. Still hurts, man.
All right. It's weirdly specific on the anatomy there.
I've hurt my finger once, man.
It could have been a leg.
Could have been a leg. I was so happy. Broke my little finger.
Well, we'll see. Splyce gave G2 the finger. G2 looking to take the whole hand.
Oh, that way. Yeah.
One man that we brought up a ton in Game 1 because he had an amazing performance was Trashy, but 2016, 2017, look at these. Understand Trashy in 2016, he made so much happen for his team. This time around, it has not been the case. It was the case in Game 1. It may be the case again here in Game 2, but this is the level of performance we expect from Trashy, and it's something that he hasn't hit yet this season.
Yeah, and DPG is obviously death per game. So Trashy was dying a lot more, it seems, this season with lower kill participation. He was just not in the game as much. Splyce wasn't in the game as much, and he's just an essential member. And you see right there, when he pulls the trigger on a bad engage, Splyce also start calming down. So what I like is how decisive they were. What I don't like is how decisive they were about a bad call.
It's a rough spot to be, right?
Yeah.
The burden of responsibility, yeah, you're going to make all the decisions. Yeah, you're in control of the game, but also you're in control of the game. If something goes wrong, you're also at fault.
Yeah, shot calling sucks, dude. If you make a bad call, everybody's on you. If you make a good call, like, your team won the game.
Is this dark times? Were you the shot caller?
No, I tried. I failed miserably. All we did was sit back and wait.
To be fair, that is a shot to call.
Hey, can't fail to play if you don't make any plays, Strakos.
Well, Splyce not in the same boat.
No, they tried. They failed. Now we need to see if they can fight back. Trick is sneaking at Dragon right here.
He does this a lot. It feels very risky to me, but I guess knows that he's comfortable here.
Is this really acceptable? Because if you know it has no vision and you come from over the wall, like, nobody actually walks in to check the Dragon if the jungle's randomly doing it. And even if they do, you don't lose much because the guy contesting you likely can't finish it on his own anyways. So it's a really great way to accelerate the game.
And of course, having Mountain Drake won't make it that much easier to get anything else. Infernal's next on the menu as well. Kirk's just going to back right there, but here comes Trashy. Fog of War. Charm goes wide. Small window where it's down, but they're not going to try to pull any kind of trigger on the dive.
No, he has his flashback, but they obviously still have to fight through that penalty. Last game, they were attacking Expect, putting him down. There was that roam here. Remember when Mithi rather walked to the top side? He got countered by Mickey, the Tom Kench ultimate. Nothing of the sort happened this game.
Well, there's just no hard counters here in terms of the engage. So if Splyce make a small mistake, if someone gets caught out, if G2 find a pick, they don't have a eject button. They don't have a get out of jail free card. have to decide much more quickly, much more consistently whether or not this is a fight that they want to take. And Splyce clearly not as comfortable without that Tom Kench.
And G2 just playing it super slow. They could have easily taken a turret here, but they don't want to lose anything on the back end of that play, so they just base. It may still fall. Kawi got to be quick here. A couple creeps remaining. Barely stays alive. So that first turret gold, the brick, is going to go to G2 as well, unless Splyce can really make something happen somewhere on the map.
It's a very small window, too. And we're 12 minutes and 30 seconds in. There's another wave pushing towards the tower. Someone needs to be there constantly to respond to that.
Yeah, they already accept that they're losing the bot lane turret, so they're moving into 1-3-1 formation already. Mithy right now is just assisting Perkz in the mid lane to make sure that wave gets clear so he gets his back. 2-0-2 and only on the last chapter. This guy must be sitting on quite some gold.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's your Morello. Maybe some other pieces as well.
Job's done. That's actually greedy. Basing on 2.7k gold, that's when you know you have a commanding lead. I don't think that should ever happen in competitive. I don't think you should base on gold leads pre-50 minutes that are larger than 2k. I feel like that feels like just like inefficiency.
Maybe not what he wanted. Maybe not what he wanted at all. But as you mentioned, 1-3-1, it's begun. And Splyce are now better set up for it than they were last time. But it's still that 3k gold lead. It's that Mountain Drake. G2 very much still in control. Are Splyce just buying time at this point? What is the play for them?
They just got to stall and hope for a pick somewhere. But it's so easy for G2 to play it slow because they always have Shen ulti. So any play is going to kind of be predictable in a sense because the Renekton will be teleporting. The second you see teleport, expect you to just hit the Shen button. And that's why as you see Wunder just walking down instead, actually.
Works. Nice movement out. Stunned up. Trashy not going to go forward quite yet. There's the Shen ultimate. Wunder in trouble. Not going to drop, but means the play's not going to go through.
Oh, Drake with the flash. I like the moves, Sven.
Let's go. Oh. That's a clincher.
Nope. Squeezed him right there. But yeah, I like the movement from Perkz a lot. He's been doing a lot of respect flashes where he's not kind of figuring out, is this guy actually going to flash for me? Nope, just instantly flashing out. And he did the same last game. He's really respectful of his opponents in this series.
And I mean, it saves his life. It ensures that they don't lose anything in that play. G2 take the bot lane tower as well in the meantime.
It even sucked in Trashy further under the turret as well. He body slammed into nowhere because the distance that Perkz had made already with that ulti stack and the flash was just so large that Trashy couldn't even follow up with the body slam flash.
Did you call him Flashy?
Flashy.
Flashy Trashy.
Run, Trashy.
All right,
run.
well, a little bit as suspected. Your opinion has shifted quite quickly there, friends on Twitter.
Dan, where's your fandom, guys?
Yeah. There's like 30 of you that disappeared in that vote.
Yeah, just a bunch of sellouts. It's like, go winning team. Go winning team.
To be fair, that's how I am with just about every other esport. I don't know enough to know like who's good and who's not. I just go, this team looks fun. We're gonna root for this team.
Nah, you gotta stay loyal. Go Broncos. It's only because Monte Cristo.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't know anything about American football.
I know zero. I know jack all about football, but I asked Monty once who am I rooting for, and he was for Broncos. And Manning, great.
Oh yeah. All right.
Quarterback? Is he quarterback? My boy Peyton. I think he's retired by now. I don't know. I don't follow it. But go Broncos.
Just say Manning. There's always a Manning playing in football. It may be the unfortunate other son, but
there's another guy.
There's another Manning.
There's more?
They're like a whole family. It's crazy. It's like if Bjergsen has any smaller, younger children, they need to like come in and play League of Legends, and then they can be
Team Solo Mid Academy. Bring him in. Mickey, looking for some pain, and not the French bread.
Trick's gonna body block. Damage goes out. Play by playing. Small little exchanges. These don't matter very much, but the Caitlyn traps are irritating. The Splyce do continue to push in, but they're not really making any headway here.
It is a good stalling setup for a Splyce. It's really hard to push through, unless they want to put Sven and Mithy in the mid lane and have Perkz go to a side lane. I think that is eventually what G2 will do, because Sven and Mithy essentially need to be two guys to deal with the Echo, because Senkuk's on his own is a bit of a threat. So I think it's much better for them to push in. Spec needs to be careful right now. He's solo pushing on Renekton. It's quite greedy.
Oh. Last time he was able to outplay the dive. This time Splyce don't even take the risk.
Yeah.
Now G2 are just going to move in and try to take the mid lane.
Yeah, this play came to be because they pushed out bot together, so they can always push in the Echo as two. And if there is not equal counter pressure in mid lane on Perkz, obviously G2 can then move over, take over control of the mid lane, and then back off into the dragon. This is perfect pathing here from G2. Expect survives the gank on the top lane, check. They push bot into mid lane, check, and then they take the Inferno. This is just slow, steady, and methodical, honestly, deconstruction of whatever Splyce can offer.
And really, I think it's good to see this level of play coming out from G2, and understanding also the importance of this series, because they're only one win ahead of Misfits right now.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to lose here. It is not where they want to be. Expect
Great respect flash, exactly. And if you look at how deep the vision of Splyce goes into the blue side jungle, you see how heavy they're leaning on this top side to get anything done. There is 4 wards in the span of almost a single screen there in the jungle. And G2, they just yield. They give over the weak side. They tag team with Expect. He goes to bot lane right now. Sven takes over. He obviously has the mobility to play on the side lane if he wants to.
Very comfortable on the way to the Trinity Force as well. No Frozen Gauntlet. He wants to dish out the damage. Not worried about kiting with the team. Worried about kiting for himself.
Yeah, and the next objective for G2 is obviously that top tier 1 or perhaps to Herald. They can also play for Vision as an objective in the deep side red jungle of Splyce. That's somewhere you could see Mitty and Trick invading together.
Right now they're clearing out a bit of Vision. Haven't set foot in the jungle yet, but the pings are coming out, and as predicted, they're going to move in for this.
Yeah, they just force the mid wave first, make sure they're done there. They force Splyce to react. Splyce always get the scraps. They get second choice on which side of the map they're playing on, and Expect always is playing on the weak side. But he's a tank, and he's far enough ahead that he can survive.
Perks, aggression going forward. Trashy moving in. Nothing going to happen.
Yeah, Trashy just body slamming, hoping that Perks will do another respect flash, but there was just no follow-up, so he holds his summoners. Perks has to loop around right now, and we see Trick again. He does the invade, kind of fake out to top lane, plants a vision, and then return, and help his mid laner clean out the mid lane. Expect getting pressured again, rotated on for a dive. If he stays at any of these points, he dies.
Yeah, but he backs off. The team aware that this is happening. They're trading sides of the map, as you said, so it's Splyce who's going to grab the bottom lane tower. It's G2 setting their sights on the top lane tower. They don't have a wave here to break it yet.
Yeah, Wunder defended that pretty well, so it's a bit of a slower trade here, but G2 can actually dive to Renekton because Shen ulti could relocate Expected to the top lane at any point.
Senkuk's taking a lot of damage, not going to break the tower quite yet. Perk continuing to play with fire here. Fearless there on the sidelines.
I honestly would almost move Perks up to the top lane and dive to Renekton a little earlier. I think they gave too much leeway to Senkuk here.
Yeah, we look at it just moments ago. It was a 5K gold lead, still close to that point, but Splyce doing what they can.
It's only 4.5 now, Siva.
Yeah, well, I saw it, and then the turret went down.
G2 Esports,
I was appreciating if we could just pretend like I wasn't an idiot there for a second.
They're really letting themselves go. How dare they lose an entire 500 gold?
The lead only is supposed to go up, Crepo.
Yep.
Can't go back down a little bit.
Let's see how much gold Perk spaces with next time. It's always fun to track.
2K. 2,700 was our record?
Yeah, he's up 1.2 right now. So, but they've really built the foundation for great vision control in the enemy jungle here. They're using the sweep to reveal traps. They're not even walking on Caitlyn cupcakes. This is very clean by G2. Not a single kill to Splyce either.
And on top of that, the later they go, the more Perks is starting to hurt. Trashy in trouble. Perks trying to fancy footwork his way out of there. Senkuk's moving forward. Has the proto belt. Blue wall makes him just a little bit bigger. Trank is the one who may go down, though. But Shen's there as well. They're just denying any pick potential from the side of Splyce.
Yeah, but it's a good hold by Splyce, though, because they forced so many ultis. 4v5 because Renekton wasn't there, and more importantly, Wunder did not teleport.
Don't burn anything in the end. So Splyce, small advantages here.
Those 2 control wards are making it really hard for Splyce to fight back, though. That's what you need to do. Like, your first layer of kind of counter vision, if it can already be in the enemy jungle and you can defend that, it's so hard for Splyce to fight back.
Kabi's going to have to flash out. He was not in a position to fight back there. Perk's waiting over the side of the wall. Not a ton of mana to his name, but more than enough to pop a squishy Caitlyn.
And I think G2 may actually start the Nashor soon. At least try and create the illusion that they're doing so. Perks is basing right now out of vision, but if they don't know, just play as if they're 5 people.
Have to assume that they're waiting in the brush, that they're hiding there. And this is kind of the poker side of League of Legends. Are they doing the Baron? Are they not doing the Baron? Are you going to call the bluff? Or are you going to face check into 5 members?
Well, there's no control ward in the pit right now. Obviously, Splyce lose a lot of information. That ward does not need to be cleared. Do not clear wards in the Baron pit, because you only give more information to your opponents. As long as you have control ward, it's fine.
Yeah, that was my favorite. I think we saw that 2-3 weeks ago. In the UOLCS, one team's like, we're going to start the Baron. We better kill this ward that doesn't see anything first. Like, hey, I wonder where they're at, guys.
Guess where? It tilts the ever-living crap out of me when that happens in solo queue. yeah, let's place in another ward, because they have to. They just have to check, are they doing it? Nope. Just toss them in there, boys.
It's okay, Crepo. I know. They're holding you back, Crepo. You'll rise up the ranks one day. You'll get to the top.
7.5, baby. Ignite Thunderlord's Thresh, level 2 power spike.
Well, not 7.5 yet, but that is a strong Wonder. Moving forward. Wonder's actually going to drop here. This is great. Shutting down the teleport. Now Trashy's in no man's land. He body slams forward. Turns into a little critter.
is here.
Maybe looking for a little bit more. They're trying to get more. Trick goes down. Senkox is on the front lines, but the Lulu's saying no to the play. Snaps back to safety. Flash out. Exhaust is down. They are going to make it out without losing anything else. 1 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, 1 for 1 and a single teleport used, but more time bought there as Senkox flies back in time himself. Now Kobe looking to clean out mid. And hopefully, for Splyce's sake, they can fight back a little bit of vision control. They've done so very well. Look at the jungle. Completely different pictures. 2 control wards on their side right now. And honestly, littering with wards at the entrances.
Battling back. Still don't have vision in the pit, though. That will be crucial as they move forward, but can't afford to push too far because, I mean, Sven right now is looking strong. He already has the Trinity Force. The Mora Mana stacked up as well. That Ezreal definitely has the power to outduel the Caitlyn, so Kabi has to be safe.
Yeah, G2 much more comfortable also playing the scaling game in this game. There isn't kind of these monster team fighters later on. Wonder is trying to put as much pressure as he can, but he doesn't have much to go with. Good collapse here from Perks. Mobile Assassin.
Can't really do much about that. Just too many dashes.
I mean, it's greedy from G2 kind of sticking around here. Good assassination from Senkox. He also gets a flash from the Graves. It's quite big, actually, for next fight.
All too crucial. Means he may not be the one able to contest in the Baron pit. Limited his ability to do much of anything, but for now he's going to grab yet another dragon. Ocean, maybe not the one you want to see in the late game, but makes that Elder Dragon, that true late game win condition, all the more terrifying.
Yeah, but we're looking at Baron still as the main win condition from G2. They just need to set up their lanes. Expect needs to base here, go to the bottom lane. See if he can deal with Wunder. So that's where the teleports match up, and obviously if he can burn both, and then have Shen Ultimate available, will also be great for G2.
Not gonna burn anything yet, though. Still the battle for vision. Still trying to get control.
Yeah, and obviously G2, they do not want to lose the second game. They want to extend that kind of streak of undefeated gameplay in terms of series, not games, in terms of matches, to 386 days, 385 right now. So obviously slower playing. If this was a game 1, I think we could see G2 accelerate a bit more, because they knew in case they messed up, they had a bit more leeway.
Game.
Yep. But this was their first blue side loss.
And really, when we look at the stakes, a lot of times G2 never contested at the top of the table. But Misfits are coming up quick, and they're looking stronger and stronger every week. And right now, G2 have a 1-game buffer.
Yeah.
That might not be the case when Misfits play H2K. We'll find out. But if G2 get a 2-game buffer here, or a 2-series buffer rather, it's a great place to be.
It doesn't matter that much, because obviously the match where G2 play against Misfits is going to be the decider in the second part, unless anybody slips up. But at that point, it also matters how cleanly you've been playing, right? How many games you've dropped, because that will decide the ties later on. It's match wins first, and it's the game win-loss record that decides where you're at, the percentage.
All too important to win clean, all too important to win decisively. G2 not going to get a quick 2-0 this time around. We'll have to fight to 3 games if they want to bring it back.
Let's follow the setup right now from G2. They're in the lead. They're contesting the vision. Do they do it carefully, or will they get collapsed on?
Oh, Sven going forward. The Shen ult is there, though. Senkox has to pull back to safety, but it's Trick who's on the backside. Perks is there as well. That's a lot of damage. Perks is trying to pop off. He's going in. He wants a little bit more. Exhaust goes down onto him, though. He's overstayed his welcome. He gets cut back. G2 still trying to get the most out of it. Sven, it's to protect the Sven comp. He's popping off. He's going in. He wants more. It's the double.
Yeah, because Sven is not afraid at the end of the fight when the tide is turning to flash or dash in aggressively, and he cleans up in the end. But Wunder, he bought a lot of time there, and Trick, he lost his flash in the last fight, and he had to pay the price for that, but still 3-for-2 exchange, and more importantly, teleport burned on the side of Splyce.
This is starting to look more and more like a G2 victory.
But it's also the right calls from Splyce as well. They're fighting back hard when they need to. You need to fight these Baron plays in the setup. If you allow your vision to be taken away, you will pay a much larger price to even get close to a fight. So this is almost a dream fight for Splyce. It's as good as it gets. Like, they're aggressively invading. Ahri's not there yet. You're next to the jungle who has no flash. Oh, Trashy. If that body slam connects, Trick is out of the fight without even ulting. So this is actually a window where G2 could have gotten punished. Because then Wunder can change his playstyle in the backline as well to not be aggressively peel-oriented and just wasting people's time. I love the adaptation at the end here, or kind of the switch in an aggressive pattern from G2. Sven, I expect go in, but that body slam from Trashy, oh so close to connecting and turning his game on its head.
It would have been a big difference. We look at the damage in the last team fight. 2,700 damage coming in for the Graves.
Would have not happened. And more importantly, the Renekton, it's not even the damage that happened, it's the change of playstyle approach. If you're a top lane tank in the back end of the fight and your team is convincingly winning the other side, you can just peel. Just waste their time, dance around with them a little bit.
For now, Baron Dance continues. Division setup for G2 coming in, but Splyce are there to contest it. They're no longer just conceding this.
Yeah, second teleport up again. This is obviously one of the advantages of playing 1-3-1 double TP comp is that you can cycle your TPs to the bottom lane, and it's really hard for a composition with a single TP to get a teleport advantage.
And this is kind of textbook Splyce when we look back at it. They were the 1-3-1 team coming in at Summer, picking sometimes very unorthodox 1-3-1 comps with the Talia top, things in the manner. This time around, they got the Echo, they've got the Renekton.
But they're still struggling with vision. Somebody will always have to face check here near Baron to figure out what's going on. It's so dark for them in that river.
It's grim. There it is. I was just about to ask for it, but there it is.
Yeah, just look at the vision right there. They have no clue who's basing. There could be 4 people in the little brush here. So let's see what the information that they're getting. They don't know where Perks is. They saw him now, so this is kind of a breath of relief. I almost want to follow this further.
Go in. Move forward. Perks trying to get a little bit of vision down. Now trying to get some damage down onto Wunder. Wunder may have overstayed his welcome. Sven can go over the wall. Wunder now set to fall. Flash out to safety. TP coming in behind them. Sven wants to start the fight.
Yeah,
Is canceled.
Cancel because it's too far. If he goes in, he will just get popped immediately. They got some cooldowns. But right now, they're fighting the darkness 4v5 because Wunder's not here. This is an incredibly tough call to make for Splyce. Is it even worth fighting? They don't know.
Want it. Mickey maybe looking to get something. Trashy wants to find a way over the wall. Charm has been burned. Where's the CC left to stop him from smiting? 3K dropping lower. Senkux wants to go into the pit.
Get
G2 pull back.
Yeah, they have to hold back because they don't want to risk a 50-50. Now Senkux creating a lot of space on the top side, fighting Perks. Wunder is back.
Well, out the passive, maybe able to heal up, but Senkux is going to chase him down. Doesn't have a Zhonya's, has no way to stay safe.
Perks drops.
Protobell pops him. Splyce now moving in.
It's still very hard. Sven is being built around with this composition. This is a soon to be, I hope, an Ardent Sensor too on Mythi to just keep Sven buffed up. Drake's going to solo start Dragon here. Splyce going to react with a Nasher. They could technically.
Expect Sven. Mythi all there. Ezreal and the 2 pieces set in place to protect him. Both up, both available.
Ooh, aggressively contesting his wave means you're going to get hella poked.
Moving in. Decent damage. Senkux is the man on the front lines. Timewiner goes out.
And look at Sven, he's weaving him. He's essentially fighting 1v4 right there, finding Kobe in the middle of the enemy team, just forcing them to walk backwards. And now Perks is spawning in 8 seconds. 4v5, G2 is still maintaining pressure on the map here.
Parallel convergence. Nothing going to happen. Both teams backing off, but as you said, G2, they remain in control. They're getting the mid lane push. Yeah. They're looking to get the vision as well.
They accidentally hit some wards during that Baron encounter as well. When people were placing wards over the wall, they were being hit by the G2 members, some of them, and then eventually they decided to clear them out.
Now moving in. Trinket used to spot Graves out.
They find out they're starting it. Really good sneak from G2 all of a sudden.
Forward.
So hard for Splyce to see what's going on. We don't know. Right?
Senkux. Redemption goes in. Trashy, where are you at? Where's the smite? This is your chance. This is the redemption. Are you going to get it? Mythi goes over the wall. They're not going to grab it. G2 get it in the end. Splyce trying to get something. Wunder may get taken down, but Senkux is in the middle of the team. He gets shut down. Graves making sure nothing's going to happen there on the side of Splyce. And Sven is going forward. Exhaust drops. Is it going to be enough? Has the overstayed his welcome. Kobe's moving forward. Oh no, the charm hits. He's knocked out. Sven's on the back line. He's doing his best bang impression. Wants to keep the fight going. He goes through another one. That is good for G2.
Yeah, bang, bang. Shut him down right there. I want to see again what happened with Mythi because he flashed over the wall to polymorph Trashy, but I think he actually blocked the body slam on the same frame as well, keeping Trashy outside. Obviously, as a Gragas, you never want to body slam over that wall because that's blockable. You always want to flash if you're Trashy.
Now G2, they're going to break an inhibitor. This is the start of them looking to make this a series.
Yeah, this was the moment for Splyce to fight back. They had an inkling of a chance. It wasn't 50-50, maybe 30% of its steal. And even then, the fight after would be rough. And once they lost it, they kind of got sucked into the despair. Let's watch it again. So keep your eyes on Mithy. 2K right there. Steal's coming.
Yep.
And that's, honestly, is really hard to tell. It's nitpicking. But as a jungler, if you have 2 gap closers and one of them is flash and the other one is a jump, you flash in because the priority is to get the Nasher first. Yes, you can die then, and then you try and use your gap closer out.
Man. Can't tell if it's luck, if it's brilliance coming in from Mithy, but...
I mean, he can still flash over and polymorph because the polymorph can go into the pit too. Obviously, Smite's still available then, but then he can only do his best, right?
So good. Now we look at how the team fights are unfolding. It is the Sven show. It is this Ezreal coming in, dishing out the damage. Now as the Lord Dominic's the QSS as well.
Yeah, entirely built around 2. Shen ulti on him, Guru ulti. Essentially, you gotta kill him twice.
And when we look at it too, Echo, more of the mid-game burst damage, not that late-game scaling.
Obviously, changes. If Echo is snowballing, you always stay ahead. Trash looking for the flank here on Sven.
Oh, Sven just gets knocked back, buffers the ship, makes it out to safety. Trashy gets popped. There's too much damage. Senkux runs in, tries to save himself, tries to make it back to safety. It's not enough. Trick takes him down as well. Sven doesn't care. He's on the front lines. He's going to keep going. Whew. I haven't seen a pet Ezreal in a long time.
Breathe. That's really well played by Sven. He just shifts in whenever he can. It was a 4v5. It was worthy of an attempt by Splyce, going for the flank, but the reaction on that body time flash from over the wall shift was almost instantaneous. You can shift after CC as long as you start the animation early, and that is exactly what Sven did there. And for that reason, G2 convincingly win the fight, and they will tie up the series.
So good to see coming in from G2. Wonder's desperately holding on to it, but Sven is just too strong, and every member of the team there is backing him up. Game 2, G2 tie it up. We're gonna go to a game 3. What a series so far.
And that's exactly what we want to see. 2 good European teams, Splyce on the up and up. G2 defending their undefeated record here, going all the way to a game 3. No more ties.
No more ties. We saw that. I think it was week 8, back end of the summer season, the tie. Both teams getting one apiece. But now someone has to be a winner, Crepo. We saw G2 adapt. We saw G2 pick up the pace.
But it's still, it was such a, honestly, a shameful snowball in the sense that that was a massive blunder by Splyce to overreach in that jungle. I think Trick definitely made the game-winning play with that single gank because I think it forced the play that happened next from Splyce. We saw Mickey in the bot lane drop, no side stone, so he really wanted to get like a deep ward to get some like understanding of what was going on the map. They saw Raptors like, let's steal them. And then Trashy pulled the trigger on the engage with the body slam flash, and it was just, you could see that was a gut call, an in-the-moment call, because the teleport was late, it wasn't set up, there was no communication, and it completely crumbled.
And if you want to look at the silver lining, it's that, oh, look, but at least they made it as a team. But the worst part of that call was that everyone went in, that everyone followed, and the one bad decision became a team-wide bad decision as everybody died in that exchange.
Yeah, they all died. Obviously, once the call was made, they went in as a team, but it was a little rough. It's really hard to read sometimes, but yeah, Trashy, body slam level 5, not too much you can do there. And that point, though, they had to stall, and I think they did well. They went into 1-3-1 formation. Senkux bought a lot of time. They kept cycling their teleports. Whenever one was down, somebody else would kind of take over in the bottom lane. They understood which brushes were fighting for and which were not. So they, like the one brush next to mid lane, they were continuously fighting over pink ward control. 3 traps, double pink wards in there, because they knew if you lose that one, that is a stepping stone into national control.
Well, and I liked it too because we were talking about how we wanted to see more European teams fight over vision control, not just go fight at the Baron, not just go fight at the Dragon where the stakes are super high. Fight where there's lower stakes and fight over that vision. And we've seen both teams now do this very well, and I think it's good for the development of Europe, but also just good to see because one, we get a lot more fights, yay. And two, it's nice to see teams play around something that we're seeing in
standoffs. Like there weren't really fights. Come on, like I like Vision Wars myself because I think it's really important, but they weren't really fighting too much. There was
a lot of cooldowns burned. There's a lot of people who almost died, and that makes me happy.
There was that one body slam that could have turned it around. So there was actually a moment where G2 could have technically lost control, or at least evened up control in the game there. So it just shows you that if you play the defensive game well and you really understand to pick your battles, there will be moments where your opponent may make a mistake, and all you got to do is pull the trigger right. It was unfortunate for Splyce that Trashy missed there. Very well executed fight otherwise from G2. And also, I'm just loving Sven on Ezreal.
Sven on Ezreal was crisp, and I think so often when we see Ezreal picked, it's everyone plays back. They play so far back. They never want to go forward, and I understand, because most often than not, they're at a deficit. But it's not what we want to see when we see Ezreal.
The major difference between like actual good Ezreal players is just Q hit rate. If you hit like 2 out of your 4 Qs, you're useless. If you had 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, that's when they actually start amounting to something. And that's the problem when people who play Ezreal, they don't harass well early, they don't CS well, and if you get behind the curve on this champion, he's just useless. But if you look at like what like Deft and Bang can do in a champion, he's just broken.
Deft, Bang, Sven. All right.
I mean, you can almost put him there in his prime.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how the career continues for Sen. For a closer look at Game 2, however, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Taken game 1, but G2 says not so fast, and they have an answer of their own and even it out. And very much like game 1, there was a lot of action early. However, G2 were the benefactors this time around.
Yes, they were. G2 were able to get a pretty significant advantage early on thanks to the invade that we saw coming out from Splyce. Somewhat of a risky invade.
I mean, nice positive crib was that this was because Mickey got ganked, so you had to go in there and play his award. I just feel like this was Splyce really going for an aggressive and risky play, and G2 punished them.
Look at the minimap. You can see that Renekton has just backed, and there's plenty of vision for Splyce around this part of the map. So the initial thought is, hey, Splyce, maybe they can have the ability for the TP play. The problem is you have Caitlyn, who's being pushed underneath her tower, and the Echo, who's also being pushed underneath.
Yeah, so that's 2 people who won't be able to join when the fight starts. We can start rolling it. Obviously, it's all about Perks, Smithy, and then Trick joining very quickly, but even Sven is roaming up. And because Echo can't join before now, when Trashy is already dead, it's actually been a really tough fight for Splyce to execute.
And just note how late the TP was from Wunder as well, because by the time the fight had pretty much already concluded is when Wunder joins the fray, and he just can't have the same sort of impact that he would have liked to. Perks even gets level 6 off of that, and then he can use it to chase down the Renekton, and it gives such a big gold advantage so early on into the game. G2 is set up for success.
Definitely. There's only a tiny crocodile there, and here we see the goal differences versus Splyce game 1 and game 2, because in game 1, Splyce was on the upfoot and they closed it out quite heavily and quite quickly. However, G2, they took a bit of a slower approach after their initial success.
Well, it was very hard for them to actually kind of further snowball it once they'd taken down the outer turrets, because you had Renekton pushing in one lane from Splyce, you had Echo pushing in the other lane, so you only had really mid lane you could kind of focus on, and then it becomes really difficult to start setting up Baron. So they were kind of looking for just any fight, because they were still ahead in golds, and they get this fight in the jungle, which obviously was one where Splyce were actually pretty close to even out the whole thing. We even have a replay of it where you see like Senkook's jumping around, but then the man, the Dane in the bot lane enters. Some people call him Niklas Bentner, other people call him Sven.
Niklas Bentner.
And he will go off in this fight here. But also, you know, I like Trashy. Sorry, I mean Senkook's on Echo here, but then look at Sven.
I think the problem that you had for G2 was how split up the fight ended up going, and it really was Sven. Reminding me of a Welshman riding a dragon. He was so majestic, he was powerful, and he just looked so clean.
You mean riding a sheep or a dragon?
No, a dragon. Definitely a dragon. Because he steamrolled through the entire team, right? And it was great to see Sven had a really impressive performance. And this wasn't the only fight that he had a great performance in.
No, I was about to ask what exactly, like, why was his positioning so good, or what did he do well in that fight, but then you go out with this... All right. Oh, this is also very good, because Mithy is the MVP.
The first one was the easy fight. Mithy here is a god for flashing out and basically standing in front of Trashy, so he can't body slam over the wall. But this one was the tough fight for Sven to play. The first one was easy enough, but this one, again, where he has to play very aggressive, he's playing in the front line.
Yep, and he did it multiple times throughout this game as well. He gets exhausted, he doesn't care. The amount of damage that he outputs. Again, it's like a Welshman riding a dragon. Look at how clean it is, so powerful.
Yeah, but we don't know how clean that is. Like, whatever. I got some numbers here.
You got some numbers.
Okay. So the average Ezreal player in Europe, the DPM is 611. This game from Sven, 956. He dealt 40% of his team's damage in this game as well. And both those 2 team fights, we saw he dealt more than 5k damage. And the next player was like 2.5k. So he was able to ditch out so much DPS, not like a Welshman riding a dragon.
Oh my gosh.
But
yesterday cows, today dragons, tomorrow...
Can you tip it, or...?
Right. No, it's quite interesting that we see that now, because G2 as a whole, of course, played this very well and they played it out, but Sven was someone in the bottom lane in general that we put question marks by for the side of G2, but they absolutely delivered rather. Sven here, and then Mithy with that block for the Baron, which could have tipped the thing as well. So the tipping again. Anyway, 1-1, and I'm excited about this series because this is what we love to see. We want to see it going 3 games. I would have liked it to be a bit closer though, because in game 1 it was very much not a stomp, but Splyce closing it out quite easily.
Yeah.
In this game it was G2, albeit a little slower, very dominantly closing it out, and usually that spells out a close game 3. But how do you think this is going to go?
What I feel we're seeing right now is a lot of just early game plays that are swinging it heavily in one way. In game 1, we saw the top lane dive coming out from Splyce. They spent a lot of time setting it up. They execute cleanly. They get an advantage. They push it. In game 2, it's this time G2 punishing a small mistake from Splyce. So it seems to me like Splyce are the proactive early game players, and it's whether or not they succeed or fail that's actually resulting in who gets the advantage.
Yeah, very much. You know, if we don't see the same kind of invade from Splyce, they're level 3. G2 will not get the 4 kills that early, so that would be a different game. But I think G2 really took the advantage. They forced that one fight in the jungle, then set up Baron Vision. We see that clean execution later on, and that's what they show. I think both teams are very even right now.
So bottom line, do you want to see Splyce invade or pull the trigger early or not?
I think it's good from Splyce because it's nice. It's a nice shift.
It's not needed with the Gragas. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, exactly, right. But I think that they can take a little bit more time, just like game 1. Just invest more time into the setup rather than trying to force the play without proper support.
All right, well, we will see when we come back. We will have game 3 between G2 and Splyce. Stick around.
Senkuks behind enemy lines. E-Drive Resonance gonna proc. He's so low. Perk's not gonna get auto. He makes it out. That's another kill going forward. This is bad for Splyce. Mickey's next on the menu. Are they gonna get anything? Wonder's left alone.
Nice. Nice. Don't shoot.
Boom, boom, boom.
That's how I like Abby.
G2 still trying to get the most out of it. Sven, it's to protect the Sven comp. He's popping off. He's going in. He wants more. It's the double. As the overstay as well from Tommy moving forward. Oh no, the charm hits. He's knocked out. Sven's on the back line. He's doing his best bang impression. Wants to keep the fight going. He goes through another one. That is good for G2. Yeah. Game 2, G2 tie it up. We're gonna go to a game 3. What a series so far.
Welcome back to Berlin, where Game 3 is about to begin. And Crepo, we're witnessing the evolution of the meta here, because G2 have chosen red side. Is this it? Is red side the new OP? Is this the new flavor?
I think in this particular matchup, if we saw kind of the draft patterns come out, like early kind of uncounterable picks by Splyce, and then a counter pick in mid lane to really facilitate the man right there who is just getting comfy, the Kooks.
It looks like he got stuck, and then he realized the camera was on him, and he pretended like that whole thing was planned. That's all I'm going to say.
And then Sven is just showboating his watch right there.
It's nice.
And I'm getting scolded because they're asking me, Crepo, why are you not in Champ Select?
Oh, I am. Nice.
You are. That you're not Crepo.
I was worried. I thought I forgot. It's important for us to be in Champ Select. It turns out we need to watch the game in order to cast the game. I know it's crazy.
I mean, we have what they call a program monitor, so we have the ability to watch the game, but sometimes you just like browsing around, seeing how much gold Perks has.
Very true. Very important. When we want to talk about why Perks is backing with 5K gold this game, we need to know exactly how much it is.
That's actually a stat I'm very interested in finding out. I don't know if you can actually track it, but back gold. Who is the greediest of them all? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the greediest of them all? Tell me why it's Froggen.
I think you're better equipped to tell me why it's Froggen, Crepo. But this is it. Game 3. G2 versus Splyce. We're about to get into picks and bans here. And the bans, they're already coming out. And we're going to get into you in just a second.
Yeah.
Malzahar, Varus taken off. Splyce's first game on the blue side.
They have more liberty now on blue side. And there's much less or much fewer must bans. G2 likely have to ban Camille again. But there's still LeBlanc Rengar, so they may actually leave Camille open with the Varus ban and give it over to Mickey.
Oh, give it over to Mickey, give it over to Wonder. Could go anywhere. That's the beauty of this pick. We've already seen the Gragas, a potential flex pick coming in for Splyce.
Oh,
Pair that with the Camille.
Look at Mickey, he's getting ready. He knows, because they're already getting Rengar or Camille at this point. It's pretty big for G2. This is obviously a price they pay for picking red side right now.
What are they going to give up? It's a hard debate. What do you give to your
Ban Rengar
opponents?
and give him Camille, I think.
Really? Give him Camille? Did you say give him Rengar?
I meant, of course, English, secondary language. You know how that goes.
You're learning on the fight. It's okay. It's okay, Crepo.
God damn it.
Very similar words. Rengar, Camille, understandable.
You just gotta do it with confidence, you know? You say it, and then if it happens, you drop the mic, you walk away. Bing! Yeah, to get my own little video. I never had one of those videos made for me. I'm gonna edit my own.
Edit your own?
Selectively edit whenever Crepo rightly predicts. Ding, ding, ding.
You need an anonymous account to post it under. I think people might be a little frustrated if you post under your own
Totally
name.
not Crepo, 1, 2, 3, 4. On Reddit.
Okay, so Splyce have their hands on the Rengar.
Yeah.
Hasn't been the most successful pick domestically for Europe.
I mean, in IEM, it's not been a successful pick domestically for Europe because it's just not been played. It's been bad all the time. But no, you're right. At IEM, it wasn't really working out.
Yeah, I guess that's internationally.
Yeah,
all right, our Rengars have not looked the best. Trashy's going to try it this time.
Exactly. If half the teams of a tournament are European, it's still an international tournament. The reaction, of course, is take the strongest duelist jungle you can imagine. There was a period of time where people would play Ivern into kind of Rengar and trying to just get around it that way, but I think Graves is a fine choice, and G2 really leaning into that Ezreal priority that we see.
They're liking the way Sven played that one. It was pretty impressive mechanically, making sure that things happened, but Splyce, they're like, we want to push hard.
Actually, there's very few instances where I advocate a Ziggs pick, but I think in this particular matchup, when you're playing against a player that is just so good at what he does, as in Sven, you kind of just play the game in a way where not even the best players can do much about it. You push him in with Ziggs Karma, you take their turret, you open up the map, you make it so that Rengar can find picks. This Lulu will be bound to Sven in the mid game, just trying to make sure that he doesn't die.
Okay, Senkux is still reclined. Is he actually stuck, or are we going to have to pause for that to get him back up?
Our
or is he
main
just
narrative
chilling?
was like, Senkux is on decline. He switched that around. Sometimes you gotta lean back.
Relax.
Yeah.
It's too easy, says Senkux. His Echo, though, taken away. Going to be a little bit harder for him to pick up something. Syndra continues to remain banned in this series.
Yeah, this is where they're attacking Splyce. Not only do they switch sides and they remove the counter pick potential from Splyce to give Senkux a preferential matchup, they're also attacking him much harder here in phase 2. previous games, not a single mid laner was being banned out. It was always that Gnar to ban out against the Renekton. And right now, Cassio, Echo, Syndra are all off the game. LeBlanc's off the list as well. And now Splyce reacts with an Ahri ban. So both these guys will have to dig very deep to find better matchups.
6 champions taken out of the mid lane pool.
G2 might actually just pick Orianna here and be like, you know what? I don't think you have anything left to offer.
Except Orianna's not available.
Oh, they could have picked Orianna, but it's not available, which I totally should have said. Damn it, what is left at this point? Somebody have a list out there?
Zed
is available.
Let's do it.
Oh my, that's actually a really embarrassing blunder to make. And Nalus is the best pick after the second ban phase, where nothing is kind of taken off, because he's a new Maokai, pretty much.
Yeah.
Teams would just pick Maokai here, then leave the counter pick open. We may actually see the Zed come out if this Jace gets locked in.
They have a Lulu. They have tools. Ooh, interesting.
Top lane cannon. Bully.
1-3-1 once again, potentially coming
Triple
in for
flag
Splyce.
still. Technically can be AD cannon, Jace mid, or Ziggs mid, Jace top. Unlikely, but just for the record, let the record show that if it happens, it was predicted.
Crepo said that it could happen. Well, G2 could be a Lulu mid and a Nautilus support.
Yeah, it could. If you were in 2015, maybe.
It's hard to keep track of what year Lulu was broken. There were a couple of them, but I don't remember specifically
Just
which
different
ones.
ways. Does she kill you or does she help her team? Yeah, I think the Zed actually comes out here because it's a fine matchup into Jace.
All right, lethality in the mid lane. I'm liking it.
And more importantly, there's no hyper tank being picked up on the side of Splyce, so it's not like this cannon is going to build more than one armor item. Yeah, he'll get a Zonias, but nobody can really itemize against his Zed efficiently. There's very few hard CC to lock him down as well, no suppressions. So Perkz is actually the man to watch in this game.
Have to put the priority on him. And this is a lot of pressure. Last time it was Sven who was carrying the game. It was Sven who was making all the plays and dishing out the damage. He still has the tools to make that happen to a certain degree. No Shen this time. A lot more onus onto Perkz in this draft.
Yeah, no shenanigans.
I feel like Splyce continuing to build us up this 1-3-1.
You missed it.
No shenanigans.
Yes. Shout out to Freak out there, my one fan.
You have like 2, 3 maybe? Come on, Crepo.
There's at least one guy who must appreciate a pun here and there. But I think the game plan for Splyce is very simple. It's just take out all these tier 1 turrets and then force a fight somewhere before G2 pop off and outscale. Because Perkz, while he is influential in the game early on, he will in the end become a mere distraction. Perkz and Expect are just going to create so much space for Sven to operate in.
Easy game for the Ezreal to have. So many targets that you have to focus on. Makes it pretty comfortable for him. And really, 2 very different team compositions coming in. At the end of the day, this is your chance, whether you're a Fairweather fan or a diehard.
Yeah, where do you go now, fans?
At LOL Esports, hashtag SPY1 or hashtag G2. When it was 70% for G2, then it was 50. Where's it going to be this time?
Keep switching sides. I'm going to stick with my Broncos. Go Broncos.
Go Broncos. Here we go. Game 3. G2 versus Splyce. Splyce finally find themselves on the blue side. G2 on the red. Is red side just too strong?
Red side, best side. Oh, the 5-man invade. My heart warms when I see this. Where are they going?
Oh, they're waiting.
They want to punish this ward by Trashy.
Trashy.
Do it. You want some vision. You're going to invade your Raptors. I think you have to.
Trashy, you don't want them to start Raptors.
Do you really want to play the game with no information?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
The announcer just told you 30 seconds until minions spawn. Not much longer and your Raptors spawn. Oh.
You could do it. Ah, yeah, okay. Trick showed himself. All right. At the end of the day, obviously, safe play comes in from Trashy. Right play in the end. He may not know it now, but when he goes back and watches the VOD, he'll say, yes, I'm so glad I did not move in there.
Mickey and Kabe moving over. Just to stop the enemy Raptor invade, essentially.
Minions have spawned.
Not sure where G2 is, of course. Didn't spot them in their own jungle.
It's a bold ward to place on your own.
Kabe's a bold man.
Bold man.
Bold, explosive Yordle. Crepo, what are we looking for here in this early game? I feel like our attention has been very focused on bot in these first few games because they've been such different matchups back and forth.
I think we won't see any ganks in top lane, so it's wise for both junglers to start top side. Both teams will also be privy to that information. Expect and Wunder are going to path to lane late. We see Kennen right there. If you're unfamiliar with top lane Kennen, they start W first. Basically stack up auto attacks on the minions and then go for an auto W trade. And that is worth hitting Expect for if you are Wunder. Every time he goes close to a CS, you want to auto attack him, but you have to remember auto attacks draw minion aggros. So you only want to do it when you can really follow it up with that, you know, improved auto from W and then poke him, and then level 2, that's how you generate stuns. And you obviously play in the brush, so whenever you get minion aggro, you can just sweep it off just like that. That's what Wunder wants to do. Get access to the creep, stack up, auto W. Expect wants to just get close.
But
there's a level 2
here. Red buff procking. Wunder knows he's dead. There's nothing left for him. That's going to be first blood. G2 starting this one off right.
It's such a smart gank to do because you saw the gameplay, right? If we were zoomed in, not looking at the minimap, it was perfect gameplay. It's like, oh, he's really bullying Nautilus. There's no counterplay. Expect looked like he was forcing Wunder out of lane, and then suddenly Wunder's like, oh, I'm getting level 2 gank. This is the perfect counter.
Oh, it's dark. Trashy's going to make a response of his own, though. He's going to go try to steal away a blue buff. Try to get something back. Punish Trick for the early play, but Kennen started cold.
The one problem is, Expect only picked up an assist, right? He has to walk back to lane. The lane was kept frozen, I believe, by Wunder. Or it's not frozen, it's a slow push out. But the problem is there's still some CS being denied. The way this lane interacts with each other is not going to change. Expect will still be behind Wunder, and now the bottom side of the map has gone over to Splyce. So now the onus is on Kobe and Mickey to really power through in the bottom lane and find a way to open up that bot lane turret.
Now they're laying down decent amount of poke. The Zig's just so obnoxious to play against, and already all of the pots burned through by Mithy. Can't comfortably keep laning against here. The harass continues to come out.
Yeah, Twig just snuck around and looked like this is perfect one-on-one play by Wunder. He was really going to town. Expect, the problem is, like, if Grace shows up, yeah, you're done for. He holds the summoners, he knows, doesn't waste them.
That's grim.
Yep, and the wave, I think, did get pushed in here at the end. So everybody played everything right there.
It's like old Yeller. Interesting, though, as we kind of focus back in on the bot lane, as we look across multiple lanes, things are relatively even outside of the top side of the map. Now, a lot of pressure on Expect, similar to what we saw in the first 2 games, to get that CS under tower.
Yeah, Trick's approach in his early game is just relieving pressure. He went top to relieve pressure from Expect. He was obviously happy it resulted in a kill, but look at it, the laning pattern is still, it's a very counter-heavy matchup. Like, Wunder will pull ahead on this pick, because this also fits his playstyle. This is very synonymous to Gnar, the way you play it. You know, ranged bully, auto Q, auto. In this particular matchup, it's actually like auto W proc into Q, and then hide in brush for the reset. Very easy. It's just.
Do you think we're going to see the AP kind of team fighting Kennen, or are we going to see that frozen Mao, that sort of split push Kennen that has been off and on popular, but only with a couple different players?
Actually, not quite sure. I don't like AD Kennen on a side lane. I think it's horrible, but teams like it. Trashy getting out of jungle. They reveal Trick, it's good. As long as you find the enemy graves, you can keep playing the pressure game on Kennen 1v1. I personally like Azonia's flying Kennen to set up some CC, at least for this team that's not bringing anything to the table. But if they feel they can never fight in teamfights anyways, they may just want to invest in the split push Kennen anyways.
Decent thing to consider. They have the lane bully and the lane advantage for now. Trashy's on the way up. Wunder's continuing to move forward. Stun goes down onto Trick. Trying to get a summoner there. Aren't going to find it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it more. I think it will actually just be AD Kennen, just dueling on side lanes. Seems like the smarter choice. Just always try and stay ahead of this Nautilus. Keep the pressure going. Play for the turrets. Keep the open map. Your remaining 4 members can always siege.
True. I mean, he has the fervor too, so he's set up relatively well for it. The other thing to consider, though, is that there's a Zed on this team right now, and the Zed, maybe not super comfortable to duel out the Kennen, but much easier for him to kill an AD Kennen as opposed to that AP Kennen who will have the Zhonya's.
Yeah, the Zhonya's is a way of counterplay, but obviously auto attack trades definitely help you there as well. If you have some sustain in your build, you can get, I don't know, a little bit tankier overall. We'll have to see how it evolves. This is obviously something we have to track as well. The impact of Kobe, and I think stylistically speaking, drafting that Ziggs here obviously will help him become more relevant in the game compared to Sven, because Sven late game on Ezreal is going to pop off. Splyce bot lane got ganked last game by not having enough wards. Right now, Trick is looking to repeat that, but it's very hard against such a push poke lane.
Feels like a lot of the lanes are much, much more difficult to gank this time around. Zed with some relative safety, Jace with the comfort of range.
There's also just no CC on like a lot of these pairings.
Oh, Sven going in. Has to be careful though. We'll get snared up here. Mickey still not comfortable in the trade.
And just always queuing the backline there from Kove. It's so obnoxious to play against. He has lost chapter now. Just keep doing it. And Sven, he will eventually just kind of run out of mana, even with a tier.
It's kind of hard to watch the Ziggs bot lane matchup. Personally, I'm glad I'm not playing it right now. That's about the only recompense.
The support pick matters a lot. You need some help in terms of push from your support, especially against like Lulu Ezreal, who can eventually challenge you on that front. It's always push first, straight later. Senkix right now, getting all in.
Nice shadows, goes in, still has to spin, wants to snap back. Makes it to safety. Not gonna get it. Good sidestep from Senkux.
Yeah, really well played, well-timed exhaust. Also, Perks opened up with the trade, got all his cooldowns down, and then went in for the ulti, of course. So not the ideal trade. He was trying to suck in Senkux for a counterplay and then surprise him by Expect showing up.
Doesn't get anything in the end, and I mean, really, Senkux just outplaying there. Perks has to burn a summoner spell. Senkux has to burn 2, though, so still potentially a small advantage over to Perks.
Yeah, just it makes it so that Senkux has to go back into this kind of low-pressure style, where he just plays back in the lane, or he needs really good vision next to the lanes. Or Trashy can open up, because Trashy right now, he has farmed evenly through that level 6 power spike. Except for that early first spot in top lane, the game has been pretty even.
Rengar all now available, though. We have to wonder where it's going to go, where he's going to show up. Is now spotted out, and the team knows exactly where Trash is going to be, so it does give them a little bit more onus to play comfortable on the bottom side of the map, but they definitely do not look comfortable here. Kabi full health, continuing to throw out the poke. We already talked about Lost Chapter once, and it's just a little gross. Yeah.
It's a little gross. Sven may have to take a shower after this game. Wunder right now getting engaged on, knocked up pretty soon.
Depth charge going to chase him down. Trick goes forward. End of the line, not going to connect.
Trashy wasted ulti. That's big, actually.
Trashy wasted ulti. Like, they burned everything. They didn't kill the Kennen. Why is Trashy wasting ulti? What we're
Because now it's an equal trade, you know? Like,
okay,
now the Rengar can't go mid to help this matchup in particular.
Okay.
Imagine if you have Jace, Rengar speeding through a gate, jumping on Perks, if he ever aggressively ultis.
Okay, I see that. That's fair.
You can never look at it in a vacuum. You need to look at like what happens next. If you fail a play,
I'm a play-by-play guy. I look at things like that's how I'm supposed to look at it.
Like he already escaped. That's the point, right? Like it's very unfortunate. It's very understandable why Trashy ended up burning that ulti. But imagine if you had it right now. You can punish people a minute later for a play they've already made.
Yeah. Interesting choice by Trick too in the exchange to W flash instead of Q flashing. But not going to get it in the end. Mithy going to lay down a bit of vision and make it to safety. And now, because of the play on the top side, G2 relatively comfortable on the bottom side. Have set up vision for themselves, but Splyce is swapped.
I love this rotation. Whenever you have a stronger top lane and you have a good sieging bot lane, you move him over right now. Expect trouble. No one flash. He's staying around.
Locked up. Chain CC. Kabi's going to grab that one.
He saw 3. He did not expect 4 right here. This is a really good map rotation from Splyce because their comp benefits so much from opening up these tier 1 turrets. They do not care that they lose the Mountain Drake because they're playing a completely different game here.
Not only does their comp benefit from it, but they're so good at doing it with the Ziggs. G2, yeah, they get something back, but it's only a Mountain Dragon.
Yeah. Now it's a longer lane where Wunder can most definitely lean into that attack speed-based cannon. I think you have your answer on the screen here now. Perks is being poked out. Could be another big rotation if the Ziggs comes in and Perks can't clear, because that is one of those picks with not much innate wave clear. It takes him time to clear through a full wave.
And if he shadows forward to try to clear the wave.
We may see actually Trick show up and a teleport from Expect to break this siege. If it keeps on happening.
Trick does have the angle on the flank if he wants to push for more.
Yeah, they have to be careful moving back into their jungle. Please don't face check. No,
Mickey.
Mickey.
Trick.
Mickey? Hello?
Mickey? Hello? Exhaust? All right,
Run, Mickey. Run.
He's safe. Nope. Might be Trick who has to run.
Trick failed.
Oh, didn't go over the wall. That's
not
not all you want. Here comes the Jace. Trick's in trouble. Up he goes. All right.
I love watching high-level League Legends. Games like this remind me why I can't make it.
Oh, little blunders. Sometimes
Happens.
it's hard to push the buttons. Sometimes, if you're Grays, maybe you gained a little weight. You know, you used to be able to collateral damage over that wall. You're not able to anymore. It happens. You're getting older. Your body starts to change. You know, things happen.
Yeah. Or you just misclick. That's okay as well.
Or you just misclick. It's also true.
Just a wee bit of misclick. Sven shifting in. That gives Wunder the signal. Hey, he may not be alone. Can Wunder hold this? So obviously Expect is much better at holding under turret. So this is a good lane assignment from G2.
Yeah, starting to build towards that wit's end, but it won't help against the primarily physical damage of the Mystic Shot. Will mitigate some damage from the ult, but dodges it anyway. So pressure's on now. Perk's gonna grab blue buff.
Trick needs to relieve some pressure somewhere pretty soon. Because Splyce, they should fight back somewhere. They're actually pairing Mickey. This is the old school Season 3 lane swaps. Supports and top laners. And then leave your AD carry alone. Back then they were called AD carries, not marksmen. And they were most definitely not Ziggs.
They were most definitely AD for sure.
Yeah. Imagine if you're like a really adept AD carry player and you wake up after like a coma and you're just like, what is this atrocious Ziggs doing in my lane? What happened?
And then you realize how disgustingly strong it is.
And then you realize it's 2017 and you're an AD carry and like, what's going on? Put me back.
Put me back. Give me another 2 years.
Yep, wake me up.
Bring me back when it's Season 2 again and I can solo carry games.
Wake me up when November ends, when we change the patches again.
That would be a green day, Crepo. A green day indeed.
Indeed. Expect slowly getting back into the game. He's been giving a kind of a solo lane right there. G2 getting an unanswered turret almost here. They took that down from 100% HP to 20%. Kabi and Mickey did not find any opening anywhere else on the map, and they're now forced to match on the top side. So the last 2 minutes kind of have gone to G2.
Decent spot to be too, because we look at it, 2K gold deficit. Once again, not a make or break point.
No.
But this can grow. See right now, they don't know Trick is there.
No, they have to be very careful. They have the wave clear. If they want to play the passive mindset, they can. Splyce need to be careful to not play over aggressively on every part of the map. Trick moving over if they see the Zed in the mid lane. This is a sigh of relief at least for Splyce.
Yeah, but Jace is coming up. It might be Trick who's caught out here.
Yeah.
Let's pull back.
Splyce was very happy to see Zed in the mid lane right there, catching that wave. Otherwise, they would have had to back off from the turret.
Oh, Expect trying to clear the wave. Doesn't know Rengar's here.
I mean, he must expect it at least because he sees his jungler on the top side. He's just going to ward. That's what he's doing. Now he gets engaged on. He wants to know what's going on before it happens.
Now where you want to be. Where's the snare at? Does flash over it in the end. Knocks up Wunder. That's bad for Wunder. Goes forward. Locks him up again. Expect. Is he going to get it? Yeah! Nice one for one.
So well played. Instant flash. No hesitation. Instant snare into knock up. Really well played by Expect.
Oh, now Perks is the one who's on the hunt. Trashy running. Stealthed up. Perks catches a glimpse of him. Dashes forward. Flashes out. There's the Death Mark Ignite. Auto attack. Spin. It's done. He gets it.
Yeah, and just like that, G2 fight their way back into the game. And who would have thought it was actually Expect with kind of the clutch play to get them back in there. So often this guy gets left on an island. He's to fend for himself with incredibly low jungle proximity. He's one of the top laners that gets the least attention and always kind of has the opposing jungler show up a little more, try and punish him, because that's generally the weak point, right? Every single week we're like, how is G2 gonna lose? Well, Sven and Midley are good. Perks play safe. I expect there's a little bit of a risk, and this guy comes out clutch.
So good. Kind of outplays mechanically, uses the flash to perfectly dodge the skill shot, keeps the fight going.
Who knew you could mechanically outplay on Nautilus?
I thought that point and click CC just took that away from you. Yeah. But there's some skill shots in there, Crepo.
There's the massive anchor.
Emphasis on the skill.
But I really like it because he ults first, giving Wunder the illusion of safety to kite back, and then he instantly flashes him out, whacks him in the face. Look at it. Knock, knock. Like, and then it chains into each other. So it's a snare into the knock up, and then he gets the perfect angle after the flash. You could debate that Trashy should have...
What?
Oh.
You have to hold that thought because Mickey's dead.
You could debate that Mickey's dead, but you could also debate that Trashy could have flashed in front of the anchor toss. Right?
Very true.
That was the outplay to be made. Faker would have flashed in there. Hang on, Sven.
Let's see if Senkox wants to do a Faker impression. He wants to flash in here. Cool. Not going to do it. A lot of damage on his Sven, though.
That was the Mad Life Q from Senkox, trying to force the shift from Sven.
Okay, Expect.
See this anchor? I don't even need it.
Yeah.
I'm going hands-free. Bluetooth, baby.
Trashy Perks. Careful. I keep expecting people to die in these situations because I expect them to try to outplay.
Yeah.
Because from what I've heard, rumors of the G2 versus Splyce script, I've heard there's a lot of attempts at mechanical outplay.
Here we go. Let's see one more.
Perks locked up. Not going to Death Mark, but
Lost his flash.
Yeah, Ghostblade traded for ult there.
It was very close to ulting though. Obviously, if you can get your ulti channel off mid Kinnan ultimate, and then you can do just a little bit more damage at the end, you can pop him. So that was much closer than it appeared. Still pressure play here. G2, they do set up very well around the dragon. Something that they've continuously done throughout this entire series.
Trashy holding on to control of his jungle, however, not letting G2 push in any further, but Trick once again setting up for these dragons, and Trashy once again not looking to contest.
Yeah, but right now it's very hard for Splyce to get anything on the top side of the map. Traditionally, they've been trading sides. They say, well, you take bot, we take top, but the top tower is already done. And it's actually a pretty good free objective here for G2. They were 2,000 gold behind so early in the game, and they're really clawing back here.
Yeah, slowly but surely finding small trade after small trade in their favor. And this is going to be a small pickup, but one that they're happy to have. Trashy overstays his welcome. Perks walks in, not even going to ult, doesn't even need to. Trick going to grab the kill in the end.
Yeah, laying in wait. Perfect trap sprung by G2. We see Wooder on the top side. There's the control for Splyce, not in the bottom side of the map here. Bit of a misread on the side of Splyce, and what a immediate punish by G2 Esports.
Good to see. Now the gold getting closer and closer to even. Expects getting aggressive. Not going to amount to much. Wonder, unfortunately, not dishing a whole lot of damage out.
Yeah, but he can now safely farm this under his turret. Expect is really happy that that kill happened. Senkuk's looking for perks.
Death Mark goes in. Ignite, spin. Exhaust.
Hammer time.
Ah.
Oh, cannon! Cannon! Cannon!
Hit him! Oh. All right. Good play from Senkux.
Hey, Trick's coming.
Risky. Oh, come on. You can do it, Senkux. You can make it out.
Run, Senkux.
Jump to the minions.
Oh, that was so close. That was so incredibly close.
Answering the age-old question, can Senkux outrun a bullet?
Yes.
Answer is yes. Hits by another one from a tower. It does.
This game is definitely becoming interesting.
I'm loving it, man. 1v1s.
With the emphasis on the int and the ink part. Start and finish. With the lurking around Trick. Final objective here, or next objective in mind for Splyce is the mid lane turret. Sven holding as Ezreal. He can only kind of one-shot one wave. That is the weakness of this comp. I haven't really talked about it too much here, but Splyce definitely not leaning on their strengths.
Not set up for success right now.
Yeah, because if you look at the members of G2, there's nobody... If you don't look at the members of G2 and we look at this play again, I mean, it was pretty self-explanatory, right? Like, Senkux goes in, first dies, but then look at the hero cannon. Definitely not Bob. Nope, turns around and is like, I'm done. I'm pacifist. And then good reach from Senkux.
Oh, I want to see. I'm actually excited to see this replay. I want to see how close it was. I'm sure that there's something going on. I'm sure there's very important vision control. But right now, I want to watch a man outrun a bullet.
Oh, that was disgustingly close. That's a tilter right there. But yeah, like if you look at G2's comp, right, nobody can really hold waves very well on their own. They all need time to clear it. Like a Zed doesn't one-shot. An Ezreal doesn't one-shot. Definitely Nautilus does not one-shot a wave. So if Splyce can facilitate situations where it's either Senkux and Kobe together or Kobe and Mickey getting access to a turret, they can really siege it down. These empowered autos from Kobe, Ziggs, this ranged harass from Kennen on a turret. You know, Jace as a siege poke champion.
And the later we get, he gets more points in the satchel charge. It's easier to cut down that turret health threshold. The later you get, the more damage the short fuse passive does, the easier it is to break down those towers. So it just gets even easier as we move forward.
But it should be on tier 2 turrets at that point. The problem is that the G2 had successfully defended many turrets. They've only yielded a single one to Splyce, where their comp is entirely centered around taking these turrets in the early game and opening up the map and getting a gold lead. G2 have done a phenomenal job preventing that.
Yeah, but for now, Splyce continue the pressure game that they're playing on the top side of the map. Trashy's here as well.
And they should have done this when they had the dragon pressure against them earlier. When Wunder was pushing topside, that was the play Splyce was looking for. G2 lucked out that they did not opt in, and now they're defending.
Small fumbles. Expect is all alone. Mickey gets knocked over the wall by the blast cone. Trick running forward. Decent damage. Fends over the wall. He's looking to make something happen. Kobe's in trouble. Does get the ultimate out, but it's not enough. G2, they pick a good fight, and Splyce are the ones running for the hills.
Yeah, and obviously this comp is catered around split pushing and sieging turrets for Splyce, not raw team fighting. G2 have a much better comp there with the Nautilus front line, with the Lulu following up. That is the makings of any good team composition. Splyce could not fight back once they were caught.
Wunder still has the ult, but don't think he's going to contest this one.
Yeah, that's obviously, if you're playing with Sand, board Kennen, then obviously do not team fight.
1v1. 1v1 as much as humanly possible.
Skirmish is fine. 2v1, you know, leverage those strengths of locking down a single target with repetitive auto attacks, but by all means, do not aggressively invade at any point when there's risk for teamfights. Now expect
This is bad for Wonder.
2v1.
Run for his life, dodge the anchor. Never mind, it's not bad for Wonder. He's
Still
fine.
cannon.
Perks is going to grab a tower as well, though, and now it's G2 in the gold lead. For so much of the game, it was Splyce in control. Splyce setting the pace, but it just can't find the way to keep this going.
And we have to praise that for G2 because it looks easy, right? It looks like nothing is going on, but they're constantly moving the pieces on the board. Perks goes bot to mid, then they go top, expect switches around. We see Venom mid, they always match Kobe, putting pressure. If any point they misassign a lane, hang on, Perks.
Well, Perks goes forward, wants to use that additional damage. Kobe doesn't make it over the wall.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's two things that Ziggs hate. Zed and Gravity. Combined.
Face planting into a wall, also very uncomfortable.
Yeah, doesn't make it over. Too many biscuits.
I mean, good call from Perks to go in to get aggressive, and Kobe unfortunately just, I guess, overestimating his ability to make it out of that scenario.
Yeah, and these lane assignments, these aggressive kind of pinches in between by G2 really thwarting Splyce. They never really got the setup for the preferential push. And they're bleeding turrets as a result.
Yeah, for so long they were ahead, but it was G2 slowly chipping away. Now G2's cashing in on all those small trades that went in their favor. All that way that they ground the gold lead back, and now they're blowing it wide open as we approach the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, and they definitely proved my prediction of the Camille ban and the Rengar pick right. Or I said the opposite, but because Trashy has really low impact so far on this Rengar. Very complex jungle champion to play, especially if you don't get access to it much in scrims or play. And you see it again, Kobe just not lined up well enough for Satchel Charge to go over the wall. Very tricky wall to do. You can't do it anyway diagonally. Just need to be straight in front of it.
Unfortunate circumstance. Trashy now potentially caught out again. The Gragas look good for him, but he's getting caught on this Rengar time and time again. We'll make it to safety. But Sven who's in trouble. No, it's Kabi who's in trouble. Sven goes over the wall. They're going to take down the Ziggs.
Splyce picked apart at the seams. Look at Wunder. He's waiting for his team to stop getting caught so he can finally get some pressure on the lane. But G2 sweeping constantly with zero hesitation.
Mickey. Trick going to back off. G2 going to set their sights on that mid lane tower. They might lose one back in exchange, but they got the kills as well, and the gold lead continues to grow for them.
Yeah, and more importantly, they're scaling. They definitely have the scaling advantage here because late game, split push falls off as a concept.
Oh no, Trashy. He's done. Take a seat.
Yeah.
Pop, pop.
Because if you can't actually teamfight with your composition, even if you generate like a 4,000 gold advantage, you will need to force a fight around a objective at one point, right? Like whether it's an Elder or an Asher. Even if Splyce starts split pushing really efficiently right now and take down a couple of turrets, G2 will still win those fights to Asher. And again, this is a fight that Splyce started. Wunder's not here. Look where Wunder is. And these guys try to pick people off. If you're not hit your spells, and you're not aware of the Nautilus that is approaching, just everything gets thrown upside down. This is too complex of a composition for Splyce to pull off efficiently against a team of the caliber of G2.
Overestimating themselves, putting too much pressure on themselves, maybe to outplay, to outmaneuver the opposition. They did so well in game one, but they are struggling here. And I feel like it's Trashy not having the Gragas, not having that hard engaged pick that he likes to play.
It's also playing AD Cannon top and Ziggs bot lane. This comp is entirely centered around just obliterating objectives and tier 1 turrets very early on. That should generate you a vision and a map lead, right? And then it's a very disgusting snowball. It's honestly ugly. If this comp works from Splyce, you're praising it to the skies. Like, wow, it's so genius. Pressure on all the lanes, taking out the turrets, but if the enemy actually moves his pieces around well, it looks like it has no purpose.
When you get outmaneuvered, right? When you are not the team who's setting the pace of the game. Because when the Kennen and the Ziggs and the Jace, when they've got a 4K gold lead in the early stages of the game, you're dead. You can't fight anybody. You're going to get poked down. You're going to get taken down.
Yeah, that has always been the nature of poke comps. Let's see what Drake does
Flash
here.
auto. Decent damage. Wonder running for his life. Just flashes to safety. But flash for a flash in the end.
And all that matters is that he's pushed back to the lane. Right now, Senkuk's looking for more of what he did earlier. Trashy, again, just he's kind of chasing the action.
Look at that dead man's plate.
Plate's pretty empty right now. 0 kills.
It's actually a really terrible spot for Rengar to be because that passive is so strong. Percentage increase on AD, and when people build tanky, usually he's got 1 or 2 kills under his belt. That warrior worth so much more, but right now, Trashy, he's kind of tanky, yeah, but he's not dishing out much damage at all. It's a bit grim right now.
Yeah.
But as the map resets, I think we can turn our attention to the Baron setup.
Yeah,
we turn our attention to the next big objective.
We can definitely start looking at the game from G2's perspective. How do they close it out? Look at Expect as well. He doesn't stay in his lane against Kennen. Once he pushes out, he leaves, and it just assists his team. And eventually, once Wunder moves up to the turret, he'll either look for an aggressive pick here or go back to the lane.
Wunder having the TP does allow him to keep pressuring, but G2 are taking absolute control, and there's no contention here because Wunder's on the bottom side.
Yeah, and they can go for a more instantaneous Baron start because they made a really successful sweep here. This wasn't very impressive from G2 as a team. They eliminated all the vision, super dark here. They could be on Baron right now, or they could all be in base. Splyce are none the wiser.
It's a tough place to be, and you have to respect the comp. They already have a Mountain Drake. There's another Mountain Drake potentially on the way. They're respecting it. They throw
That's
out the
right.
ult.
They did not know whether they were doing Baron, and that's the difference between us always watching this from total view as a spectator and actually getting just 10 seconds of vision there, toggle from the side of Splyce, and really understanding how hard it is for them to fight back and how good of a sweep that was from G2.
And the terrifying thing, too, is when you throw out that Hail Mary, you pretty much accept that your opponents might walk away with Baron, that this is desperation. So Splyce were just ready to concede that objective. They were not willing to face check.
Yeah, in an alternate timeline, they lose Nashor there.
Right now, however, it's up, it's healthy, they're doing fine, but they have to be careful because the jungle is not safe for them. Mithy's going to clear out this vision, make it all too easy.
And last game, Splyce's comp could like defend brushes like this, right? These are like the entryway brushes where you really don't want to lose vision. But aggressive sweeping, the only way they can really surprise G2 is if they can sneak a blue trinket into the pit. They have some ready. It's going to be their next defense here. Defense against the dark wards. Blue trinkets.
All right, Crepo, you always judge it. You always talk about the Baron setup.
I mean, this is good. I'm loving this one.
Is this the A+?
Like, look at it. They have no clue. They Rengar ulting right now. Like, oh, okay, we see them. Focus. But Splyce can't force anything. They do not have a teamfight comp. They're as far away from a teamfight comp as you possibly can be. With AP Kennen, maybe, but this Blade of the Ruined King, Wits End Kennen is not going to do much.
Oh, no. Kabi pulls him over the wall with him.
Just bolt from Perks, but it's pressure. Triple control ward from G2 is still in place.
Wunder's there.
This is G2 folding back because Expect is just holding. And again, look at, like, they need to take time to get this wave down. They can't defend versus sieges. This is where G2 is showing how hard it is for them to wave clear.
Vision once again, though, remains in their control. They can only continue to apply pressure.
It almost makes you wonder, should G2 have started the Baron by now?
Yes.
But that's from a result-oriented point of view, right? Because Splyce did not never face check, they should have started the Baron. But what if Splyce face checked and they were doing the Baron? They would have thrown the game, right?
It's true.
And that's exactly what I hate about Reddit threads. Result-oriented analysis is wrong. Look at the beauty here. It's all dark. They have only victories possible and no failures. At worst, they go neutral here on the map because they actually outscale as well. So I love it from G2.
There it goes. I wanted a rating. I love it. Will be the rating.
Look at them.
Baron setup. They are starting it.
They
We can see
condition
it.
them in being scared, but they don't know it. And if you wait this long twice and you start instantly the next time,
Once again, the poker game. You're mixing it up. You're forcing your opponent to be on the back foot, and G2 force a Baron away from Splyce.
yep, and now they're going all in, onto the base. Not everybody loves it though. This was some meek applause. They're like, yeah. Some golf claps come out.
I mean, it's a steady game, Crepo. Some people want to see blood. Some people appreciate a Baron bait.
I think we'll see a fight once we hit the inhibs. Because Splyce's comp is actually good at wave clearing, so G2 will have to force their way in on multiple lanes at once. They can't go for 5-man push dive.
Mountain Drake will help that effort as they look to break into the base. They may also split their forces up, but who's going to duel the AP Kennen on the side lane right now?
Yeah, the problem is, as well, for your Splyce here, Expect is not afraid to just kind of man mode it up and go in, because he has a GA. Okay, he can really go in, and all the flashes are up still. So it's actually good that he's getting caught.
Expect kind of caught, but who's stuck in with who? Now it looks like Splyce may be the ones in trouble, flashing out to safety. Zed goes into the back line. Deathmark not going to pop anybody.
This was the right play from Splyce. They need to attack this kind of link in the fence from G2, because otherwise he's just going to jump in and just be super annoying and tank everything up. So it was a good attempt, but G2 collapsed in time.
G2 getting just about everything that they wanted, though, in the exchange. They're still breaking down the towers.
But look at how aggressively they're playing on the turret. Splyce completely falling apart.
That's a lot of damage. Trick's the one running forward, but he's caught out. He's taking the tower. That's not where he wants to be. They're trying to cut it down so he doesn't drop. Expect now the man on the front lines. No tank for the side of Splyce. Right now, they don't need one.
Yeah, because Sven is on the base in the mid lane. They're just buying time here with the GA. As long as that turret falls, and it does, mission accomplished. Sven pushing on his own.
Hitting the inhibitor, they get Expect, but Sven looking to get the inhibitor down to half health, getting lower, getting lower. Sven's gonna pull back.
Oh, Wonder, he only needs to get 2 autos off.
Lines. Decent damage. Mithy's there as well. Wonder wants a little something, but not gonna get it.
And I love the confidence that Sven played with. Even 2v1 into the Karma Ziggs there. He pushed down 2 single turrets on his own. And they used Expect's teleport and flash there.
Still 1 minute 42 seconds left with the Baron too, so they can rinse and repeat. They can run it back down.
Yeah, more importantly, they got rid of wave clear. They can actually brute force 5-man right now on one of those inhibitors and then walk to the next one because they eliminated the defensive structure, and that's the goal with a Baron buff. You can always come back for inhibs later.
Yeah, we see so many teams struggle to break the inhibitor line. That's the big breaking point if you get it with the Baron. G2 managed to break 2 inhibitors open. Easy to do, and Sven, itemization coming out for him. A lot of MR in the kit. Knows that the Cannon's still doing decent magic damage to the Ziggs as well.
Yeah, and even if he drops low, he actually becomes very hard to deal with. If G2 can time it so Sven goes low enough to proc the Mao active, then gets the shield from Lulu and the health buff, he's actually almost indestructible at that point. Here it is again. Yeah, it's just buying time for Expect, right? So they break open the base here. We also have both the Zed and the Graves building double, or at least double in the case of Trick, and a triple for perks to Lethality items. So any semblance of armor that this Splyce comp have built up against this full AD composition is actually useless. Like, it's mostly getting penetrated because nobody can actually build tank that easily.
Yeah, I mean, the closest you can get to a defensive item right now is that Sterix Gauge.
It makes you wonder, where are the Tabis? Like, only one guy has Ninja Tabi against a full AD comp. We saw, I think, in this or that, Jat was talking about it, how Freak did the math. If you play against triple lethality items and you have Tabi, that is like a 20 or 30% reduction.
Oh, going forward though, the fight's gonna start. Trashy's in trouble. Perks is on the front line, moving for a little bit more. Does get exhausted, does get knocked back, does swap out to safety. He's still up. G2, they're making this look all too easy. Splyce just could not catch a break.
Yeah, composition-wise, they're mismatched. They're already down over 8,000 gold as well. This will be G2 finally pushing through and defending the undefeated record.
At the end of the day, Splyce fought a valiant fight, taking away game 1. 385 days without a loss. Let's make it 386. G2 take game 3.
Yeah, they finish off the enemy team, then they finish off the Nexus. This was clean from G2, especially their defense against the comp from Splyce. Splyce was really strong early on with the sieges, with the turret destruction. They had to keep moving the pieces around to get enough wave clear in every lane to make sure Splyce could never snowball. Did very well, and then they pushed through in the end.
And really, that was the kind of performance we wanted to see from G2. Decisive, punishing their opponents, adapting mid-series. Good show of strength from them. I think at the same time, however, Splyce, as a team who were quite comfortably 3rd place in their group, still are, technically.
Yeah, they
looking to be moving up.
Yeah, this is also a playoff prep for Splyce, right? They want to see growth, and I think we saw growth from Splyce. We saw Trashy comfortable on an engaged champion. We saw Splyce buy into the team environment of like, one guy goes in, let's all follow through. They came prepared with drafts with an identity, and they had game plans. Some of them failed, sure, but you're also playing against the best team in the league that nobody has beaten in the series.
Yeah, I don't think you can knock yourself. Still had a great game 1. Figured out what works for you. Figured out some weaknesses as well.
Yeah, I do want to see how the Ninja Tabi versus Lethality evolves, though. We touched on it at the end. But we apparently can't go into that anymore.
Nope, because for more on that series, on G2, let's send it over the analyst desk. I'll just butcher that.
Thank you very much. Well, victorious in Krakow over Splyce, victorious and undefeated in the European LCS, and they still are. G2 closes it out with a 2-1 over Splyce. And when we look at game 3 to close that one out, again, a lot of action in the early game and Splyce turning up.
Splyce once again looking very promising. I like the shift in mentality, but they're looking for a lot more early game plays. They're looking for a lot more early game pressure. And while it was a little bit even, they had some great map movements. They got an early game lead. Splyce looking like a great team.
And I think it's not just looking for the early game plays, it's also actually being able to execute them. Obviously, in game 2, it backfired. G2 punished him super hard, but in game 1 and game 3, it looked very good. But then I also think we just have to like look at G2 as a team. Like, it shows what kind of top team you are when you can lose the first game pretty convincingly, and then you just bounce back, you know, stomp in the second game, and then the third game here was a tough one, but they managed to outplay them anyway, like really showing some really good plays.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at one of those examples, executing their team comp for G2 as it was intended.
So G2 realized that the comp of Splyce is going to make things difficult if they keep setting up this 1-3-1. Now, just keep your eyes on Zed in the river, because the thing I want to highlight with this play is the fantastic communication that is coming out from G2, because while the play was
Zed
happening...
looks cool, man. It looks like you, man.
That's something
Okay. What did he do? Tell me what Zed did.
Zed was like running. He was jogging through the river, right? He was on his way.
You don't run like this.
Because what Zed needed was a lead, right? The issue that Splyce had, or that G2 had, was that this 1-3-1 composition, no one could go against these side lanes unless the Zed had the lead, right? So we're going to try round 2, and this time you'll get to see why G2 needed to force this play. And the thing I wanted to highlight was the fantastic communication, because once the TP was coming out from Expect, Perkz was already moving from the bottom lane. He moved all the way across from one side of the map to the other to help to make this collapse happen and allow G2 to relieve some of the pressure that Splyce was exerting.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of game where you have to go back and kind of review it and really slow it down when G2 is moving between lanes. Because just to highlight your point, you know, it was difficult to deal with the cannon in one lane and then the Jace in the other lane unless Zed was really strong. And he wasn't that strong early on. He didn't get like off to a great start. He got there later. So what G2 did was whenever they got to push a lane, just like past the river, they would leave the lane. They would then go towards the mid lane where Ziggs was sitting, or Karma, with Nautilus, with Zed, multiple times. And that's how they got all their kills, by constantly leaving the side lanes, go mid, and then say, you know what, we're not fed enough yet to sit and split push. We go mid, we kill the guys trying to wave clear over and over and over, and it got them so many kills.
Yes, it did. We're going to take a look at a couple of individual players. Before that, though, really quickly and briefly, you know, yesterday, obviously, we saw some matches between some of the bottom-tier teams, and it's easy to say this wasn't the highest level. Today, though, how high of a level of games were this?
I think these were very good games, very enjoyable games to watch. I think that what we're seeing a lot of is this shift from slow early games from some of the top teams into more proactivity during the early game. And we're also seeing good responses when putting down an early deficit. And two of the big facilitators in this were these two mid laners, because I think it's worth highlighting that while Perkz, he had a great Ahri game in game 3, while his Zed went off to a rough start, he definitely was able to pull it back. And Senkux was doing a lot more work this game.
Yeah, I think Senkux was able to hold his own for all of it. Like when he fell behind in the second game, it was because of that invade, where it wasn't his call. You know, he came in late, he died, Perkz got 2 kills on the Ahri, so it wasn't his fault at all. And he was one of the guys we were kind of being like, we want to see more from Senkux. You want to see him really evolve into like a star player here in Europe, and we haven't really seen it yet. But he was holding his own in this one, which was very important for Splyce to make sure they didn't lose the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. And of all the players we looked at before the series, these two we had our eyes on. But one also really shown in this one, Sven, just doing what he does best, and then on Ezreal, just completely wrecking it.
And it's great to see, because Sven was a player that at the very start of this series we were like, well, the bottom lane for G2 a potential weakness, while Sven has been very stable. Yeah, while Sven has been very stable, Mithy has had a couple of question marks, but now we're really seeing that if Sven is given a slight window of opportunity, he will take it, punish you, and build him massively.
Definitely. And speaking of Sven, Quickshot is with him and a support Mithy to find out more about that win.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am joined here by Sven and Mithy, the former best bot lane in the West. I'm going to ask about that in just a moment or two. Sven, player of the series, congratulations on Ezreal. What a time to be alive, is that right?
What do you mean by former? What is that supposed to mean?
We've been talking a lot about Sven and Mithy and how you guys used to really just dominate absolutely everybody. And something that we've noticed, besides Mithy dying a whole lot more in recent weeks, you guys aren't dominating EU as much anymore. Why do you think that is, Sven?
I think it's hard to win nowadays. When people get better, it's hard to like stomp or like be really far ahead, because of the meta is also very anti-win meta, I think. But yeah, I agree with you that I think I don't feel as dominant anymore, or as playmaking as I did before. I feel like the champs right now is not really my kind of style, and neither is for him. There's no more Kalista, no more Alistar, no more like champs with purpose, right? It's just pick Varus if you can, pick Jhin if you can't, pick Ezreal if you can. You know, yeah. But I agree with you there.
Then there's the boots for potions too, and the support's just basing in the middle of the lane and not caring, and then you can't really dive the other guy anyway. So yeah, people just like know how to lose now. So you can't really gain an advantage other than vision and pressure.
Mithi, knowing how to lose, is that something you've been learning this split? You've died almost as many times in the last 7 weeks as you did in the entire summer split. Is that a personal performance thing, or is it, a bigger picture, teams getting better, meta, etc.?
Definitely personal thing.
Yes.
Okay, well, there we go.
It's like, so just to go further on that, usually when I, especially on Spring Split, I mean, I haven't really played many Spring Splits, right? But usually what I tend to do is I just tend to focus on the macro part of things and not really think about myself individually and just hope things get better through practice and through consistency. So yeah, hopefully by playoffs, I'm showing that I can get better and better. And
how do you guys get better? Now, this is not personally. How does G2 get better when, as an organization, the org hasn't been defeated, on the EU LCS stage in nearly a year? You guys are, again, still undefeated. So, Sven, where do you learn? How do you improve when you are the top dog?
Well, you play scrims against other teams, you do things, and then you watch the VOD afterwards, after the game. It's called VOD review. And then you watch things, and you talk about the mistakes you made or the good plays you made, and why the good plays happened, and why the bad plays happened, and how to prevent them, and how to recreate the good ones. And this is how you improve. You talk about macro, then he says, I think you should move here. I think so too. And the next time in the same situation, you try it again. And it's all about, every situation has a variable, right? And you just try every situation, and then at some point, you know everything. And that's when you're the best team.
But yeah, it's much harder to get better. If you want to compete with teams that are like for example, when we went to IEM, it was the teams were just ahead in terms of how they thought about the game. It wasn't really individually. It's just macro-wise, maybe individually, but macro-wise they were much, much better. So there's so many things that maybe you don't think about, and the teams you play in your region don't really think about either. So you don't really get stuck, but you just go in different paths that maybe are not the right paths. And then when you play against a team that has the right way of playing or the best way of playing at that time, then you have to catch up to them, and then you can even be better than them, But yeah, that's kind of the issue a bit.
It makes it difficult. You guys have mentioned, scrimming, and we've seen now Splyce, probably one of their best performances all splits, a team that's been struggling. I'm going to look forward to playoffs, right? You guys are locked into playoffs already, defending champions here in EULCS. If you make the finals, which team is the most likely to make finals alongside you as well?
I think H2K for sure. That's also why I hope Unicorns loses today, because I would rather play against Unicorns in playoffs than H2K. I mean, in finals it's a different thing, but I definitely think that H2K is the strongest team we play against, both in scrims and on stage. I think they're really good. They have the macro department down, and they have good players in every role as well. So they don't have a clear weakness or anything. So they're the best team.
We haven't really practiced much or played much against Misfits though. So it's hard to say, if Misfits is better or worse than H2K. But yeah, for sure, H2K from our experience.
All right, so H2K from your experience. We'll see Misfits play H2K tomorrow, so maybe we can answer one of those questions. Guys, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on being undefeated again.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, no worries. All right, we're going to head to an ad break. When we come back, it's Fnatic versus the Unicorns of Love. We'll see you in a few minutes.
He's taking rocked up. Chain CC. Kabi's gonna grab that one. 6. I'm coming. Come on, play. Chase it. Nice. Oh no, Trashy. He's done. Take a seat. Pop.
Catch waves again and get tempo again, and now we can actually do it, okay? Now we rush it.
Going. Very good job, guys. Oh, good. Really good. Nice. G2 take game 3.
Welcome back to the EULCS Spring Split. Our last week of cross-group play continues tonight with Fnatic versus the Unicorns of Love. And what does this matchup mean? Well, these were once the number 1 and 2 teams, and now that's not the case. We have Fnatic in the middle of the pack. The Unicorns of Love, they're in second place in Group B. They're still holding their own, and they've built themselves up a buffer. They can make some mistakes, but it does seem that the edge is off a bit from the beginning of the split for them.
It does seem that way. Now, the Unicorns of Love as a team, they seem to be showing more weaknesses after we've come in from IEM. I think that as a team, they're still very strong, but from what we've seen against the series from Misfits and what we've seen throughout IEM, Xerxes is an individual where he still seems to be focusing his attention more towards these scaling junglers. And I think that when we look at the draft and we look at the prioritization of the Unicorns of Love, they're still focusing on this mid to late game style. And what we're seeing more of this early game focus, which I think is a window with which Fnatic can look to take advantage of.
Yeah, I just like the way Misfits kind of dismantled the Unicorns. Their early game approach was really fun to see. I see Shocks wants to move on to it.
No, I wanted to move in, but you cut me off, and it was perfect. Nobody would have noticed, but just keep going.
Oh, I see. But he turned to me. He's like, Prepo, go next. So you're the new host now? No, I love the way Misfits kind of fought Unicorns in the early game, because that's where they came out swinging. Unicorns, they're used to a tiny map. But honestly, I'm willing to give them more credit because they earned it. They had some really solid performances, and they definitely improved. Whereas in the past, it was always Fnatic versus kind of the underdogs Unicorns, or close at the worst. Now it's definitely Unicorns who are on like way above Fnatic in terms of ratings.
Yeah, it's completely turned around in terms of stories, and then for Fnatic, they are struggling. And when we talk about meta and meta adaptation and bans and picks for the Unicorns of Love, now that is a big pain point for the side of Fnatic. And Mitch, you know, in the end, there's been a lot of discussion about it. The draft's ain't good.
Yes,
but whose fault is it?
No, for me, like, so there's varying opinions on this. I think what we can see is that the drafts are subpar, and then there's a debate: do coaches are they responsible? And then the counter argument always is, but no, the players, they chime in. And I think as a coach, you are responsible for the product. It doesn't matter who decides that product or what the process is. In the end, you have the accountability and the responsibility to produce a good draft. That's why you're on that stage at that point. If you can't do it, put in an analyst in that position. Yes, your players may give you 90% of the info, but if they give you really bad info, it's your job to filter that. And I think that's where it's gone wrong for Fnatic multiple times in the past, and they really need to fix that, because we could see last week how a horrible draft, which really losing lanes into a worse jungler, just loses you the game, no matter how good you are at the game.
But I think they've recognized this. And I think coming into this week, they have a lot of windows of opportunity, because what we've seen from Broxah for a number of weeks is his fantastic Lee Sin play. We've seen that individually, Fnatic are strong.
I am interested to know, and how do you think they've recognized this without seeing a new draft?
Well, I mean, that's very true, right? But I think that...
I think everybody's recognized this.
Right? Like, I think that it was a very public statement, especially Jankos. I think very outwardly
What you mean is they should have recognized it, because we were all tweeting at them.
But I am confident that Fnatic have recognized
How? How are you confident? Everybody's been mean.
I have faith in Fnatic. I think I'm still a believer that they can rectify this issue, and I think that coming into this series, drafting is something
I don't think with their history, this split, they've shown anything to say that they would,
right?
They should, right?
They can obviously improve at one point, because it doesn't get much worse than last week's draft. The problem is already that it's gotten to this point, but we'll have to see. Maybe this.
Hey, it can come on. We got to give them the benefit of the doubt, and we do know that Fnatic has a long storied history, so they should be able to do something here. We talked a lot about this, so I'm just going to ask you guys for quick predictions and breakdowns very quickly.
I'm going to go with a 2-1 to the Unicorns.
Because?
Because I think that they are the stronger team right now, and I think they will punish on an individual skill level, I think Unicorns are stronger than Fnatic.
All right.
Barring a major shift in draft and playstyle, I will follow my esteemed colleague right here and go for 2-1 Unicorns.
Fantastic. Well, we will see if Fnatic makes any moves in their picks and bans for Game 1 against the Unicorns of Love. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Welcome to the Cast Today Square. Deficio and I are excited to bring you this best of 3. Let's jump straight into it, starting with the rosters. On the blue side of the Rift, Fnatic, they won the coin toss. They picked side selection on games 1 and 3. They picked blue side. It's Soaz in the top lane. And what's that coming over the hill? Is that a Broxah? Is that a Broxah in the jungle? Caps in the mid lane, Reckless the ADC, Jez's support, and their coach, Nico the Pico.
And finally, I can talk as well, because today, Fnatic are facing Unicorns of Love on the red side. And we're ready to go through the lineup, aren't we? With good old Visitachi, my man, up in the top lane, Xerxes in the jungle, Exile is still the mid laner, Samux the AD carry, Hylissang support, and good old Sheepy behind the guys. Are we happy right now with what we've seen from these two teams, Trevor?
That is such a complex question.
It is.
I can't answer it shortly, and I think we're going to talk about the state of both of these teams over the course of this best of 3. But as the players are in the lobby and just about ready to jump in to pick some bans, let's zero in on that side of the story for now, because it has been very heavily touted. Because we know Fnatic have bad drafts and Unicorns have fantastically weird drafts, right? They run these unique picks all the time. That's what I'm led to believe, Deficio.
Yeah, not all the time. No, the first part was true about Fnatic's drafting, but the second part about Unicorns always playing unique is not really true anymore. Like, they have a lot of very standard picks, a lot of very standard comps, but one thing they do emphasize, which is very cool, is how champions interact with each other. They like to combo different things. Like, if you play a Caitlyn, you need some sort of CC that can allow her to chain people into a trap, and then boom, suddenly she's more useful in the mid game. And things like that, you know, are what Unicorns is all about, and that's really fun to look at.
Yeah, we'll see what Unicorns decide to play. Last week, Xerxes pulled out that Graves again after a long hiatus playing that champion. And because we do tend to see quite a lot of the same priorities in picks and bans, Camille, Malzahar, Lisa, and LeBlanc, we actually want to look at some of those drafts that these two teams have used in recent weeks. And of course, this is the most talked about team composition in European LCS right now.
There was already a lot of criticism when it came down to Fnatic's drafting, but this one last week, game 1 against H2K, were kind of... It was when people had enough. It was like, this is just too terrible, because they had losing lanes across the board and a Kha'Zix who couldn't do anything. You know, Syndra would push in the Jace, Malco would get pushed in by Nautilus, bot lane with the Braum. They lost every lane, and they lost this game so fast. They were like, not able to do a damn thing.
Yep.
And then you have to criticize the draft. This is obviously from Unicorns of Love side, where we can see it's not that unique. Like, these are standard meta picks, except for maybe like a Trundle top lane, but he's still fairly common.
Yeah, exactly. So, and of course, this graphic you're seeing at the bottom of the screen is just to give a little bit more context. Unicorns playing the meta picks, playing the more standard, and we need to see if they can continue to up their game, because UOL peaked very early in the splits, and then they lost a bunch, and now they need to climb back up.
We're just trying to kill the storyline that they only play cheesy stuff or unique picks. They have very standard things they bring to the table, and as a team, as you said, they peaked very early. I want to see them bounce back. I think they're still a better team than Fnatic on paper, but you still got to show it in the BO3, because Fnatic, they're hungry. Jessis was tweeting earlier how he felt like practice was going the right way now for them. They finally really figured out what to do as a team. So let's see if it works on stage.
Well, we're going to find out. We have talked a lot about the pick and ban theory for these two teams. Let's jump through what we've missed. No huge surprises. Varus first pick, the Jhin reply. Rengar open for Xerxes. Over the Graves, for example. Rise for Exile as well.
I mean, leaving Varus open is a bit of a surprise. He's really considered the S-tier 80 carry right now, but you can trade him for other things, and that's what Unicorns did here. Still think it's a bit risky because he's so strong. Mid lane bans because they have the Rise pick, trying to set up Exile for success. Caps is the kind of player, though, who has a massive champion pool. He's very confident in a lot of different matchups, so he's very hard to ban out. And that's why these bans, you know, while they're fine from the Unicorns, they might end up, you know, not being too useful if Caps still feel like he has 3 or 4 strong picks left to play.
All right, Caps is another guy we will talk more about as this series plays out, because he's been an interesting player. Some explosive games, some disappointing games. And now it's time for Fnatic to start rallying as a team. It's week 7. They're running out of opportunities to climb up the table and get as high a seed as possible, getting into playoffs.
I think with this Zyra pick here, Unicorns are really building towards like this very strong 2v2 bottom lane, and then probably something like, you know, a very standard tank up top lane against Nautilus. Chachi is the kind of guy, though, who can play split push. Like, we've seen different picks like Trundle and Gnar from him. But I still think when you have this strong of a bot lane here, you have already a winning lane. You can just pick a normal tank and have a very strong team fighting comp.
Right, team fighting comp for UOL. Go figure. The one thing they've done exceptionally well all split long. The Karma locked in for Jesus. This will be the 5th time he's run that champion. His most played, currently 2-2 on the split. He'll be comboing the Varus. There's a lot of pokes and frustration to deal with. Just a reminder really quick, as Victor's locked in for Caps, Orianna is disabled due to that bug from yesterday. It is not going to be available at all in the European LCS, and it's just going to be a top lane pick for Chachi, the Trundle. So nothing really surprising here? Maybe just that Varus first pick you've already mentioned.
Yeah, leaving that one open. Very standard comp from Fnatic. Much better draft from Fnatic, we have to highlight. If we can criticize them, we can also praise them. And this is just a very like simple comp. Like it's team fight based. It's a ton of wave clear. Like your jungler adds wave clear, your support adds wave clear as well to your mid lane and AD carry. So it's a Fnatic comp that's going to be hard to kind of break through. It's going to be hard to kind of snowball on them simply because they have so many ways of stalling out the game, getting to the late game, and then they run with this tank and the shields from Akama. So very, very good. On the other side, from Unicorns, we're going to split push. It's not the traditional pure team fight. Trundle, split push, Rise, split push, and then Rengar hovering around one of these side lanes, creating that one pick that really opens up the game for the Unicorns of Love. So not the same kind of comps, very different win conditions. Last time we saw Unicorns play split push champions, they didn't really get the split push part and just kind of walked mid and said, let's fight with these champions, and it didn't work.
Hey, Unicorns are very well versed at fighting, right? So it's a difficult mindset to break out of.
But like Trundle in a team fight just kind of running at people, it's just like, it's not very useful.
Well, we're going to find out how good Fnatic can be in team fighting because the champions, they're locked in. Players loading onto the Rift. It's time to get into game one between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love.
Betsy gets stopped up. Sky to the weekend. Xerxes flashing auto. Oh boy! Xerxes.
And it's game one between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. Let's see how these two teams bounce back. In the mid-split, Unicorns were undoubtedly the second best team in Europe for a little while, and now those question marks have grown more and more over the last 3 weeks, as H2K and Misfits have kind of now overtaken them somewhat in perception, and Fnatic, they've not even been in discussion.
No, not at a single point in this split, actually. They have some Fnatic fans. It's actually funny, we got the Fnatic fans on one side, Unicorns of Love fans on the other side. No one is a fan of the casters, though, sadly.
They are indeed. They were fans yesterday, Deficio, and it's about the teams today.
That's true.
So let's keep ourselves on the focus. I want to look at Caps and Exile, by the way, because Caps has got a slightly more safe style of mid laner in this Victor. Wave clear, scaling, not the hugest of outplay potential, whereas Exile on that Rise, he does. The reason I talk about that, in terms of both of these mid laners, Caps is actually first in the league for securing solo kills. He's managed to pick up 12 of those, whereas Exile, on the other hand, he's secured 11, so it's number 1 and number 2 in the league.
And I think we looked at this and we were like, man, this is going to be explosive around the mid lane because both of them get so many solo kills, but also die quite often in these 1v1 situations. If one of them gets the advantage, they're not going to sit back and not do anything with it. They're going to try and really push it to the limit. And sometimes they push a little bit too far, but that's what creates like exciting 1v1s. Obviously, yes, as you highlighted, Victor is not the biggest like, hey, I'm going to just get super fed and then outplay everyone. But a strong Victor performance can win you team fights basically on its own. So there's enough here for Caps to really have a lot of impact in this game. He will have to accept that his skirmish potential against the Rise Rengar combo is not as strong, not as insane early on, but he's going to offer some consistency, he's going to offer wave clear, and then of course his scaling on this Victor is fantastic.
Hey, consistency, there's a word we've not said with Fnatic this split.
And Caps and consistency don't really fit together either. You know, Caps is kind of like, I'm either 10-0 or 0-10, also in the laning phase, which has been a traditional rookie split. In many ways, honestly. Like, he's a good player. That's why he can get the 10-0s. But he's also a rookie who has a team that's been struggling. That's why he can get the 0-10s.
Talking about a team that's been struggling and Caps being the rookie, you know, until Broxah, you know, Soaz, Reckless, Jezzes, these are all very seasoned, very veteran players. And at the beginning of the split, along with Amazing, Fnatic, maybe the expectation should have been to try find ways to enable Caps, to bring out his skills and stabilize that performance. And truthfully, we've just not seen them utilize this young talent.
It's just been the Fnatic story. Lacking like a clear play style or identity. It's been a lot of like, maybe we should play around bot lane. Okay, we tried that. Okay, next game, let's play around top lane. And now we're going to try to play around mid lane. And it was never like fairly consistent in the way they did it. I do think, however, whenever they play tanks top, that's when we start seeing a better Fnatic. Soaz doesn't need a lot of resources. He can be impactful in team fights. It's always been where he kind of shined a lot. Like, while Soaz has always been known for his, you know, crazy split push adventures, as a team fighter, it's actually where he's been doing the best over, you know, multiple years. So him on a tank is really good. Him on a ward is not very strong.
Nope, not at all. And Brock's obviously going to be chilling, hanging out. Vizicachi's going to be farming up safely. Pretty cheeky interaction there between the Pillar of Ice and the dredge line. Chachi's even going to interrupt the back just to stall even more time. You know, it's these incremental plays and just get into Brox's head a little.
I think it's fun though to see a game where the lanes are very even early. Like a lot of power, and actually a lot of them, like bot lane, the Karma Zyra matchup, Jhin Varus, the two best AD carries as well, facing off against each other. Top lane, Nautilus always has a good early game, but Trundle will then take over later. Two junglers who wants to farm for level 6. Like, a lot of similarities in that way when it comes to the early laning. And it comes down to player skill who gets the advantage. And right now, Reckless and Jessis are sitting there with a small CS advantage. Could also be from some of the plants they're killing, though.
All right, so we'll have to keep track on the item spikes and the gold differences as the game plays out. Hylissang and Samux, of course, have been pushing very heavily. Xerxes was in the bottom lane. He cleared out that Crud camp from Fnatic, so that's giving him a small advantage temporarily as Caps gets Rune Prison in place. There's support from Broxah coming from the north. And just a reminder, we are playing on patch 7.4, so Rise's Rune Prison is still very strong. So as going to use that Q to get to safety, do his best Spider-Man cosplay. And Exile really trading aggressively, wanting to force Caps to play defensive.
It's what we talk about with Ryze, you know, very skirmish focused, wants to constantly take the trades. Victor, he just wants to sit back, shoot with the laser, apply Q, then auto attack. That's how he wants to trade early. Ryze wants to like run you down, basically. He wants to stay near you, keep firing away the overloads. Broxah knows this, so he's around this lane here. There's a control ward in the brush, disabling the ward here. And he comes in.
All right, Flash and Exhaust available. Broxah just alleviating some pressure, right? That's what this feels like to me.
Yeah, but how do you gank for Victor like not even pre-6, like early on? He doesn't give you any CC.
Smoke screen to hide the gravity field.
And then the other guy would just kind of stand in and be like, you know, I can't see anything, so I'm not moving, right?
I'm just trying to answer the question. This is why I don't answer questions, I ask questions, okay? That's this dynamic.
I do like, though, if that's how you work as a person as well. If I turn off the lights, you just kind of stand still in the middle. Like,
yeah,
I'm not going anywhere.
No, it's not worth the risk. Everyone's afraid of the dark. There's problems in the dark, and things happen. But Unicorns handling themselves well in this early game. Xerxes getting close to 6. No real problems. I mean, there's nothing really to speak of just yet, despite a little bit of shenanigans in multiple lanes.
And it's where you start looking for very small victories. Like, you don't look for that big, oh, okay, here's an ace and a tower, great, game is over. You look for, like, small advantages. Did you force a summoner spell? Do you maybe have, you know, a gank setup where you have some CC, like in this situation here with the root?
All right, Reckless has flashed already. Jesus flashes immediately after. Xerxes decides to jump back in. Battle Royale's going to buy some time, but there's no summoners on Fnatic bot lane.
And that's where we get a small victory now for Unicorns of Love. No flashes for Reckless and Jessis. This means Xerxes can return. It also means now you have to respect that Chachi teleported in a few minutes, otherwise you're going to die. So Summoner Spell's advantage for the Unicorns of Love, and now they have to use that. Because when you have these even early games where the laning phase is just kind of matched against each other, one small victory can snowball into something much, much bigger. If this means now that you get 2 kills bot lane against the no flashes, or the no flash champions from Fnatic, well, Fnatic is not going to get anything in return. Nautilus is not randomly just going to kill the Trundle then. So you might get a huge advantage if you are the Unicorns.
All right, so how quickly can they open that window of opportunity?
Well, we need that ulti for Xerxes. Coming up fairly soon from him.
A little while away, about a minute to go until it's available. Control wards should get cleared out here by Xerxes as he jumps onto that one.
And it might actually mean that Fnatic, once they finally get to recall, you can see in the bottom lane they haven't recalled yet, they might just swap to top lane and get out of this laning phase to avoid it. They're actually going for Hilly. Man, Hilly, why are you so far up?
Hylissang has no flash, remember, and first blood picked up by Reckless.
We talk about the small victories leading into something bigger. We talked about it being Unicorns punishing Fnatic's bot lane with no flash, but Hylissang was sitting there.
Again.
No flash.
Hylissang all split long has been on the front line, has been an initiating force for UOL. And maybe overstepping his bounds.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, it doesn't look that huge. He's just sitting in a side lane brush in the lane and he dies, but he had lost all vision in the river. His AD carry was sitting back near the turret. Hylissang is sitting so far up in this brush without any information of the enemy jungler, without a flash. That is a big mistake, and Fnatic instantly walked down and said, you talk about small victories? Yeah, we'll take it. This is a pretty easy first blood.
Yeah, it goes to arguably the most valuable member at this stage of the game as well.
Yep.
Swifty's picked up tier as well as that serrated Dirk for Reckless. So he's going to be able to apply even more pressure.
I like the
to
German
Samux.
there.
A little
the
bit.
Dirk.
Throw it in there. Samux and Hilly now also going to be playing further. But like the problem is it sort of changes the context of that lane. Because now even though Reckless and Jezz are flashless, they have an item advantage. There's a sidestone already picked up, boots, etc., you know?
It still means Xerxes can go bot lane, because there still is no flash on these two guys. Karma, while she can offer shielding, she can't like disengage properly against CC from Zyra, CC from the Rise, sorry, from the Rengar. So I want to see Xerxes return to bot lane, but good warding here from Fnatic. Very deep inside the jungle, spots him very early on, so he can't gank from this area here. If you look at the bottom side of the map with his vision toggle, it's all blue. It's just Fnatic controlling it. So Xerxes clearly wants to gank bot lane, as we talk about.
Yeah.
But this is just good vision from Jessis and the rest of Fnatic.
Okay, looking at teleports available for both Soaz and Chachi as we catch a quick glimpse of the trade up top. Subjugate, not going to get used yet by Visit Chachi. As I say that, it does. Pillar of Ice, this time around, will be a gigantic traffic cone. Defensive flash from Soaz, depth charge into the air. Chachi takes a couple of tower shots, but they trade ultimates and flashes galore.
Everyone using flashes early on. No kill for Chachi. Broxah might just jump over the wall. See if he can find something. There's no camps to be taken, though. He might just place a few wards, and that is about it. But it's also, again, a small little win. You get a bit more deep vision to find the Rengar.
I mean, great early game vision here from Fnatic. And all of that information with Broxah spotting out Xerxes means Xerxes not ganking bot lane. Reckless and Jezz's, their flashes are just about to come off cooldown. So that early advantage, that early aggressive play from UOL, not only did it not get punished, but because of the aggressive play, Hylissang was punished because of an ensuing mistake. And that's just allowing Fnatic to be in the driver's seat for now.
And just showing a difference between the two bottom lanes right here. Fnatic really respecting what could happen. Hylissang didn't respect that. That's why he died. And that's how it is early on here. It's still not going to change a whole lot in this game. It was just a missed opportunity, more or less.
But isn't it a little bit indicative of the two teams? When we were preparing for this matchup to Fisher, one of the things we were talking about is how Unicorns of Love do not necessarily play around Samux, and Fnatic do somewhat play around Reckless. Now, Fnatic with this, you know, great late game ADC, reliable team fighter in Reckless, he's got first blood, he's got an advantage, and you know, obviously Samux playing this more utility Jhin is behind.
Yeah, to add on to that one, Samux is normally doing well in lane. His CSD at 10 is the highest in the league. But outside of lane, he's actually doing almost nothing compared to other AD carries. And we're talking like teamfights here. We're not talking utility-based, just pure teamfight damage. He's obviously adding utility. That's what he's giving to the team. He's creating picks with them. But pure damage, no. Reckless does give you that damage. He deals the most on his team, and the most of the AD carries. So the fact that Reckless is now winning the early game, both in CS slightly, but has that one kill, should mean that he becomes more useful the further this game goes compared to a Samux. And we got to track that.
Yeah, we will be tracking that. You've been talking a lot about damage in Exile. You know, it really feels like he's playing quite aggressive, pushing forward over and over every time someone's nearby, dishing out those overloads. It feels like he's connected with every single one. And Unicorns, they've set themselves up at least some sort of vision-based play. No buff going to get spotted, unfortunately. A little too late and not going to overcommit into Fnatic's jungle.
No, Trev, we are waiting. We're waiting for Exile to be strong enough to play push. We're waiting for Chachi to use this big club of his to spank Swords a little bit more.
So if Exile's going to be looking to split push, and Vizichachi is going to be looking to split push, and Fnatic don't really have a great answer to the necessary split push, what do these two teams do in the next 10 minutes? I mean, if Fnatic can stop UOL setting up, that's how they can prevent that, right?
Yeah, like one of the ways, obviously, is when you are playing with this Nautilus top lane here, when you get to like kind of Just keep the wave even for as long as possible, and if you ever get to push it out, like past the river, that's when you move, you roam, you leave the lane, just like expected in the last game G2 played. You leave, you go towards the mid lane, enemy jungle, you look for a team fight, you have Varus ult, you have the hook from Source to start these fights here. You don't just sit back in the side lane and let Unicorns push.
Right.
Then you will suddenly be under a lot of pressure and you can't do a whole lot. But before that happens, you should have openings to teleport, to roam from these side lanes in to force these fights. Play around Dragon, play around Baron later. There are multiple objectives to play around for Fnatic. For now though, both teams are fine, just sitting and farming.
Oh, unless a two-man route into a two-man knockup, the curtain is called. The damage will drop Reckless and Jez is low, and all it costs is a heal. And that chain of corruption preventing any further follow-up.
Well, it does force Fnatic back now, so Unicorns will get some damage on this bot lane tower. Once the minion arrives, it interrupts.
Oh, Deadly Flourish can interrupt the back gravity field. Pulls Exile backwards. One of those overloads missed. The exhaust comes down as well. Caps is already ghosted. Flashes away the Q. Exile almost evening the ISO kills.
Caps playing into Exile's favor here. Doesn't want to take these trades normally, but Exile was just sticking around, and Caps did the same. So now no flash. Broxa's bottom lane, no to see if he can do anything.
All right, Broxa in place in
Xerxes coming
case
too.
Xerxes wants to come and play.
But now, Ryze can roam because they forced Caps back to base, so he has to return to get the wave in mid. Exile moving down with ulti.
Let's take a look what Exile can do. He's a little bit
low.
low
Yeah, he's too
on
low.
HP. This is risky. This is risky, but
he's
everybody's low. Reckless and Jez they're split up. Broxa can't help. Jez is down. Unicorns decide to dive. Reckless gets dunked by Samux. 2 kills, and it looks like Tower First Blood.
So Fnatic thought Exile was too low to really force this play, but then suddenly realized it's not about Exile. He's just there as a distraction. It's about the rest of the team already being there. Xerxes, who we highlighted, coming down towards the bottom lane, setting up that dive here. First tower, 2 kills for Unicorns. Great setup, and it all starts with Hylissang and Samux hiding in that rush, catching the Fnatic bottom lane, and then suddenly you can push in and set up this play.
Great turnaround for Unicorns of Love. Fnatic will get their first tower of the game. But it still puts them in a goal deficit, and Broxa gonna get jumped on. Another big leap from Xerxes. Savagery used to chase forward in the bush. Jumps out. 1-on-1. Broxa goes down. Flash over the gravity field with the help of a curtain call. Caps should get dropped. Samux with another.
All right, we had nothing happening in this game just before, but Unicorns of Love, we get into the mid game and it all starts bot lane, then boom, another kill in the mid lane, and now they catch Caps, who, remember, took that trade against Exile, were forced to flash away, and therefore died right after. So Unicorns really taking a lot of these small wins early, and then they just snowballed them into more and more kills. What a huge swing in gold.
And decisive gameplay from Unicorns of Love. Zero hesitation. Obviously, when Broxa walks into your jungle, that's easy, but looking at the setup in this tower dive.
Yeah, clearly they feel like Exile is not ready to actually dive them, otherwise they would just left. They had like a ton of time to walk away from this bottom lane. They stayed around, then Exile joins with Xerxes. Chachi even TP'd in just to say hello. Didn't really get to do anything, but Unicorns of Love got the summoner's advantage, got the HP advantage as well, and then used that to now pick up 4 kills, 2 towers, and they're going for the 3rd tower within, what, 2 minutes?
Yeah, exceptional. All outer towers down. It looks like Fnatic might be setting their sights on that Ocean Drake, but it's such a small objective.
Oh yeah, this, like, it's nothing in return to what Unicorns are getting. Like, I don't think I've seen 3 outer turrets drop in this short amount of time. Unicorns of Love using this advantage perfectly. They didn't get the tower quite yet, but Source has to respect that he might get dove by like 4 members of Unicorns. And he backs away.
All right, so this is going to need to be able to make it back to his inner turret. Flash is available, as is his teleport very, very shortly. The tower's still not fallen, so this has bought enough time for at least Reckless and Jesus to take down bottom. Broxa survives for a few seconds, decides to go back in, trying to help out Caps. The Chaos Storm and the Siphon Power, that gets a kill. Rune Prison into Overload. Now Soez is joining the fight. Exile looks to get rooted. There's no flash to escape. It's a little messy, but it's Reckless that shuts him down.
So in the end here, 2 for 2, and now Fnatic pushing mid lane. Every single time someone gets a kill in this game, they seem to be able to get something more. Unicorns taking Rift Herald. That's great for Chachi. Can be huge in the game. And they're okay trading.
mid tower forward. Could have just stopped doing it and walked to mid lane to prevent this from happening, but they traded for it. Hylissang!
All right, flash from Hilly gets the flash from Reckless. That could prove vital in the next few minutes. Let's see where Reckless decides to plant himself. There's no mid tower to just stand and wave clear in front of, so this will complicate Fnatic's decision making.
Yeah, because now, Trevor, we have very long lanes. Let's take a look at this skirmish. Exile with the aggressive ulti. Get Brox at first. It's a 2v2. We said this before in the game, how the Rengar Rise 2v2 skirmish is stronger. And they used it to get 2 kills, obviously because Fnatic was on the bottom side. They would join first, pick up the kills, and I think Unicorns are happy with this because they get Rift Herald buff for Vizicachi. And the reason I highlight that is because he's obviously a pure split pusher on this trundle, or he should be. And now with these really long lanes, because there's so many outer turrets down pre-20 minutes, it's perfect for a 1-3-1 comp, because now Trundle can chase Nautilus down a long lane. Ryze can chase Victor down a long lane, and that's exactly what those two champions want to do.
And if anybody's ever running away and not quick enough to get away, Xerxes will catch them and kill them.
Yes.
Xerxes on this Rengar, by the way, he's played twice this split. Currently 2-0. Lead wide, Rengar is 9-4. But this has been a pretty good Rengar performance. You know, he hasn't necessarily needed to do a huge amount with his ultimate, but he's been with the team, responded effectively, and is setting plays up as a unit.
Fnatic got caught a little bit with the pants down. Felt like they were like, oh, this is a slow early game, we got a scaling comp, this is nice, this is comfy, exactly what we're looking for, and bam, bam, bam. 3 kills happen for Unicorns, and suddenly the game is wide open, and now Fnatic playing into this very high-tempo Unicorns of Love team. They haven't been able to match it just yet, that's why they're down 3k gold.
3k gold, and a tower, and 3 kills. And looking at some of the item differences as well, Rod of Ages as well as Abyssal Scepter for Exile, Eye Edge and Ghostblade for Samux at 20 minutes. He's gonna hit like a truck.
Yeah, people might wonder why no Edge of Night. Well, the Infinity Edge is a better build for killing tanks, and he has this big, fat Nautilus in his face, so he needs to be able to take him down. That's where the Eye Edge comes in. Generally also just great for burst, when you know you're gonna get that guaranteed crit. Don't need to amplify it too much, but he most likely will get like a rapid fire cannon as well in this build, just to get even more crits from this Jhin here. And we mentioned the long lanes, champions who liked it. Jhin is another champion who loves the long lane because his ulti is such a long range, he's W. So when you have no tower to hide at, every time you walk out near the river, you're kind of afraid. You're like, oh, is he gonna like snare me? Is he gonna ult me from here? Am I caught out? And then suddenly you get jumped.
I mean, it's the, Chain of Corruption just short. Xerxes and Exile able to back away quickly enough. And you know, the Captain Obvious statement, this is the early game that Unicorns were looking for. They've opened up the map. They've got their Ryze in a good position. Vizicachi's out farming Soaz by a fair margin. He's starting to build some tanky stats as well. All right, now Unicorns, now we start judging you on how well you play the split push. Do you set up a 1-3-1, or does everyone just hang out in the mid lane and hope Fnatic pushes?
Yeah, I don't want to see them just hang out in the mid lane. I actually want to see Chachi stay in this side lane for as long as possible. He has a lot of, pressure on the Nautilus. His tower damage is just fine. You know, he can buff his own attack speed when he's near that turret. Basically chunk it down fairly quickly, but I think if you're Chachi, he's kind of been like, I need a second or third item before I feel confident sitting under tower with Source next to me, taking it down. But he's strong enough to just be a pure split pusher. He doesn't need to join mid lane. Because all Fnatic wants to do is 5-on-5. And if Fnatic is never allowed to 5-on-5, their composition doesn't work.
Yeah.
So we don't want to see Chachi opt into this. Stick to your side lane. Put full pressure. And then get these tier 2 towers down.
And Hylissang do not get caught out.
Right.
Now, when I think about a lot of the Unicorns games at this stage, the 20 to 30 minute mark, when they do kind of devolve a little bit to that ARAM style, single lane focus, Hilly, he wants to make plays. He's trying to set something up. It's not like an Xpeke where he gets caught out of position without maybe a goal, but Hilly's trying to make a play, trying to get a route, trying to set up CC. He's done it on a number of champions over the last few weeks.
I think it's important to...
frontline again.
Of course.
Support's coming up, though.
It's important to highlight, though, that Hylissang in this comp is actually not that important. Like, he doesn't need to make a play because you are winning by pushing 3 lanes at once. It's not about him flash rooting someone and then starting a team fight. It might happen in the game, but that's not how they're supposed to win. So it should be the kind of game where he can sit back and not risk it too much. This is the kind of trades we're going to see where Soaz can't do a damn thing.
No, and look at the tower. Soaz is going to try fall back. And Chachi can just continue to pressure him over and over. Unicorns continuing to extend that gold lead, continuing to push their advantage even further forward.
Yeah, and because Chachi is pushing so far forward, because he's sticking to that side lane, as we talked about, it opens up for the river. That means dragon, that means Baron. Like, this is a free dragon for Unicorns of Love. There's nothing Fnatic can really do to stop it. That is gonna be a Baron in 5 minutes. And then Fnatic has to blindly face check the Baron because every lane is getting pushed down by this Unicorns comp.
And Official, it's those types of plays that explain the average gold lead for Unicorns, jumping from plus 500 gold at 20 minutes to around plus 2,500 gold at 25 minutes. You know, it spikes, it jumps very, very quickly.
And also, like, you start taking away camps. Like, notice how Chachi is farming the bot lane. He's also farming the bot side jungle at the same time. So he's literally taking stuff away from Broxah, taking stuff away from Soaz, his tower very soon. And there's no one who's stopping him. The only way you can stop him is Fnatic sends 2 or 3 guys to kill him, but then Unicorns should be able to get a tower or a Baron.
All right, tower or Baron for Unicorns of Love. That's where they're going to set their sights on. Fnatic just need to combat vision, need to try and clear out some of the wards that Unicorns have pushed into the jungle. And let's go back to these team fight styles, right? Fnatic have worked a lot around Reckless in the past.
Oh, good little sneak into the Baron pit. This is not spotted by Fnatic. 2 members from Unicorns are sitting in mid lane to kind of bait the whole situation, saying, no, we're totally not doing Baron. You know, we're right in front of you. And now when Baron is low enough, they run back in to secure it. Great play.
Such great play. 0 risk, and there's even a realm warp to safety.
Too early.
Samix had to finish that one off. Sheepy is as surprised as we are.
Chachi, you're supposed to run now because you just took Baron.
Okay, flashes away from the chain of corruption. Tagged by a piercing arrow, the rest of Fnatic is coming down. There's a Chachi gonna buy some time. It looks like Caps will be able to run him down. Where's the CC? Not gonna connect. There's a Chachi's gonna go low. Teleport's interrupted!
Joke's on you, Chachi. We nerfed teleport. Takes longer to channel. That was it was a 10 out of 10. From the Unicorns of Love, became a 9 out of 10 because Chachi stayed for a little bit too long. He wanted that tower, but it's fine. What a great setup from them.
Does this make it a 9.5 if Samix can take the tower?
It's a 9.5 now.
And look at the clean rotation top. Wave has already been pushed in by Xerxes.
9.8?
9.8. Okay, so Chachi, you've cost a 0.2 on behalf of that Baron play.
On behalf of the perfect play.
There we go.
It was so close to the perfect play. It could have been Chachi just backed away. He wouldn't have died. Unicorns, they got the whole thing. But now they got a mid tower anyway, so very, very close. Like, just honestly, great setup. This is a Unicorns of Love who's not getting caught out. Look at good guy Hillisang. Staying back, but like, yeah, boys, I'm not needed here. I'm not doing anything. And they just bait the Baron setup. They had full vision of everything because of the split push. And it all starts from them getting the 4 kills into 3 towers, and then using 1-3-1. Love it.
And this is such an important game for the Unicorns of Love. They are currently tied with H2K in series wins-loss at 6-2 in Group B. And of course, Unicorns, they're playing Fnatic today. H2K are playing Misfits, an arguably much stronger opponent tomorrow. And depending on those results, we can see who could hold control of first in the league right now.
Trying to fight in mid.
We'll talk about that a little bit later. Samix gets tagged by the piercing arrow, Soaz no flash available, and 1-3-1. Unicorns successfully repel Fnatic's attack, get 2 towers, and are making great use of this Baron buff.
And now I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, Fnatic drafting defensively, it's passive, you can't force anything in this game. It was looking just fine for them. Yes, that is the risk when you run this comp. There's a risk to every comp. The risk for this one is if you start falling behind, you're purely team fighting, you're purely wave clear. You can't really force plays very easily, and then it can look really bad. But it was dead even at first. It was looking just fine for them, and then they actually got outplayed. The bot lane 2v2, that was an outplay by Unicorns. Exile's 1v1 against Caps, that was an outplay by Exile. So those plays set Unicorns up for success, not Fnatic's comp being bad or anything.
So Samix and Hilly in a 2v2, the engage of the ulti allowed Xerxes and Exile to outplay Broxah and Caps and make plays individually, just performing a little better, but then as a team, they're utilizing those advantages.
Exactly.
Right, that's the next step that Unicorns are putting on the Rift, and so far the 1-3-1, I mean, 9 out of 10? What do you think of that?
Oh yeah, it's great so far. They've been doing everything correct. Like, that's the thing. They're getting all the outer turrets. They've been getting Baron. Now's the point where I can slow down a little bit, because breaking into the base is very hard. It's very easy to kind of move between the 2 or 3 inhibs here. A very short path you have to defend if you're a Fnatic. So that's when you wait for another Baron. You wait for, you know, 1 or 2 Drakes more. In this case, only 1. And then you use that second Baron you pick up to try and re-break into the base.
If there is one advantage for the Fnatic squad, now that Baron buff has worn off, Graves, Victor, Karma, Varus,
farm 3 lanes,
now
baby.
you can stall. Now you can stall, but the problem is there is now no more room for error at all, right? Fnatic cannot give up another Baron. Fnatic cannot give up another tower, because that just gives Unicorns another like lever to pull and to squeeze to look towards the Nexus.
And luckily for Fnatic, they got plenty of time. Like, they have to break the 75 minutes of yesterday for us to kind of be unhappy with it.
Oh, yes.
Fnatic can just wave clear 3 lanes for about, you know, what should we say, another 40 minutes. We already practiced. We're ready. We've seen it all.
We've got this. The benchmark is set. Okay.
We can turn on the fun, the banter at any point.
Listen, Fnatic owns the longest game in EULCS history record.
Also
with
played the most
Origin.
games.
80 minutes and 28 seconds, if I recall correctly. That's what we said yesterday. So come on, break that record. It's could be one of those weekends. I don't think Unicorns are going to give them that opportunity, though. You can see Unicorns gathering around this Drake.
I kind of also feel like Unicorns is slightly better at closing out the game than Origin and Rocket. So kind of goes in Unicorns' favor.
I think that's pretty fair. I think that's a fair statement. You know?
I'm only trying to make safe statements right now.
Okay.
I want to make sure everyone sitting at home is kind of nodding, being like, yeah, I agree. I definitely agree.
That's one of them.
I think Unicorns is ahead in this game as well.
Especially with that Mountain Drake.
Especially Mountain Drake's great. You know,
what I do like about that, though, is Elder Drake's going to be at about 36.5 minutes, around there. So it's a slightly earlier Elder Drake that could be for the taking. And with Unicorns having such absolute map control, Fnatic need to push through so much darkness in their own jungle, in their own half of the map.
Fnatic needs to farm long enough to make gold irrelevant in the game.
Yeah.
So it's never fun to be in that situation where you're like, yeah, okay, we have to wait another 2 or 3 items because they won't get any map control. They're going to rely on Unicorns kind of really butchering like a fight near a Baron or something. So this is typically where you look at a game and say, this should now be so heavily in one team's favor that they should win the game, no matter what. But in sports, in esports, we do see mistakes. We do see like what we call throws, obviously, and that's where stuff can still go wrong. But Unicorns in full control.
Okay, Unicorns in full control, just off screen. Reckless flash engaged with Chain of Corruption. Samuk's response flash got him to safety. It ends up being a kind of even trade, right? Both ADCs are flashless, but it doesn't result in a gain. It still means Fnatic are 8,000 gold behind, and Reckless maybe feeling the pressure, maybe.
I mean, that's the thing, you know.
Feeling like he needs to make something happen.
Fnatic right now, they're hoping for like a Patriots versus Falcons moment. They're hoping for a Barcelona versus PSG moment. There's an NBA reference here somewhere as well, but I don't really follow NBA, so I kind of forgot that one. But they're hoping for that big upset, big surprise, big comeback. Xerxes, though, he's looking for some kills.
He is at the moment, currently invisible for now. Thrill of the Hunt, just spotting out where possible, has the potential to flank and turn around. Soaz gets prisoned in place. That bomb's gonna at least knock up Senkux. Here comes the Realm Warp, gonna deliver Unicorns of Love into Fnatic's hands. Defensive flashes and the collateral to buy some time. Brox's getting tagged by the call of the curtain, and Caps is running for his life. Fnatic lose 2.
There we go, Unicorns of Love finally gets the kills. Now they also get the inhibitor. The inhibitor in the mid lane. The brain stopped working for a second again.
Get the tower, get the inhib. They've got supers, a 10,000 gold lead, and just another fantastic decision. Decisive from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, the patience as well. Just like Xerxes sitting at the flank, you know, waiting.
You have to stop for a second. Patience.
Patience.
Unicorns of Love. I don't think that's a phrase we've used a huge amount.
Well, it's been a great game from them, so maybe it's time we start using it more,
Hey,
because they're showing it here. Like, we have seen high tempo earlier. Now we see Page. Look at Xerxes on the side, waiting. Then boom, as soon as Source gets caught, then he jumps in, and he's just being annoying. He's not trying to kill anyone. He's just being so annoying in the back line. And then the rest of the team, with a good Realm Warp, can chase Fnatic down, get the mid lane inhib, and now the base is open, Trev, and that is a key thing for them against so much wave clear.
So tough. Like, Cap's actually almost, you know, sort of two-shot Hylissang. And the reason I mention that, if the game state were different and Fnatic were on a more even footing, this 3-item Victor could have been so much more terrifying into 4 fairly squishy champions.
But it's not, because
And that's the
Unicorns of
problem.
Love are playing some very good League of Legends, using their comp.
Well, Soaz
Very
uses his
well.
ultimate, but there's not really a lot of support.
Is that a perk?
Reckless was using... Sorry, Reckless was trying to defend the super minions in the mid lane. And Xerxes still chilling with that Thrill of the Hunt.
I mean, he's applying the debuff, so Reckless is kind of like, okay, he's probably coming from top side. You have to respect it a little bit. They're trying to now get another inhib down, because mid lane is not enough. You need a
not
second
at all.
one, and you have a Trundle top lane. Taking down that tower very easily. And it's one of those games, you know, where the Trundle, he's 1-1-2, so if you just see the score after the game, you don't really feel like he was impactful. But in the game itself, he's just been split pushing 24/7 and applying so much pressure.
Like this, because the Chachi wailing away on that inhibitor. Mid lane, obviously down, has been for a little while. Soaz is going to be the target for now. Broxa rooted in place by the Flourish, while the rest of Fnatic are trying to defend the bottom lane turret. One of 3 remaining. Unicorns playing this one by the numbers, trying to get all of the inhibs available to them, and Vizichachi continues to apply the pressure.
With his army of minions, Soaz is trying to catch someone. Playing Nautilus when behind is really a sucky feeling, though, because no matter what you do, you're just kind of diving in and you don't do a whole lot, you just die.
Yeah, definitely. Redemption's going to be used by Fnatic. The 3rd and final inhibitor drops. Unicorns of Love set their sights onto the Nexus, and they are just ushering these Baron empowered super minions onto the turrets. This could be where Fnatic can 5v5. They've got Exile. They blow him up. Stranglethorns buys a little bit of time, allows Unicorns to escape. Hylissang almost gets chunked down as that death rate. So close. Fnatic, but that's a flash! Reckless! Piercing arrow gets the kill. The problem is...
They lost all inhibs.
They've got no inhibs. They've got double super minions for at least another 30 to 40 seconds.
Too little, too late, Trevor. Unicorns got everything they wanted, because now they can walk down, take an Elder Drake, double super minions coming in every single lane. Yes, Fnatic can farm more lanes and more minions, but that is really the only positive thing right here for them. Unicorns of Love been in full control. Basically been sitting on the throne for the entire game.
And that's what Unicorns are playing for. If they pick up a series win here, they will temporarily look to hold first place in Group B until we see what happens with Misfits and HTK tomorrow. It's the last week of cross-group play. This is currently number 1, number 2 from Group B taking on number 3, the clear 3rd best team in Group A, Fnatic.
And it's still fun to kind of compare the 2 groups, like which group is the strongest. We see the fight though from before. Just root onto Exile, and then he instantly gets bursted down. Some chain CC, and decent follow-up here, getting Hylissang down as well with the last one. Reckless. And Flash. Whoop. Sucks to be support sometimes. Luckily though, I think Hylissang is actually okay with that, because the enemy AD carry just traded Flash for a kill that, you know, didn't really do a whole lot, so.
And look at this, mid inhibitor just about to respawn. You can tell by the animation on your screen, and of course, Unicorn's already poised to take it down. Broxa, collateral damage to buy some time, and Exile's caught out once again. You can't make those mistakes at this stage, Exile. Piercing arrow flies across the Unicorn squad. It's gonna drop them low. Soaz is as well. No GA, but the inhibitor goes down. Double supers refreshed. For now, it's a double-double That's what Unicorns are looking for.
Oh, Soa's teleporting behind. This might be the comeback.
No ultimate for Soaz. Where's the support? Soaz finds himself caught between a kitty cat and the rest of the Unicorns. Piercing arrow chunks down Samax. Fnatic can't engage. Soaz kind of left for dead. The shield buys some time. GA is popped from Vizichachi and Gravity Field. Means that he's going to get caught in place, but not going to get killed.
Have to remember, Fnatic are fighting against Elder Drake, so even with the kill on Exile, they can't just go and take down more members. Teleport used. Fnatic holding the base. Hey, we gave them another 40 minutes. That's 20 now. This is the inhib. We're going down. Let's see Exile. Caught, snared, knocked up, simply just chain CC'd. Nice hook by Soaz, and Exile, second time, he's getting caught. So we are actually just seeing Fnatic get, you know, triple farm right now, or double farm at least, with all the super minions. They will lose every other objective.
And right now, Unicorns, it's the final hurdle that they need to get past. But Fnatic and Unicorns of Love, two teams in the EULCS over the last 2 years, that have been somewhat synonymous with crazy endings to games.
Yeah, we've been here quite a few times.
And not just the first time they met in the finals in spring 2015. Regular season in summer the following year. Regular season last year.
Again, if people don't remember, we had the moment where Fnatic almost killed the Nexus twice. Literally down to one hit. And then Unicorns managed to turn it around and actually beat Fnatic. It's one of those series where we were just screaming for
Deficio.
Ever.
That was Fnatic UOL, who have a history between themselves. 2-3 weeks ago, Unicorns couldn't finish the Nexus against G2 and failed at that final hit, and that allowed G2 to get the 2-0. Now, I only bring that up because if there was something to bring on post-traumatic stress disorder, losing 2 team fights in Fnatic's base might just trigger those feelings.
Or it might make the 4 members on Unicorns kind of yell at Exile and be like, dude, come on, just don't get hooked, and we're gonna win this. We had Elder Drake, calm down, we're fine, we get a Baron now. Like, it is effectively Unicorns of Love owning 95% of the map. It's been the same way for like, what, 15, 20 minutes almost?
Oh yes, oh yes.
Only thing Fnatic actually owns is the 2 Nexus turrets and the Nexus itself.
And the only real way for Fnatic to sort of bounce back here is UOL have to all overcommit and make mistakes. You know, you've seen Unicorns lose Exile a couple times, and despite being forced away, it hasn't meant anything for Fnatic. They've been locked inside their base.
Oh, a little trap.
There's no bush to hide behind this time. No one's playing Ivern. Instead, they're just going to hang behind the wall. Knee-high cover. It's a console trick. Everyone's safe behind knee-high cover. Unfortunately for Soaz, he gets tagged through it. Inhibitor on the bottom lane. Looks like it's going to go down to Vizichachi. He's got no GA available of a fight where to break out. Soaz reckons he's got a chance here as Exile and Hilly get forced away. Thing's used those Strangle Thorns, but now it's starting to get messy. Soaz's GA is popped. Xerxes and Vizichachi come up. Fnatic want to defend Soaz's life. He's low, 1,000 HP. Exile drops him down. Soaz is out. 5 versus 4. Vizichachi's looking to re-engage his caps. Throws down the Siphon Power on the Death Ray. Another inhib is the target.
Yeah, and rest of Unicorns of Love taking a lot of damage here. Poke landing from Reckless, so Fnatic will have to see 2 inhibs fall. The bottom one, mid one is already down. Top one stays alive. Delays Unicorns of Love again. Delays the Baron again. And that is what happens when you draft like a turtle comp and you get to sit with wave clear. We highlight this in Champ Select. There's wave clear from 4 out of 5 members on Fnatic. Even Karma adds some wave clear at this point, but Varus, Victor, and Graves, like, unless you can actually get a kill, or let's say 2 kills in this case, using the super minions to actually break down the Nexus is difficult because you just have to respect how fast they can kill the waves.
Unicorns of Love gonna try again. This is round 4.
Fight.
They've lost 2 fights. The previous one, I think you can say they won because Soaz went down and they got the inhibitor.
It's been small fights.
Small fights, of course. But everyone was getting involved. Vizichachi's pulled backwards. Chachi can still use the Subjugate to buy some time. Gravity Field backwards, not gonna get a chance. Reckless is on a rampage.
Oh man, I was joking earlier, by the way, when I said Fnatic had like another 40 minutes.
Well, Fnatic are not joking to Fisher because they want to go another 40 minutes. They've not given up yet.
No, that's why we can't just call a game over, even when it's supposed to be. In this case here, with Fnatic's wave clear, Exile getting caught a few times, Source with some good engages, honestly, on this Nautilus. They have just been able to hold and hold and hold.
I was looking at the player cams a moment ago. Stressed faces on the side of Fnatic, and this was the engage from Soaz onto Chachi. Again, great CC layering. I mean, it's easy with this much CC at times,
right?
But they're making it work.
And we get to this point now where, again, this goal difference, it starts to matter less and less. We always talk about it. Right now, it's full build on Reckless, so he doesn't care about being behind 10k gold. Victor, almost sitting on full build, he doesn't care about being behind 10k gold either. And this is because Fnatic have been farming 3 lanes now for, again, such a long time. Unicorns are not getting anything extra on the map.
With an extra minion wave in most of them, thanks to those supers. 3 Guardian Angels on the side of Unicorns of Love. Embrace the revive. Get an extra life. Exile gets caught once, he can come back, he can try again.
At some point, you use the GAs, you get a Baron buff, and then with their triple super minions, in this case will only be obviously in 2 lanes they get the super minions and not the double ones, but they will get some. You honestly just try and rush it to the base and just go for the Nexus turrets. But Fnatic's comp, as we talked about, is so good in team fights that you can't, because like, you have to respect late game Victor. You can't just walk by him. So it gets so difficult for them to push all the way in. You start needing like banner of command, one way to kind of stop Caps from pushing in a little bit and put some more threat maybe on the bottom side, and then you're playing on the top side of the base.
I'm looking forward to those banner of the commands and ZZ Rots. Fnatic can use them to help defend. I think Reckless being a full build, once he's got enough money to buy and resell and rebuy, we can unveil the EU ZZ Rots that just sometimes appears. But for Unicorns, Elder's in a minute and a half, roughly. Baron's up a little bit after that. So they can also just wait for the big objectives and try use those to finish. The problem is, they didn't use the previous ones effectively. No. So they need to change their approach, right? Be a little more patient, be a little more controlled.
I mean, one of the things we don't actually see teams do, but might be an option if you simply can't break down the base is, you know, you wait for both buffs to be alive, and then you take one, go to the other one. In this case here, they can do it because they spawn pretty close to each other, but when you have Baron buff, Elder Drake buff, full build, GAs, you should be so strong that you can brute force your way into the base. And if you can push them back to the Nexus turrets, you can burst those towers down fairly quickly.
Yeah.
So in this situation now, Unicorns can get both buffs, which is really, really good for them. They can take the Elder Drake, walk over, take the Baron, and they don't have to delay anything.
The first time in about 12 minutes, Fnatic can see the river.
Oh,
the Scryer's Bloom has revealed the river. Soaz is in the river.
It's a whole new world.
It's a whole new world, and what can Fnatic do with it? All right, looking at the minimap, Xerxes could come in from behind Fnatic. Teleport is available for Chachi. He's sitting on it now. Fnatic are looking to force something.
Yeah, it's always scary. In new territory here, you don't know what's lurking behind you, where the enemy can suddenly come from. And Fnatic, running as a group, 5-man together, bunch of explorers,
Thrill of the
looking
hunt
for resources. They're gonna find something.
Soaz, Pillar of Ice, does not lock him down. Xerxes got a lot of time to dawdle and Deander in that invisibility, stepping forward again. Now it's going to slowly time. Pillar of Ice again from Chachi. It's not locking anyone down.
But this is where Fnatic wants to be.
Fnatic have started the fight. Stranglethorn's going to knock up 3. What can Unicorns do? GA has popped. There's 2 more to burn through. Xerxes has popped as well. Fnatic, they're winning the fight. Unicorns are running away. Xerxes caught. Xerxes killed. Reckless is unstoppable. Reckless wants to go godlike. Jez is running onto the front line. No more CC to work with just yet. Deadly Flourish doesn't root Fnatic, and at 47 minutes, in a 10,000 goal deficit, Fnatic win the fights.
Forget the last 25 minutes. Fnatic now are dead even, maybe even stronger with the comp.
Not done yet, no GA on Chachi. He flashes away. All of a sudden, now Hilly's caught in the back end. Soaz and Caps, they drop him down. Elder is up, Baron is up, Fnatic kill Exile. they can take what they want.
They've been farming and farming and farming. Full items, team fighting comp, late game. Unicorns of Love had such a good mid game, but who the hell cares when we're now 48 minutes into the game? And Fnatic, they're winning.
They're gonna take down the inhibitor. Soaz is teleporting in for this one. 40 seconds for Exile, 30 for Hylissang. Deficio, they're going for the win. Samex
It's a Super Bowl all over again.
Oh my word! Here comes Xerxes. The gravity field stuns them out. Flash into collateral damage. Samex can't escape. Chachi's trying to do what he can, but it's 1-on-5. Fnatic, how the hell did you turn that one around? From more than 10,000 gold with no inhibitors, Fnatic beat the Unicorns!
The game is never over. The Nexus has to die first. And the Unicorns of Love, they walked into a wall again and again and again. We talked about the wave clear, we talked about the scaling. Unicorns got caught out multiple times when they were still so far ahead on items, when they were so strong. It just delayed the game. It delayed again and again and again, and then suddenly we get to this point where it's full items on both teams.
It doesn't make sense.
Take your 10k gold lead, throw it away. It doesn't matter, because now everyone has everything they need.
I'm not being funny, but the Unicorns of Love have a real Nexus killing problem. Like, there's so many other aspects of the game that are getting better and better. In the case of 3 weeks, inhibitors down in the base and just...
The Baron setup, it was great.
The Baron was beautiful. The follow-up, the towers, the power play. And the final hurdle, they tripped and hit their head so hard.
They ran straight into the wall.
So hard.
Straight into the wall. And Fnatic just benefited. You know, they farmed champions, they farmed minions. They didn't need any dragons, they didn't need any barons. Who cares? They just needed one last, team fight that gave them a kill, and then they chased that into more kills.
One more team fight, right?
Well, they chased that into the next fight. Yeah,
exactly, because Unicorns kept giving them fight after fight after fight. And it's like,
man,
do you know, these games, while they are like super entertaining, they just give you more questions than they do answers. Because Unicorns, I didn't expect their early game to look as good and as clean. And then I saw the split push and I'm like, ooh, how well will it get set up?
Pretty well.
And they made me sit down and shut up. But then the final push.
Final push.
Final push.
It didn't happen, man.
Fnatic snatched game one in this best of three over Unicorns. For a closer look at how it went down or how the Unicorns fell on their faces, let's check out the analyst desk.
Do you think we have any answers? No, we don't. Well, we are going to look at the final fight as fast as possible again, because that is where everything inevitably turned in favor of Fnatic, and, all planned. They were obviously waiting for this to happen, but, who's in the wrong here?
I mean, we get the super zoom TT Tours effect here, but who's in the wrong here? It's honestly the Unicorns.
Okay.
The whole narrative is being set up how about the Unicorns have a 1-3-1 composition. They're great at, breaking up this teamfight comp from Fnatic. Fnatic have a front line in Nautilus. Guess what you shouldn't do?
Fight them.
The important thing to remember is that this late into the game, Samex's Jhin is really going to struggle to break through the Nautilus, right? So you have this big front line in Soaz just soaking up all this damage for the entire fight. And the rate at which tanks die is going to be so much faster for Fnatic, which is why the longer the fight goes, the better it is for them. The whole setup, fighting in the middle of mid lane this late into the game, is exactly what Fnatic want.
Yeah, and this obviously follows the inability of Unicorns to really push their 1-3-1 to a close. 1-3-1 becomes progressively more difficult the closer you get to the Nexus, because the travel time between the lanes is obviously much shorter, and you can kind of tag team over. Nobody could deal with Visit Chachi, but they send in one guy, he gets chunked, somebody else takes over, and then that wounded ally either goes to the fountain, or he just joins the remaining 4v4
And Reckless
part.
did a lot of work.
Yeah, and Reckless had a lot of good skill shot accuracy right there. We see why Varus is such a coveted pick as well, but we cannot stress enough what a dumb call this was. This was like Uni Trolls of Love. This should not happen. You do not take a 5v5 fight, because even if Fnatic somehow positioned around the Elder, why would you care? They don't have any dragons. All you need to do is split push.
And also the thing is, right, if you look at the Unicorns of Love, at this point, we just had expected more from them, because if you turn it around, you can kind of see, you would go, oh, if Fnatic then throw that away, all right, they obviously are not at the same level, but Unicorns of Love just played a a perfect game up to then.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, sorry.
No, carry on.
Or not.
Nope, I'm done.
The only thing I was going to say is the thing that we've praised the Unicorns for is their ability to close out games throughout the split.
Right.
Normally, they get that big spike. They're very good at knowing exactly how to use it. And from what we've seen in the past, like when you take a Baron that cleanly, you would expect them to be able to properly utilize that composition and close out the game. But they just made mistake after mistake, allowing Fnatic that time to come back.
Yeah, another oopsie, just like in the G2 game, actually. Remember, where they were all so far ahead. It was kind of a different nature, but they kind of struggled to close it out. I do want to bring it back to the beginning of the game and give some praise where praise is due, although you guys can be the judges of that. We talked a lot about the Fnatic drafts coming in, and, you know, this was fine, but how much of improvement did you see?
No, this is definitely this is an acceptable meta draft. You play team fight versus 1-3-1. If you play even early and you can force objectives, you will do exactly what Fnatic did right here. Like if the game somehow stayed even in the early game, Fnatic could have forced Unicorns into situations like this. Of course, it didn't end up happening here, but draft was not the major kind of play factor in this game.
One thing I did like from the Unicorns is the fact that they invested a lot of bans into early junglers away from Broxah. We talked about it earlier on the desk, where this is a strength that Broxah has demonstrated throughout the split since his arrival to Fnatic, and Unicorns have respected that and allowed them to play a style that has worked for them so far.
And Xerxes also did a good job on the Rengar, honestly. Let's take a look at what happened early, which propelled the Unicorns of Love in what we thought would be a fast and snappy game, but it wasn't.
Now, this is great setup from the Unicorns because Fnatic, they believe that the Unicorns bottom lane has backed, so they end up getting caught and chunked out. The big thing for Fnatic now is that they feel they have good wave clear, they're strong enough that they can keep clearing the wave. What they don't realize is Caps takes a terrible trade up in the mid lane, and that allows Exile to make this roam bot. Fnatic don't actually go back to base, and this collapse ends up happening from the Unicorns. And we really have to criticize Fnatic because they should have just accepted, look, we can't hold on to this tower anymore, we've been chunked out too much.
This is actually the real problem. You just lost something heavy bot side, you respawn, go in like an aggressive blind invade top side for no reason, you fall as Graves, and somehow like Caps falls here as well. And I think this is where Fnatic as a team is not working together. When you see great teams work and operate, it feels like it's one guy controlling the 5 pieces and moving them around on the map. Right there, what Vedius said very well was that there was a trade in the mid lane that Caps lost. But if we actually looked at that trade, Caps did not have to take that. That was his hubris and his like confidence in kind of sidestepping Ryze Qs. Well, he ended up eating 2 to the face, had to flash out. So he was on 10%, had to base. This Ryze, obviously on half HP, can still realm warp into the bottom lane, and he punished his bot lane for that. So like, that is exactly what you need to avoid. If you draft a teamfight comp with a Victor in the mid lane, you need to know how to gracefully play that lane, not go for the 5%
It's all about cutting
outplays.
your losses in any case. We see Fnatic there, of course, they are contemplating going into the next game, as we are going to take a break as the players ready up for picks and bans for Game 2. Don't touch that browser.
Why are you so far up? Hylissang has no flash, remember, and first blood picked up by Reckless. Broxah can't help. Jesus is down. Unicorns decide to dive. Reckless gets dunked by Samux. Take it slow. Nice. Broxah survives for a few seconds, decides to go back in, trying to help out Caps. The Chaos Storm with a Siphon Power, that gets a kill.
Hey, question, can you sweat? I don't have sweat. I don't have it. Okay. Holy shit, man. Oh my god, I really have it. Oh.
So close. Fnatic that's a flash. Reckless. Piercing arrow gets a kill.
On for late, boys.
Fnatic, they're winning the fight. Unicorns are running away. Xerxes caught. Xerxes killed. Reckless is unstoppable.
We go.
Look, Trundle, peel.
Everyone's dead. And then don't get the KD, just oh, what a game!
I think replacing Amazing was one of the hardest things I've done so far with this team. I have a bit of a traumatized experience from last year when we were swapping players constantly, and it just ended up with us missing out on Worlds and not like reaching our expectations at the end of things. So I had a hard time accepting it at first, but at the same time I felt like for the greater good of the team and for our improvement in general, like we just needed to get someone else in that would align much more with the rest of us. And as I've mentioned a couple of times before, it wasn't necessarily like Amazing underperforming individually or him doing anything specific individually. It was just like he didn't fit well with Caps, he didn't fit well with our bot lane, and didn't actually fit well with SOAS either. So there was just nothing to build on in the regard that I mentioned before, that where we wanted to like have this synergy to begin with. So it was just something we had to do, I think, and Broxa is fitting in really well so far. I don't think Broxa necessarily brings anything different than Amazing. If anything, he actually talks a lot less and maybe plays a bit better, but I don't really think there's too much difference in it, honestly. And it's just much more about like him fitting much better with the lanes in general, and the fact that we have that synergy from, for example, the mid and the jungle together makes it so that we can play the side lanes out properly. Meanwhile, before with Amazing, it was kind of a chaotic scenario where we weren't able to get the mid priority because the mid and jungle didn't work together, and then we couldn't get the side lane priority because of that, and it was just a mess. And you could probably see it in our games as well. So as I said, it was just something that had to be done, and so far it's been working out great.
And welcome back to European LCS. So we just heard from the man on your screen, Reckless. Some pretty honest, some pretty hard words, you know, talking about the team, talking about the structure. It's actually a little bit of a surprise to me because at the beginning of the split, there was a lot of talk around how Fnatic were building this 10-man roster, we're building this, you know, environment, this culture, this thing that was going to work. And we've seen one swap, right? Broxa up and Amazing went down to the Challenger squad.
Yeah.
But now it needs to get better, and it needs to get better quickly, right? Because there's not a lot of time for any more errors.
Well, the good thing for Fnatic is they are almost guaranteed playoffs at this point, just because the teams under them are Giants and Rocket right now, so there's quite a gap between them. So that means they will have a few more weeks before a potential quarterfinal. It will be hard for Fnatic to catch Misfits right now and maybe guarantee a better seeding going into playoffs, but that is obviously the goal. But as you said, fix the mistakes, become as good of a team as possible before playoffs.
And it's so important you mention the quarterfinals, because this could be a quarterfinal matchup, depending on where Unicorns of Love finish up. So we're jumping back into game number 2. Unicorns of Love had side selection. They picked blue. It is patch 7.4. Orianna is still disabled for the European LCS. And again, early game junglers off the table. Rengar's up, Camille's up, Varus is up.
Yeah, same thing we saw in the last game where Unicorns banned Lee Sin Elise. Simply saying that Broxa mainly has value if he's on early game focused junglers, where at level 6 for Lee Sin he can force something earlier with Elise. It's a lot of focus though on the rookie on the side of Fnatic here. Lulu ban signals a Malzahar first pick. So Fnatic needs to decide if they want to get rid of it or if they take one of the traditional picks. This will also mean Fnatic can just grab the Rengar if they wanted, or the Graves, and then kind of be like, yeah, you ban Lee Sin Elise, we don't really care.
All right, instead a little bit of a mix-up. Despite banning Elise, gonna go for that Rengar, as it is open and available.
See, I like getting Malzahar here then if you're Fnatic, and you can either then get preferred AD carry, which is the Jhin for a lot of teams, or you can take Malzahar Ashe, which is a fantastic strong 2v2 lane, or Malzahar plus your jungler is another good option. If you just want to match jungle picks, you can go Malzahar Graves then. So there's a lot of like options now for Fnatic, because a lot of the bans are like very target focused, like Lee Sin, Elise, Lulu, like everything from Unicorns is directly targeted. It's not general OPs they're removing, like we see on the other side.
All right, so where did they go with this next pick rather?
AD carry or jungle is what we're expecting.
You've mentioned quite a few. How about they do both? It's an AD carry jungle.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, sorry.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we mentioned the Graves. Makes a lot of sense. Unicorns got to decide if they want either Jhin or Ashe as the standard AD carries here. I'm expecting them to have something ready for Malzahar because they knew he was going to get locked in when they picked Rengar. MF is a very traditional pick. Lulu, of course, is already banned by Unicorns on their own.
Well, Jhin Zara went well last game, and obviously Shen was banned as well. So this time round, locking in that Shen. Very good champion for Vizicachi as well.
It definitely is, but they are leaving support, meaning Fnatic can get to ban away things like Tahm Kench now. And obviously, something we saw earlier today being used very effectively against the Malzahar in Splyce versus G2. Against the Jhin, a lot of options, honestly. Sivir is one of them. Ezreal is another. Ashe. Like, you can play almost anything here if you are Fnatic in terms of the bottom lane.
So I want to go back to this top lane pick, right? Shen, for Visit Church, it's his most played champion by a significant margin. 7 games so far. Soaz has the ability to counter pick, as does Caps.
Yeah.
So where do you think Fnatic will be inclined to go?
Well, for now, I mean, they can take the top laner first and then wait to get another counter pick, as you said, for Caps here. So like a Nautilus coming in. Could be a ban from Unicorns of Love. There is a lot of like different carry tops you can play against Shen, like Rumble, Trundle. All these are very, very good. But I wonder if Unicorns will get rid of Rumble and Nautilus, or if they're actually going to leave some of these tops open. It would be weird. I like the Rumble ban here, so I definitely agree so far with them. And I think Fnatic should ban Tahm Kench. It can be so annoying to play in Malzahar against it. You can definitely do it. But
It's
whenever
just frustrating.
It's just frustrating.
Yeah. And add Tahm Kench and Shen together, it gets even harder.
It does. Fnatic here might be saying, though, they're not going to pick Tahm Kench because they want a strong 2v2 bot lane, so they can use the Shen ulti down to that bottom lane to put pressure on the turret. But I still think it would have been a fine ban here. They leave it open. Hylissang has played it quite a lot in the past. But knowing Hylissang, he might also have something different. Like, MF is not a typical Hylissang champion, but it will give lane advantage to the Unicorns of Love in the bottom lane. They can then use the Shen ulti around, which would be very strong. And we get the 2 top lane bans I mentioned, with both Nautilus and Rumble.
And MF, of course, is one of Jez's most played champions, so at least he'll have he should be comfortable and aware of how to play into it, but it'll be very different for him. Obviously, he's got that Malzahar locked in. We're anticipating potential tank. Poppy, obviously, raised in priority, and yes, we're going to see a Crocodile here. I'm French, so as says. That's a real old one, if anyone remembers that.
That is definitely an old school one.
That's a golden oldie.
But we brought some old school ones up yesterday.
And it allows Caps to also counter pick in the mid lane.
Yes, which is a very important thing.
Syndra, maybe?
Syndra or Cassiopeia are the 2 I'm looking at right now for Caps. Always have to remember the potential Katarina that can happen. Support, ooh, Zillion, I like it. Spicy. Spicy from the Unicorns of Love. Coming in as a pick against the Malzahar very specifically.
And also good synergy everywhere. Movement speed for Rengar. Obviously shield as well. Cassio into Rengar, Shen, Jhin. Do you like that? Do you not like that?
Cassio is a fine matchup against the Ryze in the mid lane. And while yes against the Shen, it can be a bit annoying. You can run Cleanse, and then you can use that for these late game fights in case you do get taunted up. Otherwise, Ghost is the other option for extra mobility. So overall here, a Fnatic comp with a lot of damage on the side. Like actually 5 champions who deal a very large amount of damage, especially in the mid game. And then further on to late game with Ezreal and Cassiopeia. Unicorns of Love with a very standard Unicorns draft, honestly. Yes. Shen, Rengar, Ryze, like these are 3 of the most picked champions for this team because it allows you to play like 3 lanes at once. It allows you to have catch potential, and the Shen ulti often enables them when they are playing these very, very aggressive, you know, team comps where they do overextend. And then whenever they get caught, Shen ulti happens and it kind of saves the day.
Unicorns overextend? No.
No.
I don't think so.
Well, they forgot to do it in the last game.
Well, we'll find out what Unicorns can do with this team composition. What is becoming a bit of a recurring theme this season is these sort of no tank comps and how we judge a team's ability to play them. Obviously, Graves will eventually scale in that way. Renekton wants to try put some pressure and split push. So Fnatic, how well can you play this style? And how do they handle the potential pressure from Rengar? Because if they are trying to enable and allow Renekton to play on a bit of a side lane, obviously Rengar could have some tools, especially if Ryze wants to join in.
Right, I mean, you probably won't see Unicorns focus too much on the Renekton himself. Like, he's going to push down the Shen. Graves is not the greatest diving jungler because you can hide behind the tower and he kind of shoots into the tower instead of actually shooting you. So we often see like Renekton with the least, but that was banned in this case here. So Swords will have the pressure, but I want to see what Unicorns can do mid and bot lane.
Well, we're going to find out. We're loading up onto the Rift. Half the crowd supporting the Unicorns of Love, half the crowd supporting Fnatic. And as it stands, it's Fnatic at 1-0. For what it's worth, Deficio, Fnatic did more with the single inhibitor they killed than Unicorns did with the 5 inhibitors.
I love this. I love when we have 2 different fan groups. I'm glad we don't have any hooligans here either. Just stick to cheering.
I love the cheering, I love the energy, and I'm glad to see that despite the rough spring split in 2017, Fnatic fans are still here in force. 4 wins, 4 losses. It's been a tough time if you support the Fnatic squad.
This game right here, Trevor, could be the turnaround for Fnatic in this season, because if they manage to take a 2-0 win over the Unicorns of Love, one of the best teams in Group B, that would be fantastic for them moving towards playoffs. Fnatic obviously want to get ready for that, very specifically. Want to show what they can do in what we expect to be a quarterfinal for now. We're not going to pluck them in G2 spot and give them the semi-final just yet, so they have to take the long route towards...
The alternative, of course, if UOL turn it around, if UOL close this series out, right, they're one step closer to that semi-final.
Yes, they are.
There is a lot at stake. Taking a look, Fnatic starting off on that Raptor camp as Soaz helps out Broxa, Xerxes and Chashi onto the Sentinel, and Samus, by the way, just starting with a pair of boots on that, Jin.
I want to see the pathing now from Xerxes, because he started blue buff. Not something we traditionally see very often from a lot of junglers. Like, again, we've seen more and more of the Raptor camp start, but obviously on the bottom side, you're not getting much of a leash then. Then it has to be the Rise giving a few hits to you. So I want to see what his pathing is going to be. If he's just going to do in full farming mode, just takes every single camp on the bottom side. Recalls get like double longsword.
Jesus starting with Malefic Visions and Reckless hitting so many of those Mystic shots and autos. All right, going to keep pushing forward. Hilly's down to 200 HP and burning through those cookies.
One of the problems for Zilean support is the fact that he has to choose between pushing or harassing. If he uses the bomb on minions, he's not going to hit you at all. And this time, Hylissang opted into hitting Reckless twice. So yes, he burns a potion, which is good, but lost the push here. That means level 2 for Fnatic early.
Yeah.
Hylissang and Samus will get it right there.
So +5 CS, at least from his first couple of waves. Reckless and Jez's playing extremely aggressively.
But Reckless, Doran's played 1 potion. Mithy and Sven, in your interview earlier today, talked about how hard it is now in this meta to kind of bully out lanes, because you can just run boots and 4 potions. So yes, Samus was down to like 1/2, 2 bars earlier. He's back to full HP and he still has potions left. And now it's Reckless who's actually losing out on the sustain trade.
Well, in game 1, it was Reckless that got first blood with the help of a good gank. Samus and Reckless, you can see the stats from game 1 on your screen. Reckless dealing a high percentage of his team's damage, obviously, because they were behind for a lot of the game and then won multiple team fights back to back to back, landing great skill shots.
And I think Reckless has been, honestly, a very good player this split. I'm not sure why I said honestly right there. It's not like I'm normally lying to you guys when I talk about Reckless, but I think he's been very, very good. I think he's been dealing a ton of damage, even on a team that's been struggling for quite a lot of it. And he never really falls behind in lane. So he's been a very consistent player, which is a very standard thing for him. Now I want to see in this bottom lane if Unicorns can keep kind of landing the harass and kind of win again that potion war. Caps here taking some damage and potential gank from Xerxes. Oh, this gank.
Xerxes going to jump onto Caps, cleanse, and Flash comes out. Flash forward from Xerxes. Caps gives up first blood, secured by Xerxes. Broxa wants to make something happen. He's got a flash available, but needs to reload that shotgun. Going to tag an auto, and unfortunately, Broxa can't reply.
And again, we make a lot of excuses for Caps because he's a rookie, and we think he's really, really good, like mechanically. But he's making some of these really odd decisions in lane. Like last game when he took the trade against Exile, he didn't have to take, lost his flash and died right after. Jez is in mid lane.
All right, flash and exhaust is available to Jez's. Exile, no flash, but Ghost is up. The crabs and the shotgun take him down.
All right, a 1-for-1 in the end. As I was saying though about Caps, here, trade so aggressively towards the right side of his lane here, towards the top side, where he had a very defensive ward that couldn't actually spot Xerxes. So he was playing to the wrong side. And that's why he gets ganked and actually dies to a pre-level 6 Rengar gank. Luckily for Fnatic though, Jesse shows up and Exile tried to push out the wave, ends up dying as well. So good response.
It's also good play from Jez's and a support who has extremely...
Look at this. Okay, there is actually a ward, but it disappears, so now it's gone. Caps knows this ward is going to disappear, and he still plays on top side, meaning now he doesn't actually see the gank early. The fact he had a ward though does excuse it a little bit, so I'll definitely take back some of the blame right there. Didn't actually see it was there so early on.
Yeah.
But just expired, and as soon as it expires, Xerxes shows up on that top side. And the thing normally you would see is Caps would have been to the bottom side because that's where his jungler is. That's where he had a control ward and he had full vision of, you know, anything really. But he's playing on the other side. He thought he had the ward to cover him, just disappeared. So honestly, a little bit unlucky in that sense from Caps. Definitely want to take back some of that play.
Just a little bit, right? And of course, Exile and Xerxes, then they stuck around, allowed Jesus to come in and pick up a reply with the help of Broxah. I was just mentioning before the replay came up, Jesus as a support has the highest ADC proximity in the game in the early stages.
What does proximity here mean?
What it means is Jesus is within 2,000 range of his AD carry over a defined period of time. And it basically means Jesus holds Reckless's hand a lot, lanes with him, sticks with him, and he's not roaming a huge amount. However, we just saw the opposite. Roaming to mid, helping out Broxah, and getting a kill for Fnatic.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the fact that Fnatic, when they play this laning phase, as you said, it's a lot about like Reckless and Jesus winning 2v2, getting pressure 2v2, and then when they get out of laning phase, either if they're behind or ahead, they have to go mid lane together, because we often see Caps play side lane, so it's Jesus and Reckless in mid, defending, again, playing next to each other, and it obviously gives a very high proximity near that AD carry.
How much time they spend next to each other.
A word and a stat we use often that is not always clearly defined.
Yeah, we're trying to make it a little bit more, you know, standard. It'll come with some time, and Tefisho, Hylissang, they're going to clear out the control ward as best he can. We've not spent a lot of time in the top lane. Soaz throws down the Dominus. There's Vizicachi. His Spirit's Refuge times out. One slice for Soaz. He's holding on to the dice for now. It's just timed out. Kolomeek to get some sustain, and Soaz, he's not pushed that wave into Chachi yet. Teleport's available for Soaz at least. Oh, very good from Caps. Miasma, and gets the Stand United. Oh, that's big.
Really big for Fnatic and trade bot lane.
That also, could that thwart the dive? Was actually thinking about it?
No, I think they want level 6 on Zillion before they go for crazy shenanigans. But that mid lane, this is what we said in Champs, like unicorns, when they overstep, like to use the Shen ulti to kind of save the day. Sometimes it means they get a few kills from it. Other times it means it's just used very defensively, and that is a big cooldown. The reason you pick Shen is for this ulti.
Yeah.
He's not gonna just win his lane, so the fact that now the ulti's on cooldown, Fnatic will time that and be like, yeah, we don't care about top. Top doesn't exist. This champion is no longer a thing until the ulti is back up.
And there's a teleport advantage as well. So Soaz, for at least a little while, could make a play.
Yeah, that means Fnatic now, on the bottom side, can force a play. First we see Broxah top lane.
All right, Soaz actually was backing away. That's a flash from Vizicachi.
But the thing is now, level 6 Malzahar, TP on Renekton. If you want to force a bot lane tower, you can do it as Fnatic. Flash ulti from Jessis, TP in from Soaz, and there shouldn't be any response from Unicorns of Love because they have no Shen ulti, no Shen TP. Other option is you go to the top lane and you play around Soaz. Either you send up the dual lane and you push in the tower and take it, you have Broxah going up there. There are actually so many plays Fnatic can make right now because they have pressure bot lane due to TP advantage and pressure top lane due to Renekton versus Shen.
It's kind of the opposite of game 1, isn't it?
In many ways.
Game 1, Unicorns had all those tools. Soaz, he snuck his way into this top bush. There's no flash for Vizicachi. Oh, that kind of fizzled. A slice forward and a dice. Dominus as well. Ruthless Predator locks down Vizicachi. Soaz decides not to stick around under the tower. But that means there's no ultimate if they wanted to make a pressure play elsewhere. Jesus in the mid lane. Ghost and Flash available to Exile and support. So Fnatic going to be so cautious here.
Again, would love to see Fnatic have another member top lane. Oh, Exile here with the rest of the team. Jesus opting out of it, but I think Soaz will get so much damage on this tower now. We'll actually be able to take it down. So Fnatic right now didn't even need to send backup for it. They were like, yeah, you're on your own. And the reason they can actually get the tower now is because Unicorns are investing everything on the bottom side of the map. Normally they would have someone top here to kind of just like force Soaz to back, but actually allowing Soaz to take a tower.
Broxah's on a ward. Look at the damage from Xerxes. Actually retrades back evenly. The fight's not over yet. That's a stun onto Broxah. He gets dropped down. Exile gets another for UOL. Here comes Caps looking for a petrifying gaze. Twin Fangs needed. Not going to get it yet. Hylissang gets turned. Chrono Shift has already been used. There's the cleanse from Caps. Flashes forward. Stand United comes back available. And all of a sudden UOL win.
Man, Just when Fnatic had so many options. Unicorns, they say, screw the top lane. We don't need to go stop Renekton from killing this tower. We can just force a play in the bottom side. And Fnatic, they got caught. Now TP bot lane by Soaz.
All right, coming in behind both Samux and Exile. Samux has got a flash. Exile looks to run down Reckless. Heal is still available. Reckless may need that. He's enlisted 6 minions to help fight. The spell flux spreads, but it doesn't kill the wave. Soaz is going to come in behind Exile. Looking at Hilly.
Won't get anything.
Well, ultimate wasted teleports.
It's a bit like the last game here where it's actually very even. It looks pretty decent for Fnatic. And then when Unicorns just turn up the tempo, Fnatic can't react. Wasted teleport there from Source might give him a dragon, so not fully wasted in that sense. But obviously then he could have walked back to top lane and still TP down if he was needed at the dragon. So he didn't get the kill he was looking for, but he did stop the tower from taking damage.
It's so important to say that again, you know, the tempo, the decisive play from Unicorns of Love. Xerxes kind of been leading the way, 3-0-1, involved in every single kill the Unicorns have put on the board, and it's because of this.
So Fnatic, at this point, they don't have to take a fight here. They can back away right now. Right now, they can just back away. But no, they step in, double bomb from Hylissang, great engage, and then instant follow-up by Unicorns. Every single player on the same page. This was 3 guys. Samux is running from bot lane, he's not here. Visichachi's top lane, he's not helping either until now. Right there. So this was 3 members from Unicorns. Let's see with Exile.
All right, Soaz continues to chase. It's currently a 1-on-2. Caps was just too far away. Soaz completed that Black Cleaver, and Soaz wants to win. He's playing very, very aggressively this game.
And Soaz did his job. Won his lane, took his top lane tower. All he needed was for the team to just not opt into a fight, because he was getting that free tower. 2 things could have happened. Unicorns would force a fight on the bottom side, and Fnatic would get top tower. Unicorns send someone top lane to defend. Source would just back away, not get the tower, but he would get it later then, and it would be fine. None of those would actually put Unicorns ahead if Fnatic didn't opt into it, and they actually did.
Opting in. Xerxes opts in. Gonna use the Battle Roar to escape. That's a stun! Skegfile gets caught out. No Stand United available. Visichachi's looking for Caps. Curtain Call won't find the kill. Caps goes down. Mid laners are secured. There was a teleport and a flash from Chachi that was needed.
Well, once again, a lot of action in these games here. Unicorns, they want to play this style. Fnatic opting into it. Trying to dance with the Unicorns.
As it stands, Fnatic, they've got the map objectives. They've got the tower, the dragon. Unicorns have got all the kills. Correction. Xerxes has got all of the kills.
So far, we like their Zillion here from Hylissang, landing a lot of those bombs here. Let's see it again. So now set up on the bottom side. This time, there's Shen teleport. No Renekton TP, and Xerxes just using the W to get out straight away.
Yeah. Xerxes doesn't really care. He sees a champion, he jumps on him. And now Xerxes and Samux, they're gonna work together on this bottom outer turret. That'll be the first of the game for the Unicorns of Love as he gets closer to 15 minutes. And Deficio, Caps gets caught up, but he's not stunned by those bombs. Soaz, luckily in range to support his team members. And that means Unicorns are forced to back away.
But I love that we're going to keep getting more and more fights, because Unicorns, again, can play multiple lanes. Shen will just try and hold his own, but Exile wants to try and push on the other side. That means Fnatic will spread out. That means Xerxes will find his openings, he will find his fights. Fnatic, they don't really have anywhere they can send the Cassiopeia safely. If you put a bot lane against Splyce, Rengar, Shen, damn, she's done. She's dead instantly. So Fnatic kind of have to play like this 1-4 setup, where whenever Unicorns are forcing something, they have to react. They have to try and match it and fight against them. They can use the Malzahar though to force fights. We want to see a good game here from GSS. Moby boots, extra mobility to kind of get close enough to then flash in an ulti. Problem is Hylissang will try and counter that.
All right, gonna use that Chrono Shift if he can. Of course, Stand United available as well. So, Fnatic looking for the 1-4. Unicorns of Love, in the previous game, they wanted a 1-3-1. What does their team composition want to do this time around? It feels like they could, but less effective.
Yeah, it's the same, just without a winning top laner. So it's a more defensive-minded Shen, but with double globals. So whenever you do force a fight, the first one, Renekton will match. But then when you do it the second time, Renekton will not match, and you get the numbers advantage. So that's not good for Fnatic if that ever happens.
But it also means Unicorns need to pull it off multiple times. And what ended up happening in the previous game is, as the game played out, it was the repeated attempts at making plays that made them lose focus.
Unicorns wants skirmishes. And you always get more skirmishes than team fights. Like, you might get 1 or 2 big team fights in a game, and if you lose those, well, the game is most likely over. Skirmishes, they can happen all the time. You force one, you use the Shen ulti, Renekton has to TP in, boom, you get 1 or 2 kills maybe, or you just go dead even. And then you back away, and you do the same thing next time with the second global from Vizicachi. He has to accept, though, that he's going to get pushed in. That's what he's doing now. And you can see Exile bottom lane, and you see 4 members of Fnatic mid lane. They're trying to react to the push. They have to send someone down to defend, though, on the bottom side, and that opens up for Unicorns to suddenly make a play here. Catch someone in the rotation with Xerxes, Hylissang. That's what they're doing in the jungle now. They're looking for that one guy who's going to the bottom lane to defend.
Oh,
didn't find him.
Reckless able to Arcane shift over the wall, but he's going to go toe-to-toe with Exile. Yeah, Exile has got a lot of damage. The overload into Rune Prison. Shield comes up.
And you can see Unicorns now have multiple options. They can trade in the bottom lane because Exile is strong. Or they can go mid lane with 4 members while Reckless is stuck defending on the bottom side. So by doing this, you know, constantly pushing these 2 lanes, mid and bot lane, and taking over the jungle, Fnatic has to take the long route around. Look at your minimap instead of this fight. Actually, look at the fight. Look at the fight.
So as he's used the ultimate, Flash is available for Vizicachi. Soaz is going to need to back away. Looking to cull the meat, get some sustain. Look at the support from Samux. He's coming from the river. Where's the rest of Fnatic? Soaz, he used to be a god at escaping unescapable situations. There's no dice. Flashes away from the taunts. Now the curtain call, going to be sidestepped. Cull the Meek gets some survivability. Blast Cone sends him back into the lane. Soaz, the fabled escape king, slices forward.
God.
He's not done yet. Dice should still be available. Once again,
next
looks
man
like
up.
he should be able to sustain. This should be a kill, and the credit goes to Vizicachi.
Close. He bought a lot of time. Sadly, the rest of Fnatic haven't been able to use it just yet, but they're going for Dragon
You know,
now.
I still feel disappointed, right?
Why?
Like, you see those plays happen,
to his team.
and Soaz has teleported out of moments like that so many times in the past.
While it didn't look like you got anything at first, Fnatic just waited for Unicorns to step away, and then they take a Dragon for it. So, good old Soaz with the classic ring around the roses, whatever you want to call it.
I'm surprised you know that one.
Well, Trevor, I've been spending too much time with you.
I know. 163 minutes. No, 153 minutes yesterday.
Yes,
it was a lot.
That was a lot. I wasn't where I learned it, but you learned something yesterday. I'm very glad you learned it.
I did indeed. And hopefully we'll get an Alistair. It was banned this game. We'll talk about it a little bit more. For now, though, Fnatic, 2 dragons, even on towers. It's getting to mid-game quite comfortably, quite clearly, with the towers starting to fall. But if you look at the minimap, and every time I look at the minimap, it feels like UOL have got slightly better vision.
I mean, the thing is, Unicorns have a winning side lane right now that they play around. Samux has to be a little bit careful, but he has a Shen.
Okay, so Samux will get Vizicachi to deliver. Soaz is not done yet. He's now going to be forced to run away. Jesus can buy some time near the grass, under the tower, with the help of that Void Swarm. Vizicachi's now forced away. Broxah, collateral damage onto Samux. That's not enough for the kill. And that means Fnatic, they save Soaz's life.
And Soaz does teleport in case Unicorns stay and push.
The rest of Unicorns looking at the minimap. They're pushing into the top quadrant of the jungle. Caps moving towards that Raptor camp, wants to try and defend, and at the same time, Reckless is pushing into the bottom lane.
Yeah, because Samux stepped forward and got caught here by Soaz, kind of stopped Unicorns from doing anything. Mid lane, Caps didn't get to connect with the ulti. Exile, still very healthy there. Back to pushing top now. Chachi is very low though.
Yeah, he is indeed. Malefic Visions, and the Void Swarm push him away, and Reckless will end up taking the tower.
And it's one of those moments where the idea is correct from Unicorns. Hey, let's put AD carry top in here, let's push in top lane, let's send four members to top side and get that tower. Almost.
So close.
Almost.
Literally the last minion or so.
But because Samux right there, kind of sleeping a little bit and got caught by Soaz, it forced Unicorns back. They couldn't now get that top lane tower. And Fnatic, while being under pressure, just took a tower, and they're evening the goal. Like, it is so even in this game right now. Small things here and there. Correct calls, slightly wrong execution, and then suddenly Fnatic gets an advantage. Soaz running around, boom, Fnatic gets a dragon. Like, they've been getting small things here, and it's all built around the Renekton. Very good engagement from Source against Samus.
Exile very aggressively trading forward. He knows he's got a chrono shift backing him up. That's arguably why he's doing that. But Fnatic, on the other hand, going even into 21 minutes. Broxah, big respect flash a little bit earlier. Xerxes threw down Thrill of the Hunt. Broxah didn't want to run the risk of being caught by Xerxes in Exile. And I'm looking at support in the top lane. No one from Fnatic to defend. So Vizicachi will have as much time as his heart desires, and as it stands, none. Stand United teleport available, and the rest of Unicorns grouping up in the mid lane.
Might be sitting on quite a lot of gold on Shen. Actually didn't have that much, but he went back to base to go bottom side and hold again with TP. Same setup, Exile top lane. He's the winning lane that Unicorns can play around. So now the next objective is the top side jungle of Fnatic. That's where you want to get your vision. Have the control wards in the entrance, get your wards down further in so you can spot Fnatic and let Exile get these outer turrets. We saw him bot lane, now we see him top lane do exactly the same. This is where Fnatic is forced to find some sort of fight.
Defensive flash there from Jesus. Another summoner spell blown. Xerxes is going to throw down the ulti. Broxah, remember, can't flash to safety. Curtain Call's not going to be enough to pick up a kill though. Luckily for Fnatic, they get away unscathed, at least for now. In game one, Unicorns had a gorgeous Baron setup. Let's see if they can do it again. Maybe they don't need to do it again. Jesus, nether grasp onto Exile. Exile's QSS gets him to safety, but the Void Swarm, he walks back into it. Manages to get the shield thanks to those runes, and Caps, battle roar down.
Yeah, Caps getting caught on the bottom side, but Unicorns, they're going for more.
They are. Broxah, he's out of position. Vizicachi gets the Shadow Dash taunt, which secures the kill. All of a sudden, Unicorns with 2 quick kills and 1 outer turret remaining. They're going to push Fnatic even further back.
Again, it's all about Unicorns putting pressure on multiple lanes and then finding fights around mid lane. Fnatic trying to dance and simply not able to do it. Unicorns always feels like they're getting a bit of an advantage when we have these fights. Now they're going for swords in the bottom lane.
Yeah, trying to dance with the Unicorns, so as good flash just at the last second there. It's out of range, and Unicorns, they haven't finished the siege until this moment, as now it looks like they're all backing away. And again, Fnatic fall behind. It is later, it is less than game one, but that crisp, no hesitation style of UOL is punishing them.
Yeah, Exile TPing in like very aggressive ulti from him, but he has QSS, and then Caps has to kind of go down towards the bottom side of the map, and then he will obviously, of course, get chased down. As soon as the engage happens, Fnatic scatter instantly. They split up very, very quickly. Because probably all calling Ryze. Because he's like behind him, like, hey, Ryze is here. QSS, he kites around, he doesn't die, and then Caps ends up dying.
Problem is, everyone's eyes are on Ryze, and you forget the snake in the bush, and then Caps dies. It's a problem for Fnatic.
Definitely a problem.
To Fishio, Fnatic are nearly 3,000 gold behind, but in game one, that comeback victory was the largest of the spring split this year. Stats team have just pinged me and updated me. But their team composition allowed it. I don't feel like this team composition will have that same flexibility if they're put in the same position.
No, but they're going for a Baron here. They snuck over the wall with both Renekton and Ezreal. Exile is running around.
Exile
didn't spot it. He didn't see it. He didn't see it.
What? How?
Because he had no idea this is happening. Like, he thinks Fnatic are just sitting back defending. Now the blue trinket is on. They're on the way.
No,
they might still be able to fight.
No, you're kidding.
Oh, the take damage from behind.
The Baron down to 1,200. Picked up by Fnatic. How many people die? Jesus is killed. Soaz is killed. So is Broxah and Reckless.
Oh,
no,
the recall.
The Sunfire Cape. That interrupts it. All right, Mystic Shot and Arcane Shift. Here comes Xerxes over the side. Petrifying Gaze stuns nobody. The entire Fnatic team is in trouble. Reckless will be jumped on. Spirit's Refuge blocks all those attacks, and Reckless goes down. Fnatic are ace!
Oh, they tried to sneak that Baron with Unicorns going for the Dragon, but so many Unicorns members were still near the mid lane, and then of course Exile, who ran by the Baron, didn't see a thing. And then suddenly they realized this was getting a little bit fishy. Where was Fnatic on the map right now? They find him, they killed him. 25 minutes in, Trevor, base is open.
They see the fish, they shoot the fish in a barrel. Fnatic are aced, and I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I've never seen somebody walk past the Baron pit and not look into it. Oh my
But
word.
like, he's simply, we can see everything obviously. For him, he's just like, yeah, they were just sitting back, they're waiting, I need to push this wave. Now, I know this call didn't work for Fnatic, but I love seeing these kind of calls. Like,
I agree.
I love when you're behind, you're like, okay, we think they're going on the bottom side to kill the dragon. Maybe we can sneak this, you know. Creative moves. Something we shouldn't always be too negative about. Promise. So they're behind the Baron, so they take a ton of AoE damage, because when you have more members behind than in front, Baron will fire up the spikes again and again. And then the rest of Unicorns just, of course, chasing them down. Another thing I love to watch is people just sidestepping the Cassie ulti. Oh, actually, just flashed. Never mind. I thought he just turned around.
Even better.
Yeah, I thought he turned around.
What is
That's
more
fine too.
What is more impressive, the flash or the sidestep?
I mean,
if you had to rate it, you have to.
I'm gonna say the sidestep. I love it. I love seeing the sidesteps. I also then love seeing Cassiopeia players who delay their ulti. Because they're like, ah, you thought I did it. But obviously, if you're very fast on low ping tref, you can almost always do it.
Flash for flash. Xerxes' Thrill of the Hunt comes down. Soaz has a teleport available.
Jesus.
Jesus, where are you going, my friend? He's running away from the rest of UOL. Cap screams to death. Somehow, Hylissang has gone down. I didn't quite see exactly where that one was.
I believe it was a Graves ulti just here where Xerxes is right now. Hylissang did not expect it.
No.
And he ends up dying despite having ulti up. But Unicorns will get a top tower. They've already gotten mid inhib, and there's definitely not the same wave clear on Fnatic like in the last game.
No, there is not. Stalling capabilities diminished. It is a 4-on-4, but there's no mid laner for Fnatic, so it's up to Rekkles and Soaz to finish this one out. All right, Jesus has already flashed to safety.
And now let's look here. QSS is on Exile. No QSS on Jhin. That is an opening for Jesus. The classic flash R. I'm a professional player. I can click 2 buttons and I'm useful. And that is enough to at least force a Zillion ulti. And that's the worst part, because the best you might get is the Zillion ulti. So, engage here in Hylissang, this time with the sidestep around.
There we
and then
go.
Did not see their ulti from Broxah.
I was so busy watching Broxah run away.
Well, he ran away and killed Hylissang at the same time.
Looking at Soaz, number of UOL pings on his position in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, as you can see, a number of wards as well. Unicorns of Love pushed that vision all the way into Fnatic's jungle. Baron has timed out, and Dragon will be up in a few minutes' time. But yeah, the base is the objective, right? Yep. UOL 1-3-1, engage. Let's see if they can set that down. Flash away from the stun, sidestep the root. Bola will lock him into place. Dominus buys time, Stand United as well, and Samux with the crit. He gets the kill.
It's so hard to play against like Ryze CC, Rengar CC. Is that a double stun from a Zillion? Yeah, is that a taunt as well? Like, so many things to just keep you down.
Yeah.
If you get hit once. Now they're pushing in for this one. Let's see if the Unicorns just want to dive. They have the Zillion ulti. It's only 4 members on Fnatic.
Inhibitor in the mid lane still a little while before their respawns, probably just over a minute. Looking at that correctly. Gonna usher those super minions in, and the top lane actually will be crashing into Fnatic's tower and the knots. No, it's actually pushing back.
That's why Chachi's on the way up. He has the... Actually, he doesn't have any teleport right now. So it's just back out. So this might just stop Unicorns from pushing. The fact they needed the top lane wave first, they'll go back, they kind of reset, they get a Drake more. Now the Baron is probably going to spawn for
I want to go back to what you said a second ago to Fisher, a little while ago. The Fnatic call to sneak that Baron, just how creative it was. How opportunistic it was.
Right.
Yes, the execution was a little messy, but I love the concept.
Exactly. You can always have great ideas. It doesn't always mean that they end up working for you.
Taking a look at the damage this game so far, Exile doing great work on that Ryze. Samux on his Jhin, just marginally ahead of Rekkles on the Ezreal. And looking at Samux in terms of some of his damage, we've touched on, you know, his laning prowess, and then the team fight damage. Lowest damage percentage of his team, second highest death percentage, but Samux isn't like the core carry for the Unicorns of Love team. It is about Exile and Xerxes and Visachach.
I mean, Samux talked about this last week when he had an interview with you, and he
Hanging
said...
out in the herd.
In the herd, yeah. In the herd. Basically, he just said, you know what? My job is utility. I just press R, that's 80 carry right now for me. And as long as he's doing that, well, then he's actually adding value to Unicorns of Love. And it's been working pretty well. Unicorns, they want that Baron, though. They want that Lovely, lovely Baron, and Fnatic trying again to hold on another 20 minutes. So goal difference means nothing. But it's not a Victor. It's not a Varus. It's like Cassiopeia wave clear, Ezreal wave clear. It's just not as quick.
And you've got a Renekton top lane instead of Nautilus. So that front line is...
not as big either.
Very different.
Very different.
Very different. But if there is one thing that does somewhat play into Fnatic's favor, if they can find Exile, or in this case, just catch out Vizicachi near the grasp and Soaz, trying to run him down, taking a lot of time. The rest of Unicorns, they're pushing down the base. Remember, Fnatic, they've committed 2 members to try and kill Vizicachi, who has teleport and flash. Stand united. Vizicachi will get run down shortly, not before he's pulling Jezzes and Soaz away. Inhibitor in the mid lane goes down. Ruthless Predator locks him up. But there's a big time window, 50 seconds. Oh, it's so risky. I don't know if Fnatic can risk Baron.
If Fnatic can risk Baron, well, they're 5v4. They can at least stop Unicorns from doing Baron right now. They lost their mid inhib, which would have been very hard to defend anyway. So all in all, it's actually a good call that it kind of sacrificed something they couldn't defend for a kill that now stops Unicorns from actually doing Baron.
Yeah, but they stand united up. So if Fnatic dilly-dally, then Vizicachi can just stand united in. UOL will have an engage. They can use that stealth ninja with Xerxes on Thrill of the Hunt.
Yeah, sadly for Fnatic, they couldn't really get more after trading a kill for Inhib. Weren't really strong enough to just rush Baron against 4 members of Unicorns. Again, keep in mind they're 7k gold down.
Yeah.
That would have normally been a call for them in a 5v4 situation. So now they have to just accept that they delayed the Unicorns of Love, which at this point is almost the best you can hope for.
There's no vision inside the pit. A reminder that Unicorns of Love, they're down 0-1 in the series. So Unicorns with this Baron and the supers in the mid lane. Now they're going to look to close out. They're going to look to get past their PTSD and actually kill a Nexus. There are very, very few teams that close a game as intriguingly, interestingly. It's not really a word, but I'm going to use it.
It's a word now.
As the Unicorns of Love.
You could just told me it was a word, I would have believed you.
I know you would have, but I got some really dirty looks from the crowd. There's a few lads in from London who would definitely have schooled me because that's not a word.
A few lads from London?
Yeah, that's what they call themselves.
Do they call themselves lads?
The fellas.
I know. The bros. Do you have any
we
lads?
Are so nerdy. Like, we can't pull that
How
off.
are we nerdy, Trevor? We talk about League of Legends for a living. How is that nerdy? Come on. That's one of the least nerdy things I know.
Well, Deficio, you don't know a lot, apparently. Because the Unicorns of Love, they're 10k up. They've got Baron. They've got 1-1-3 initiated. Exile can use that short-range Realm Warp to join any of his teammates. And Fnatic, how do they defend this situation?
Well, kind of depends on Unicorns, because if you're a Fnatic and if Unicorns don't want to really push further, you just keep wave clearing. But you shouldn't be allowed to, so that's why Unicorns will just force them off now. And then you should just get damage on tower. Just hit the tower. Thank you very much. There we go. Base is now open again on the bottom side.
All right, the rest of Unicorns now onto inhibitor number 2. Mid lane is already down. There's not a lot of minions to work with in the top. And Unicorns just, League of Legends by the numbers. Move your attention elsewhere. Actually, no, they're just going to use Baron to guide these supers onto the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they just want to keep Fnatic at the turrets. That's why they make sure the minions push all the way in. Top lane wave is arriving, so they're going to do the same thing again. They kind of hold the minion wave, and they didn't say, they hold the hands of the minion wave, push it in. Then they can go up top and get some damage. Staying on bottom side again, though. They do want to take this tower down.
They do. Caps eats at least one of those time bombs.
That's a big one. Bob is in the building.
Yeah, Banner of Command on that siege cannon. Supers continuing to pour through. The bottom lane supers will be here very, very shortly. Nexus turret number 1, that's gonna fall. That's more than UOL got in the first game. Jezzes is tagged by one of those shots as Xerxes uses the Battle Roar to escape. Jezzes stays alive. Nethergrasp is still available to him, but there's no more towers. Xerxes continues to get tagged by those Mystic shots. Soaz is the target. He's stunned, he's rooted, he's killed. Exile's on the killing spree. Jezzes looking to use Nethergrasp on Chachi, but it's a double kill for Exile. He's throwing out overloads for days. Petrifying Gaze locks up 2. Samix doesn't get killed though, and Reckless is on the steps. He's not gonna get popped. The Nexus turret is down. The Nexus is
falling. Unicorns of Love force a deciding game.
This time, the wave clear wasn't the same. The scaling wasn't the same for Fnatic and Unicorns of Love. They find their way to the Nexus, and I think it's safe to say that they've been the best team here, both games. Like, they were winning and winning and winning game one. Couldn't close it, lost a big late game team fight, game was over. This game again, big advantage in the mid game from the Unicorns of Love. Twice now, naughty. Twice now they've been able to actually do this. So right now they look better than Fnatic in the mid game. And that is why they get these big goal leads.
Better in the early game, better decisive decision making in the mid game. It just feels like as a unit, they're all on the same page, you know, because the moment somebody goes in, there's no hesitation. And that is what has allowed Unicorns to pull those leads, as you've mentioned. Now, Fnatic, they looked better in game 2, but it still wasn't enough. So what do they have to change going into game 3?
Ooh, I mean, it's hard because you can't just improve like this, you know, being on the same page. The synergy just in the moment or between games. Maybe draft more for early game if you want to try and match Unicorns. Could be an answer, but it can be very difficult to do.
All right, we'll find out what they do in just a moment. Before that, let's take a closer look at game 2. We have a zillion problems, but the analyst test just ain't one.
Damn, I thought you were gonna nail the delivery JZ style, but it was pretty good style. Right, still thank you. Quick shot and Unicorns of Love, they bring it back. They don't let Fnatic close it out. And much like game 1, they had a fantastic early game again.
Yeah, Xerxes had a very significant part into the Unicorns' success. He had a fantastic early level 1 or level 2 gank in the mid lane, punishing the positioning of gaps, trying to play aggressively, and Xerxes just pathing in a way where he can take advantage of that.
Are we sure he wasn't level 3?
He may have been level 3. Regardless, it was an early gank where Xerxes dived on top of him cat style.
And it's also Caps misplaying. He really like smashed that keyboard just like that. The official highlighted in the game, but it was worth noting that Caps again was leaning to the wrong side there. If your jungle's right side, just play accordingly. And it's these like silly mistakes that it doesn't matter how good a player is. Like this guy almost like plays flawlessly when he's weaving in left and right, changing targets, ulting, sidestepping, like movement like a monster. But then he dies to a level 3 gank, leading to a brush. Like,
and we actually can highlight some of the great plays that Caps made, because our very first replay highlights a really cool trade that he actually set up in the mid lane, where just have a look at Caps' awareness here, because he gets a great stun off and then he's able to just disengage the moment the Shen ult comes.
Yeah, and it shows you what a successful Shen ulti can mean, or also what an unsuccessful means for Fnatic, or what an actual successful Shen ulti means here in the case for Unicorns. What I want you to track in this fight though is just Reckless, like, and his impact in this fight. So he goes left, he goes right, Broxah goes aggressive again, so Reckless is like, you know what? Turn around.
Every now and then.
And then walk to the fight. He does 1 Q and it's like, we're done here. So and what I want to highlight here is not Reckless' inability to play the game, but this is a team communication issue. We saw this fight replayed multiple times in the game and it looked super close. But in essence, what ends up happening is Broxah's over-chasing and defending the vision, while the team call is spread out and fix the lanes. And you can only do one at once. So Reckless in his mind is going back to the lane, and then he looks, is like, wait, they're fighting? I didn't hear any comms. He looks over, his jungler is dead, his support is being like attacked while meta grasping. He walks up, throws a Q, and is like, oh, I guess we're done here. And then he dies anyways. Like, so that's the problem for Fnatic right now. They're not setting up enough in advance, and they're playing purely reactionary.
Well, I think that the second replay also shows that, because the fight breaks out in the mid lane, and then Rekk is also nowhere to be found. Now, this isn't faulting one or the other, but it is a communication issue.
You can see that Fnatic are the ones to start pushing up this lane. And again, look at your mini-map. Reckless is forced onto wave clear duty in the top lane, and this is just a window for Unicorns of Love to force a play in the mid. And it echoes exactly what you were saying. Where is the communication here from Fnatic? There's no need for them to be pushing this far up in the mid lane when they know they don't have the full 5-man unit, and it is so easy for the Unicorns to force these kind of engagements.
Yeah, just to be clear, the pushing mid is a problem, not the fact that they had to put someone up against the Rise, right?
No, somebody has to hold there. It's just a problem. Like, you cannot play the map on all fronts at once, and you need to be mindful of what's happening in your side lanes. And I think that's one of the Unicorn's strengths that they've developed, is that they put tremendous side lane pressure. They started out all the way back in the time with kind of the Yasuo from Exile, and we had this like meme of like he's overextending and dying, but they were in the learning stage of the kind of 1-3-1 right there, and Unicorns actually play side lanes pretty well. They failed last game at the very end when everybody was like this close to the Nexus, then it gets very hard. but like they're forcing Fnatic to defend, and then they force fights with Shen. This has been their bread and butter, so really don't give him Shen again.
No, don't give him Shen again. A lot of victories on that champion. And we want to take a look at one more thing because it was so entertaining. And honestly, I like the call from Fnatic, though. Like, you're so far behind.
Everybody loves this
I mean,
call.
just look at the vision
sorry,
from the
well, then I'm not
Unicorns, because they're setting up, right? They're in the setting up phase. They need to deal with the top line pressure, and there's absolutely no vision of the Baron buff. I can see your hand.
Yeah,
Ricky.
no, but I want to say Shox's opinion matters. Then everybody should like this. Shox, you're allowed to like this call. I would have loved to see Jesus kind of jump in the pit and tank the Nashor for his team as well. Yes, he stops Xerxes here, but it's more important that they do it as soon as they can, and then they get the hell out of dodge. This is very unfortunate, by the way.
Yeah.
Sunfire blocks Reckless's base, and then he has to jump out. They get aced. I love teams that go down fighting. I hate it when people turtle and then eventually slowly lose the game.
You hate it when people turtle.
The beauty of turtling has been lost forever. There's a certain element of grace to
Since
turtling.
season 2.
When people learn how to properly play the game is where it became difficult to successfully
Sometimes you just gotta step down and move to the next part in your career, but you can't always stay at the top of Support Kingdom.
All right, so when are you moving away from the caster? Okay, right, no more silliness. This is a very important matter. This could have very big implications for these teams in the standings. So as we go into Game 3, Unicorns of Love now 2 games in a row. Strong early game. Unfortunately, didn't manage to close it out in Game 1. Who do you see taking the series?
I think Unicorns have looked convincing throughout the series so far. Even after their blunder in Game 1, they've still demonstrated fantastic setup, fantastic communication, and they just seem to be a level above Fnatic.
I think especially if you look at this game where they had a strong jungler in Fnatic, Graves that should at least dual Rengar early. They had the dive potential with Renekton, and Fnatic never pulled that off. That for me is kind of a worrying trend. So for that reason, I'll also go for the Unicorns 2-1.
Okie dokie. Well, when we return, we will have the final deciding match of the evening between the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic. See you in 3.5.
From Caps, Black just forward. Storm United comes back available, and all of a sudden UOL win. No, you're kidding.
Oh, the takedown from behind.
The Baron down to 1,200. Picked up by Fnatic. How many people die? Jesus is killed. Soaz is killed. So is Brox and Reckless.
Oh, the recall.
The Sunfire Cave. The Nexus turret is down. The Nexus is falling. Unicorns of Love force a deciding game.
Welcome back to Berlin, where it's all come down to this, the third and final game between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. Fnatic have side choice on game number 3. They have picked blue side. They were given Varus first pick in game number 1, and Ruined. He defeated the Unicorns of Love after Unicorns gave the game to them on a silver platter.
Well, or Fnatic defended.
Both.
It's
both.
Yeah, it's both.
It's a little bit of both, right?
Where's positive Trevor when we need him?
Let's pull him out right now. What is Fnatic and Unicorns going to ban? Fnatic have been, fairly standard amongst some of the bans.
Unicorn so far been very successful with banning Lee Sin and Elise.
Yep.
Take them away from Broxah, remove some of his early pressure. He's been put on like a farming jungler like Graves, who obviously can have early impact, but not really been able to snowball his lanes. Like, we haven't actually seen Broxah do a whole lot in the early to mid game, where Xerxes on Rengar, especially in the last game, able to pull off a lot of different ganks. So it's been a successful strategy, and they should just keep doing it, get rid of the Elise now as well. And then, actually, no, they might leave Elise open because they need to get Varus and LeBlanc off the table.
That's tough, but then what do Fnatic ban instead? Rengar removed now from Xerxes.
Yeah, and then normally we see LeBlanc here almost every time. And then Elise is actually left open. In the first game, they didn't ban the Varus. Obviously backfired a little bit, so that's what they're changing. Now, you're not going to first pick Elise. She's not high enough priority normally, and it's going to be the Jhin. Unicorns could just play Ashe against it, and we'll be perfectly fine with that.
Hey, it's a comfort pick for Samux.
Give me Malzahar Ashe here. Love that.
Okay.
Unless you want your Graves.
Would you pick Zyra this early?
No.
No, with Malzahar up?
Malzahar, you can go like Malzahar, Graves, and then Ashe in the next rotation, and you have like really, really strong setup. I don't think Renekton is necessary this early on, but
Visit Chachi disagrees.
Well, for Chachi, maybe the fact that Shen is banned and he feels like that is his answer to it, then he wants to take it early. Now, Gnar has been used a lot against Renekton, not necessarily to dumpster him in lane, but to kind of stay even and kite. Now, Malzahar again is available, and Graves, two like really high priority picks, and they go for none of them. That is so surprising. Why do you need Caitlyn now?
We said Unicorns of Love, they play standard. They don't do wacky things. The
pick order's always been a little bit different for them.
Yep.
Now, what I think it is the fact they can play Lulu Kate, which is an old school in the European scene. And obviously, if Malzahar gets locked in now by Fnatic, they can then take their Lulu against it. But man, that is still so risky. Broxah gets his jungler, finally. And he can actually have some early game impact. Someone, for the love of God, pick Malzahar.
All right, Malzahar, come on, Fnatic, do it. If you know it's going to be into the Lulu, does that minimize some of the preference?
Malzahar is overpowered. You can literally just click R on someone, and that's almost a guaranteed kill for your team. But apparently, both teams are waiting with it. So interesting priority. Rumble against Renekton. That is what I call an explosive top lane matchup that can go really wrong for the Rumble.
Rumble Elise can also go really well.
It can.
If Brox is able to have some early game impact.
But obviously, we're getting into weird territory here. Ivan is back, baby. Ivan is back.
Maybe for Xerxes, he never left.
Unicorns are sacrificing the early game jungle pressure in terms of the damage that can be brought onto it. So the skirmish is in favor of Fnatic. Ivan, of course, can gank, definitely gank early on, but he doesn't really want to fight 2v2 or 1v1. He doesn't offer a whole lot of DPS there. So Zed being banned away signals that Unicorns might opt into a first pick mid lane. Syndra is available, Ryze was available just before, but gone now.
And of course, Orianna is not, I have said this every pick and ban, disabled in the EULCS this weekend. Jace, another mid lane champion removed from the pool. One more option here for Fnatic, and Unicorns can get their sort of pick of the litter of whatever is left. No support pick locked in yet. Malzahar still available.
Now, I feel like with Fnatic, they were like, you know what, we have Elise, so we can pick Rumble, and we can then get past the early game that way, because we have the jungle pressure on that side. And Renekton can't just straight up dive Rumble that easily without Elise nearby. Katarina ban against of course, Exile, because there is already the Ivern. So we mentioned the Syndra when we saw the Zed ban. So that has been locked in now. And I'm still thinking Unicorns want to get that Lulu support if they see a Malzahar on the side, or something like the Zillion again, which hasn't been picked.
What would Fnatic want to run into this Syndra with all the mid lane bans removed from the pool? Caps has played a number of champions. He's actually played Malzahar mid before, just as an aside.
Yeah. Didn't go too well.
It didn't. Ooh, Vladimir!
Love it.
There's some scaling on your side.
There's a lot of scaling, and I'm not going to die to your ulti because I have a pool from Caps. We'll get pressured early on, for sure. We'll get pushed in. Much easier for Syndra to push before Vladimir gets a few levels. But a pick we've seen a bit over in LCK as well. Also across the world. A few Vladimirs has popped up here and there after some of the recent buffs he got. Fnatic are not taking the Malzahar, will not allow Unicorns to pick the Zillion or the Lulu against it. So Unicorns kind of baiting out, haha, if you pick Malz, we have counters. If you don't pick it, then we can take it. But obviously Malz against Zyra is not a great lane matchup.
No.
So Hylissang now needs to decide if he wants to play something like Karma instead against the Zyra, or if he wants to engage on the side of Unicorns.
If he wanted some engage, I mean, Alistar was banned
still
last
just go Malzahar,
game.
and there's the engage as well.
There we go. So it is engage 2. Malzahar locked down, not the order at all that we were anticipating. Priority list shifted.
I mean, this was such a different pick and ban phase. We got some old school picks in here with the Iron coming back in for them. Vladimir, of course, has kind of snuck his way back into the meta. With all these mid lane bans, I feel like Caps were just kind of running out of things to play and felt like this was now the best option. We'll give some late game, as you said. But if you look at it, like Vladimir ulti, Rumble ulti, normally you want to pair that with some sort of like lockdown, some sort of like, especially AoE lockdown, so you really can get these ultis across here. It's just a Zyra knock-up as you kind of AoE CC, and that is so rarely used as an engage tool. So you might have one of these situations where Fnatic are relying on Unicorns a lot of kind of grouping together and, you know, sticking very close together in like choke points or just walking into like a river, and then boom, you get the ultis.
But this time around, the team composition from UOL may be a little bit more inclined to do that.
I mean, again, it's super exciting to see like this. The Fnatic combo is extremely difficult to execute as well, with zero tankiness.
To Fisher, the two teams on your stage, Fnatic and UOL, they are tied at 1-1. That Vladimir, the first of the European LCS.
It's your most tanky member.
Is the most tanky, the sustain, the survive, the unkillableness. Vladimir makes his appearance on 7 Point here in EU. Featured in NA, LPL, LCK. As you've mentioned, Fisher, and now Caps pulls it out as well, adding it to an ever-growing list of champions. You guys at home, you know the deal. Hashtag FNC win, hashtag UOL win. Who will be victorious? Fnatic, the third place team from Group A, or UOL, currently tied for first in Group B. It is a deciding match here in the final week of cross-group play, and we've thrown out everything that Deficio thought he knew out the book, out the bag.
It's just like Ivern. I'm looking so much at Ivern here because you run Syndra, you run Renekton. So often do you want to have like a strong skirmish jungler with that, and you just apply so much like pressure in like 2v2 situations and dives. Ivern needs his level 6 in order to do that, so he's more of a scaling jungler. That's why he was such a popular pick in Europe. His late game was insane. Now he has to kind of work with these very early to mid-game focused champions in Syndra and Renekton. I want to see how that's going to work for Xerxes. Obviously, he can gank. He just doesn't want to get counter-ganked by something like Elise. And Vladimir as well. I mean, mentioned, he was the most tanky member here. Yes, again, you get a bit of extra HP, but seeing as you stack mainly just like Death Cap, Void stuff, yeah, you get an Hourglass as your main tank, and it's like, you take a lot of damage. You're not a tank by any means. You don't go for the Warmux build.
It's also the way that you're going to play, right? The way you play Vladimir on the front line, using that Q, sustaining up as best you can. His passive, that'll get you additional HP from AP. It has been a long 2 days. But we mentioned all the way back in game 1 to Fisher how Exile and Caps had the highest amount of solo kills for mid laners. Caps was leading, Exile just behind. This is a matchup where Exile in the early levels can bully, and if Caps missteps, gets stunned before he can Sanguine Pool, maybe there's an opportunity, but it is very difficult.
But it's also the kind of lane where you as the Syndra, you feel like you're on the clock, because Vladimir is just going to sit there, he's going to try and like keep the lane even for as long as possible and just scale. And you get to that point where you want to kill him, ulti him, he pulls. You're like, damn, I didn't kill him this time. He starts sustaining back, you know, and you stop winning these trades. Always one of the problems. I want to see the build from Caps. See a lot of different ones, always Vladimir. Protobell, it used to be a big deal on him. Always very strong to get a bit of extra mobility and burst damage for himself.
Yeah.
But again, Exile, getting some early trades down, but also taking a lot of damage in return, so not really in his favor yet.
Not just yet. Caps stepping forward aggressively, as so does Soaz, using those Electro Harpoons at the very least, the early few levels, obviously in Rumble's favor, as Renekton gets a couple levels under his belt, most likely a Hex Drinker at some point. Actually, very obviously a Hex Drinker at some point. That'll help him out in the laning phase.
Exactly. When the top side,
yeah.
When the top side is Rumble, Elise, Vladimir, you're getting some magic resistance. Would have been a case where like a Graves would have loved it, you know. Yeah, just go early Hex Drinker, fantastic for him. Not in this case though with the Iron. We're gonna get the redemption, we're gonna get the locket. Chachi has to be careful because the Elise is on the side of Fnatic. You normally want to pair Renekton with Elise because then you have like almost guaranteed kills on ganks and dives. Not this game though, so give some early pressure.
On the assumption that Broxah lands those cocoons, picks the right place at the right time. So let's find out where Broxah decides to prioritize his time. Reckless takes a lot of damage from that combination of Hilly and Samox.
Broxah is spotted.
Where is he going? Broxah can use that blast cone if he wants to, but there's nothing to steal jungle-wise in this side of the jungle from UOL. A couple of pings from Xerxes, also like, you know, potentially anticipating.
Good trade, always worth it as a jungler to trade your flash for the enemy mid laner, especially when it's the likes of Syndra with no extra mobility. So good to get that flash off. There's a Ghost for Exile, but because of the way the Ghost works now, it's like slow charging in the start. It's not gonna save you when Elise ganks with Cocoon. Only if you spot her very early on. Still fun to see.
Such a fun animation.
It looks like, that's so slow, it's like, and then you start running.
That Austin Powers kill where he uses that ground press. Takes him 45 seconds to drive.
To charge it up
20 meters. All right, Xerxes, let's take a look. Trigger Seed has been used. Where's the root caller? I think that was actually blocked out by one of those plants, and Jez is able to walk away. Reckless Flash was blown in exchange for Hillies.
Yeah.
So there is some repeat gank opportunities here for both teams.
Another fun thing about these comps is how both teams have like champions very focused on early parts of the game, and then champions very focused on later parts of the game, like Caitlyn, Iron, great late game scaling, Vladimir, fantastic late game scaling. And then you see the Rumble Elise in here to get some more punch in the early to mid game as well on the side of Fnatic. Especially Soaz wants to get out of this lane here, and when he can then join a fight. And like, if the AoE hits, like imagine this. Vladimir ulti into all the AoE damage from a Rumble ulti and Zyra using everything she has will kill almost everyone. But then the redemption and the locket comes in from Xerxes to try and prevent people from dying.
And all the shields from his kits as well.
And all the shields from him. Samox wants to stay so far back, and then suddenly Fnatic can't get to him because Fnatic don't really have anyone who's going to reach the backline easily because there's no Ghost on Caps.
Well, the thing is, Unicorns will be asking, where were you when the team fight damage hits? And that's what we're going to find out. If Unicorns are all grouped up, well, they might be back in the base dead looking at a grayscale screen. And that's what Broxah wants to do to visit Chachi.
Everything's just so ulti dependent on the side of Fnatic in their fights.
Spotting the war down in the river, so Broxah's going to be aware of it. Actually avoids and puts a control ward down, matched by Exile.
Always the awkward moment.
Level 6 for Soaz. Equalizer is going to get thrown down into Dominus, and Vizichachi sidesteps an overheating Rumble with Flame Spitter, doing a lot of work, and Broxah gonna find another control ward. Xerxes in the area though.
Yeah, Broxah finding a lot of wards here and clearing them out as well. People respecting Elise. And Vizichachi traded ultis. No flashes used, and he's now around mid lane again. No flash from Exile, but spotted.
Broxah's looking though. He's trying to find something.
He gets outscaled in the jungle matchup.
He's farming relatively well. Should steal away a couple of these baby raptors. Ends up being a little bit messy there for Xerxes.
I've actually never seen that one before, where he didn't get, because the last one just stepped out and kind of reset. Oh, he's dead. No! Oh, he's dead. Okay, he's dead, he's dead. Woo!
Oh, I was waiting for that pop.
Last tick, love that. Charging up the E from Caps, flashing in. Ulti, Q, Ignite. Exile with no flash. Remember, the Vladimir getting all the farm he needs, getting first blood. This is huge for Fnatic and Caps.
Unassisted kill by Caps onto Exile, adding to the tally. Jesus is running away for his life, has a flash available, uses summon a heal from Reckless instead. Or rather, Reckless uses ooh, that Piltover definitely made my pacemaker skip a beat. There's Unicorns of Love. Throw down the brush in front of the tower. Broxah, no flash, but does have a cocoon. Slightly optimistic, as Reckless running low on ammo. And yeah, the solo kills, it happened. Caps hits level 6, shuts down Exile, and gets first blood.
Love the play from him. Aggressive move from Caps. This time around, he knew it was a safe play to make because Broxah was nearby. Look at the wards on your minimap as well from Fnatic on top side. So no one could have ganked the Vladimir. Like Iron ganking Vladimir is not going to be very effective either. So really, really good setup this time from Fnatic as a team, allowing Caps to go for that 1v1 kill, and he went for it straight away.
And that's the kind of Caps plays that, honestly, I was hoping to see after all the hype around this kid coming into the splits.
Charge up to E, and then you can flash with it. There you go, flash in, boom, ulti, and Q.
Boom, boom, boom.
I keep saying boom, I don't know why.
It's your buzzword, and...
no, but it started yesterday.
Dracos uses popping off. I used it today.
Popping off?
Yeah, popping off, pop up. They're popping. I don't even know how to use it, which is why I felt so awkward when I did in game 1, because like his word. But yeah, dude, you should do a boom counter.
I think I've at least said it 10 times, at least.
This time it actually makes sense, because Soaz can throw down his ultimate, and it goes boom, and Unicorns are going to die.
But it could also be bam. A pow.
Diversify. Use different words. Let's see if you can.
Or I can just say he's doing a lot of damage.
I like that too.
You know, it's annoying.
Vizichachi does a lot of damage right now. Got the Tiamat. Not early MR just
Not enough
yet.
to impress us, Trevor.
Not enough to impress us. Okay, I'll see. I have faith in Vizichachi.
No. We want the Vladimir ult and to Rumble ult. That's what we like. Oh, is that a pull?
Sanguine pull. Exile gets caught by the Hemo Plague. But Exile decides not to throw down the Unleashed Power. That Hemo Plague did not amplify a whole lot. Caps obviously just sitting on that Fiendish Codex.
So still, good for Fnatic with the first spot here. Nothing game-changing just yet in this series. Caps will end up being a monster, most likely. Iron is here to try and prevent some of that AoE damage from Fnatic. And he's been getting a very slow early game where Broxah has been assisting with like forcing the flash from Exile, a lot of vision, but he's not been able to really pull off further ganks.
Yeah, and that's allowed Exile to get to his ultimate. So Daisy's available if anybody wants to go for some tower dive style plays. That little Void Crab eating an Electro Harpoon. And Vizichachi gets some candy, picks up that red buff.
One of the good things about Iron, as always, is you can gift these buffs. So Chachi gets red, Exile got blue. Chachi needs to get something up in this lane here.
It's Officio. Now, I know Unicorn's team composition is not necessarily built towards, you know, early game, obviously, with Ivan, although you can debate that a little. But, like, this is 10 minutes in. Fnatic got a solo kill in the mid lane. And looking comfortable, pushing a lot up top. Vizichachi threatening a dive. At what point does Unicorns of Love like have to make a play?
I mean, that's the thing, you know, for them, because Fnatic's comp is so execution heavy, like with ultis, in team fights, at any point Unicorns can win a fight.
Okay.
Like that's the thing. If you mistime a Rumble ulti or a Vladimir ulti, then the combination that Fnatic has been building is not going to be very effective. And then suddenly the Iron with his shielding, with his locket, the Caitlyn late game, you know, they're going to start like kind of this kiting back and out-trading, out-sustaining Fnatic in a fight in that case. That's cool, like, it's fun to watch these team fights. We'll see more of them later. Chachi is now on the Soaz.
That's an overheating Rumble. Flame Spitter and Minis. Look at Chachi. Look at his player cam. That is a massive facepalm.
Holy moly. Now, I know we can always turn around and say it was an outplay, but man, that was just terrible by Chachi. He literally was building up the ulti and the rage. Steps in and saw this, like, just kind of pressing Q in his face, like, okay. He didn't have ulti on Rumble. He didn't need it.
Didn't even have it.
No, he didn't have it.
Equalizer was used a minute before.
Oh, Chachi, man, he was building up, you know, getting the courage to ask the girl out. And then he just got a straight no. and a slap in the face at the same time.
Oh, will he get slapped again? Where's the cocoon? Onto Vizicachi. Repel, not going to be in time.
A bit of revenge. A bit of revenge.
Will be able to escape. Xerxes going to get caught out here by the Stranglethorns, but Hylissang makes his way up. Nether Grasp not available to him. We flashing forward for Caps. Scatter the Weak comes out in Exile. I don't think that Hemo Plague's going to kill him.
But he's forcing Exile back. And that is so important. So Source will get top lane damage. Kachachi came back, died again. Trade for bot lane though.
Who gets first tower? Who gets first tower?
Bot lane is 3 people. 4 with Daisy.
It's going to be picked up by Unicorns of Love. Just ahead of Soaz. Tower first blood to make up for the lack of kills from Unicorns of Love.
Oh, so now Renekton now. Let's see. Oh, come on. Look, you see the big play. So he charges up the ulti, gets some rage. It's like, okay, I can burst this guy. He's 4 HP, Chachi.
And the flash.
Source literally just pressed Q and autoed him. I'm not sure Source really understood what was happening there. It's like, okay.
That was a beautiful summary of game 1 of Fnatic versus UOL.
Chachi didn't get the girl.
Unicorns of Love pressed a lot of R's, threw themselves at Fnatic, but Fnatic won. And your analogy is particularly mean, young Deficio.
Well, this time he didn't. Next time he will, maybe. Let's see, let's see. Chachi, though, is a man we like. Fantastic top laner, and a one-off mistake, it happens every time.
Yeah,
not every time, it happens sometimes. If it happened every time, you would be a pretty bad player.
It's been a taxing series because there has been a lot of action, there has been a lot of skirmishes, and it's been an emotional roller coaster. The grasp onto Broxah. Unleash power is available as well. Broxah's stunned and taken down. It's Hylissang that gets the kill. Here comes Soaz. That's a pretty good equalizer. Looking to burn down Hilly. Shuts him down. Soaz is on a killing spree, and Vizicachi wants to try kill him. There's some candy for the taking in the pits, and Soaz flashes away to save his life. There's no ulti for Caps, remember, because he tried to get that solo kill. Vizicachi, he fancies his chances. Sanguine Pool, Tides of Blood. Ruthless Predator's going to time out as well, so Chachi doesn't even stun Caps.
Well, let's see the Unicorns here. They're going in to try and defend. 4 members from Fnatic pushing. Broxah back in base. We'll get some damage on tower at least, which is important.
Fnatic are currently dictating the pace of this game. Caps gets stunned up, gets stunned a second time, and the curtain call is pulled to save Caps' life. To go back to that point, Fnatic at 4 wins and 4 losses. This split is currently pushing and bullying Unicorns of Love around, who are at 6 and 2. And Fnatic, they're not done yet.
Now again, we're defending on the side of Unicorns. Good ulti here from Jess. He's trying to force them away from the turret. Just don't have enough damage and minions.
No minions.
Take it down. No ultis.
No ultis.
So they have to just back away. So we got to see Source here. 3-0 Rumble. This guy is fed at the moment, and he's so important in this click R composition from Fnatic, where every ulti counts. Except for the Elise, your ulti is useless.
Yeah, it still counts in the early game. Was used a little bit, at least, by Broxah. Couldn't get away from the tower in that top lane dive. And looking at the minimap, it doesn't look like UOL will be able to respond quickly enough.
No, and that dive, you know, from Broxah, even with him dying, was totally worth it because he got TB from Chachi, denied him another wave, and Source got the tower. So it was a big dive. Ulti used.
All right, where's the flashes? Soaz and Caps don't have one. So equalizer just for that one.
Oh, Exile.
Oh, this is going to be problematic. The Cocoon catches him out. Deadly Flourish and sink the Fangs in. Where? I mean, why?
The thing is here, so Fnatic...
I don't quite understand.
Fnatic just took the dragon. They have full control in that river, and I think Exile probably expected him to have recalled and thought he could just take a wave easily. But Fnatic just catch him out and Soaz.
Everybody's being caught out. Nether Grasp onto Soaz. That's going to lock him in place. Vizicachi should be able to close this one out, and he does. Fnatic get themselves a tower, and with the shutdown gold going over to the Unicorns, this is getting spicy, Deficio.
It is. Everyone's just kind of wandering around, and then suddenly they die. Top lane tower will now go down. Chachi will take that one. No TP from Source to defend. That suddenly means we have all the side lane turrets, tier 1 turrets, down. I'm gonna trigger a few people on Twitter by saying long lanes, Trevor.
It feels like with a Ivern, will it be slightly less useful for Unicorns of Love than the Rengar?
Yeah, the long lanes are not as important. in this game. Not as much split pushing going on. A lot of team fighting, though, is going to happen. That's what we want to see, though, from both teams.
And indeed, those Zyra plants helping out, keeping Samox and Hylissang a little bit busy as Fnatic continue to siege this mid outside. It's the last one remaining.
Exile is on his way because he knows it's about team fighting. This is going to be an ARAM game where you push the lane, the side lane, and then it's slow pushing, and then you go join your team and you say, guys, it's 5-on-5.
Are my speciality, Deficio. I can cast that one.
Well, you will have to, because this is going to be one of those games where you have to yell equalizer a few times. We most likely will see Unicorns have a few fights where they get out of these ultis, and then suddenly, you know, the consistent DPS of Syndra, of Caitlyn, is going to be enough for them to win a fight. But we're also going to have those team fights where Fnatic just blow it all up instantly.
Talking about confidence and looking at how these teams are playing, Fnatic, despite the 2 games, despite, you know, honestly being the weaker of the 2 for games 1 and 2, coming back into game 3, a little more confident, a little bit more capable. Obviously, so is being donated a kill by Vizichachi helps. There's no denying that.
Caps took a kill in mid as well, which was very good from him. So the Soul Laners got rolling early. Now a stun here.
It is indeed. Reckless is able to flash away. That's a very good equalizer. But the Stranglethorn's not going to buy enough time. Caps is down. Brox and Soez going to get run down. Curtain Call is up. There may not be enough damage. Soez is killed. Unicorns get 1 as Broxer repels over the wall. So going to be able to run just yet as Reckless runs out of ammunition. Cocoon buys a couple extra seconds. And Broxer down to 50 HP. 1 more shot is all that's needed. Exile's stunned under the tower, but it's Chachi that had the aggro.
And here we had one of those fights where the ultis from Fnatic simply wasn't enough. Got 2 of them down, but then Redemption came in from this Ivern here, and you saw how the carry stayed alive from Unicorns of Love, and they can suddenly turn it around because Fnatic, while they have the Vladimir, it's not enough tankiness to just stay alive versus Syndra, Caitlyn, even Renekton. They see 2 members fall. Goal lead now, Unicorns of Love. And they celebrate, like we did yesterday.
That gets dark.
That gets very dark
Watching
very
Xerxes
quickly.
get fed.
So, Exile so aggressive though. Rumbles is down here now, same with Caps' ulti, but Redemption from Xerxes is enough though to kind of keep everyone alive, and no follow-up damage from Fnatic. That's what they're gonna lack, and that's what we mentioned before, no Ghost from Vladimir, and no one else who really dives the backline. It's like we're gonna reach the backline with like a Rumble ulti, but it's gonna be hard to get there. So if Fnatic, due to Ivern, when he gets his locket as well, which is completed now, Fnatic might always just lack a little bit of damage when it comes to finishing the squishy carries, and that goes in favor of Unicorns then.
That is a terrifying concept. Okay, Caps is caught up with the Nether Grasp. Sanguine Pool's going to be able to get him out of range. Now Samox, though, why did you walk that far forward? Gonna get a lot of shields, a lot of heals. Redemption, the delay is too slow. Samox over eager to make something happen. Scatter the Weak doesn't stun anybody from Fnatic, and Vizichachi, he's gonna at least do a walk by as Fnatic continue to siege the mid lane. It's ARAM for days.
It really is ARAM. We said it, you know, it's all about slow pushing side lanes and then 5v5 mid for both teams right now. There's no ulti from Soas. That's important. Samox will regret stepping out towards that bottom lane brush.
I love that vision, Toggle. Thank you very much, observers. Equalizer. Remember, fire beats grass, and that sends UOL packing. The tower falls at 21 minutes, and Fnatic, despite losing the previous team fight, they punish Samox for being far too advanced in the lane, and Fnatic get their tower.
I said we're gonna have one for Fnatic, then one for Unicorns. Next one.
Whose turn is it? Whose turn is it?
I mean, technically it would be Unicorn's turn.
Okay, so let's find out. Caps, Tides of Blad, and Transfusion. Look at that big heal. Spamming those Qs, no flash or ignite available to him, and actually no ultimates for Soaz either. Without those ultimates, Fnatic are a little bit more hard-pressed, as there's a lot of skirmishing tools available to UOL.
As we highlighted before here.
Yeah.
For Fnatic, it can be a little bit difficult if it's wide open areas they fight in, because they don't have that CC to kind of lock down people in the AoE.
Now we're 22 minutes into the game. If anybody has just joined us, game 1, Unicorns steamrolled ahead, and after picking up 5 inhibitor kills, they couldn't close it out. Despite multiple Barons, despite Elder Dragon.
This time around, Baron is available. Broxah, a little bit of pressure as Jesus flashes over the wall. Broxah will go down here to exile. Simply too much hard CC and UOL, knowing there's no smite, they've turned for Baron.
You have to remember how good Ivan is around Barons with the shields, with the brush to kind of hide the HP as well, make it even harder. Steals, but this is what Fnatic wants with their composition. Vladimir ulti, Rumble ulti are so powerful near the Baron.
Sanguine Pool's already been used. Exile's taking a lot of damage. Equalizer's burning down. Baron has no vision. Exile's getting burst and killed and chunked. Redemption won't save his life. Now Baron is resetting. Soaz flashes in aggressively, gets a kill through the exhaust, trades his life for it. Defensive from Reckless. Deadly flourishes sidestepping Caps. Tides of blood just about to pop. He gets rooted into place. Trigger seed forward. Sanguine Pool once again. Reckless looking for more. Ace in the hole from Samux. Tries to channel it. 90 caliber. Reckless sends him packing.
You can't just do that, run in front of the enemy. You can't start charging your ulti. So many members from Fnatic still alive, and Unicorns opting into that Baron call against Rumble and Vladimir. Even Jin had so much value there. Super risky call on Fnatic. They punish them. They get Infernal Drake as a reward.
Decisive play from Fnatic. No hesitation in the Baron pit. They knew the threat. It was fairly obvious, but just committing in its entirety.
Oh, this is so scary to be in this situation. Source actually goes for an ulti that also hits Baron a little bit, but he gets so much damage on Exile, so he goes down. I want to look at how quick Samux gets traps down when they CC a target. So like, boom, stun into trap, so Source actually gets locked down for longer. Small thing to look at, but something the Unicorns value a lot when playing Caitlyn. Kind of making sure Samux can deal more damage. But this ulti here, after they get caps low, Reckless is right. I know he's okay, so Reckless walked into a brush, so he lost vision of him, and he probably thought, oh, I'm just gonna ult this guy, and then Reckless steps out of it, and it's too late for Samux to
Okay, screw it, let's just fight again. Why not? Once again, Brox is the target. Caps goes in very, very aggressively. Soaz has already used the equalizer, but Unicorns have peeled away. There's a Chachi with Dominus is being burned and chipped and sucked dry as Caps continues to transfuse.
That was dirty, Trevor.
Again and again and again. It's Vladimir, it's what he does.
You're a naughty boy, Trev, but I like it. So let's see. Another fight in the mid lane. Fnatic double Infernal. The crowd loves it. They agree.
Nobody died, though. A lot of excitement.
That's true.
A lot of energy and just a little bit of disappointment in the end.
You can't say that on air, Trev. It's a family show.
Well, this family show is watching an exquisite performance.
They are watching a very exciting ARAM where two professional teams are just constantly fighting each other, left and right. And you're only allowed to be in the side lane for about, what, 10, 15 seconds? And then you have to leave again.
I agree.
Because now you can slow push bot lane. Chachi's going to push that wave. And then he's going to go up and probably join his team very soon. Clock is ticking. Chachi, one more wave and you have to leave.
Deficio, if Fnatic win this game, would you consider... Oh, Broxah.
Samux doesn't like this brush down here.
I never get to ask a question that we can talk about. If Fnatic win this game, would you consider this the first upset of the spring split because of Fnatic's position? Third, beating first, Group A to B.
Yeah.
Scats of the week, just a little bit shy, but the Unleashed Power gets the kill. Jesus is able to buy a couple of seconds.
And Chachi's here again. Oh, cool. Okay, back to Baron, baby. Rumble ulti is still there. No ulti from Caps. That's something at least, but you still gotta respect Soaz, who's been playing a great game so far.
Baron, attempt number 2. Look at the vision. Look at the vision.
They should go for the kill.
All right, Broxah gets stunned up. He has a flash to escape. Decent equalizer. Buys some time. Unicorns of Love are split up, and the Redemption gets a pretty good heal. Hilisang running away on the sidelines. Without the ultimates, that could be how UOL could force the play. 3 seconds until Jesus respawns. It'll be another 20 to 30 before he can join his team.
But no mana here in Exile at the moment. No ulti for Hilisang. So Unicorns have to just back away. We're still at that point where no tier 2 turrets have taken damage. No one has even gotten close to them at this point because they keep meeting in the middle of the mid lane and just fight each other. And at some point, it's gonna, break wide open. At some point, someone's gonna win a fight, get a Baron, and use that to just steamroll through multiple towers. But until we get to that point, then we can't really say who's going to win, because that's the thing. It comes down to skill now. It's no longer just pure comp. It really comes down to who can execute in the fights.
It's so funny. Not only is it then skill in executing the fights, but also if you pick the right fights at the right time. Because Unicorns have seemed to set up the Baron. The first time they did, they lost. The second time, they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's just play with vision. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see what we can do. And, I mean, equalizer, make or break, is kind of what this graph is telling me.
Yeah, the only thing now for Fnatic is that in many ways their fights will be 4v5 because Elise just will not bring a whole lot of value. If Broxah can land a cocoon, that would be good for the team, but compared to an Ivern, that is nothing. So it's going to be hard for Broxah to have much of an impact.
It's official. Broxah, hard to have an impact. But what about Samux? He had the lowest damage to enemy champions this game. Samux, historically, damage to 3 or more enemy members. Not particularly impressive.
No, the least of any AD carry in Europe, actually.
And this composition is going to rely on Samux dealing damage on this Caitlyn.
Yes, it definitely will. That's where he has to step up now when the team needs him. He has protection from Xerxes mainly. Also Exile, we have to look at his damage in these fights. And because again there's so many squishy members on Fnatic, Chachi can actually have quite an impact. The teams have decided to
play side lanes.
They're ceasefire for now. They're just like, hang on, give it a little bit of time.
Is that because somebody has like flashes not available? Exile on UOL, Broxah for Fnatic.
It has actually given Fnatic full river control. They're probably hiding in here. They are actually right there.
They are.
Rush will spot them from Xerxes. Another thing about Ivern is it's really easy to check these blind spots.
Yeah.
Pop down W.
Plants.
It always looks weird, you know, why do you put a brush on a brush? But it's because...
I mean, that's called a forest. So, like, you know, they're pretty important. They're helpful.
It's not really a forest when it's a brush on a brush. You need a tree in a forest.
It'd be like the felt. Is that a word, you know? Yeah.
Felt, maybe.
Yeah.
You could just say it's...
Grasslands,
it's
highlands.
A grassland, yeah. It's a field.
Look at Vizichachi. He's in the tri-bush, starting to recall. Wants to use that TP.
Oh, Regis might stop his recall.
Potential fight. No. Because Soaz unable to interrupt either.
So what's happening here? We haven't seen a fight in like a few minutes. Like, I'm kind of shaking a little bit. I'm like, come on. Like, I need my fights.
Well, it looks like they're getting set up at the very least. Unicorns of Love pushing forward. Another Infernal Drake. A spicy game 3. Spicy team fights.
Fnatic sitting on 2 so far. They want the third one.
Oh, Broxah. He's already used the cocoon onto the Scuttle Crab. Actually tagged that one. Caps wants to flank. Where's the equalizer? That's going to split up Unicorns of Love. Caps throws down the Hebo Plague, and all of Unicorns are running. Hylissang is down. So is Soaz. They've traded back and forth. Stranglethorns buys some time, but it just gets him a cupcake. It's delicious and sweet, but not enough to get more kills.
1 for 1, but Renekton is very low. He has teleport. Infernal Drake dying. Oh, small reset, small reset.
Big reset, big reset, small reset.
Okay, they got it. 3 Infernals for Fnatic now. That is huge. Unicorns of Love actually made Broxah useful in that fight because they used the ultis on him. He was just kind of sitting there, buying time for the rest of Fnatic, and Source came in with ulti, flashed him with Flame Spreader. And by the way, I'm not flaming Broxah as a player, just his champion compared to Ivern, of course. But if you get the Malzahar to ulti you, that's perfect.
Yeah.
You're just tanking damage.
Job done indeed.
Like, this is how he's actually going to be useful in this fight. You know, he goes in, he's like, oh, I'm here. All right, I'm ultied. And they actually don't follow up. They don't get him down. So a lot of damage coming down from both Reckless and Soaz and Caps, of course. They get that 1 kill. And then Renekton has to go back. And this is enough for Fnatic to get a 3rd Infernal. Absolutely insane when you stack AP on so many champions.
Deficio, at 35.5 minutes time, the Elder Drake will spawn. This game has just been about team fight into team fight into team fight. A triple Inferno Elder is going to be a juicy, juicy target for Fnatic.
Oh yes, definitely will be. Unicorns kind of on the back foot because of it. So much extra scaling for the Fnatic lineup. And it's not like they've been lucky with the Drakes or anything, like, because the game has been so even. The fact they've secured 3 of them in a row is just well played by Fnatic.
They managed to win fights at the time Dragon was available. And then, you know, that turn taker, because you look at every other metric, even on gold, almost even on kills, even on towers, the inner turrets are just so happy right now. They're not under threat.
No one is going to touch them. Gonna touch someone in the mid lane, though.
Cannot afford to get caught. He was rooted by that deadly flourish. Equalizer, that's going to get the locket. And now Unicorns also use the redemption. What did it cost them? A curtain call as well as an equalizer. Keep your eyes on Samus. He's been caught several times this game already, is the lowest team fight damage dealer ADC in the league. And now he's in a composition that he needs to step up. That's the Unicorn's Death Bush.
Yeah. Let's remember, Unicorns, in order to start a fight, probably rely a lot on Hylissang, flashing in and finding the right target. But there's QSS on Reckless, QSS on Caps, none on Soas yet. You can flash on Soas, and if you can kill him before he can ulti, that will be huge for Unicorns. They're on the Baron with the brush. Chachi showing they haven't started it yet. Can do it now, though.
Little plant just giving some vision.
Oh, Soas is far away. No ulti as well on Soas. That is huge. Remember, Fnatic is the R composition. Click R, win the game.
Stranglethorns is available. Caps has Hemoplague. Baron's going very, very low. 4,000 HP.
Huge one.
Hemoplague's been used. Into the pit goes Broxah. Look at the damage from Hemoplague. Redemption heals up, but Caps is down. Caps is dead. Equalizer's still a few seconds away. They've traded 1-for-1. With Vizichachi down and Caps down, what more can Soas do?
Oh, God. Stop going for Baron when they're live.
Double kill
Snipe.
for Reckless.
Man, you're just setting up this Vladimir. Caps doesn't need any CC in front of him when they're all grouped at Baron. Iron is going to try and steal.
No flash available to Xerxes. Can still get over the pit.
Here's Samux.
With his kit. Samux has got a couple of traps. Fnatic, they don't want to risk it. Brox is tanking up the Baron autos.
They're stopping, actually, because, again, they know Xerxes behind. Smite is available.
Gonna look to burst. Here comes Hylissang as well. Nethergrass not available. Goes into the
He gets it!
Puts up! Unicorns get the Baron steal. Brox is killed as well. Samux on a killing spree. And now all of a sudden, call it a void. That's gonna silence up Soas and Reckless. Ace in the hole, body blocked by Reckless.
Oh,
teleport comes down for Chachi. Why not go full chaos? Reckless is gonna get run down. Visit Chachi, culls the meek, slices and dices, sets the prices and sends Fnatic home.
So, Baron for Unicorns of Love in the end. Playing the long con, I guess, getting that one after losing the fight. Tower as well. Can they push for more? Because Vladimir's the only one here defending. Can't really get in and wave clear when there's so many members around you. Have that Caitlyn.
It's official. EU Barons, man.
EU Barons. Fnatic Unicorns of Love Barons as well.
Nethergrass onto Soas.
Got his QSS now.
He's going to use that QSS to get away, but the inhibitor is broken wide. Xerxes at 009.
Oh, man.
He has more than a license to kill, but it's the Baron that he kills.
Oh, and Fnatic, they're like, we don't want to DPS it down because he might steal it. And surprise, he gets it. Broxah will die as well. So they stayed around for such a long time to try and avoid Xerxes stealing it. Ended up taking more damage because of it. So there was no way they could fight back after they actually lost the Baron. Ended up becoming a lose-lose situation for Fnatic. Even losing their AD carry. And Inhib is down now. That's what happens when you do a 50-50 Baron, kids. Don't do it at home.
Unicorns accelerate to the lead. 35 minutes in. Elder Dragon, as we talked about, will be up just shy of 36 minutes. And Unicorns do not want Fnatic to pick that up. The supers, that'll keep Fnatic busy in the top lane.
And you got pushing bot lane. Now remember, it's all about slow pushes all game long. It's been the same. So, big wave bot lane. Ulti from Soas.
Felt like that's
a whole lot.
A little bit optimistic.
Yeah, Xerxes is good with the locket every time.
Yeah.
And blocks quite a lot of damage. So that's two big ultis down for Fnatic. Finding Caps.
All right, Hemoplague, Flash, Ignite, the whole kit is available to Caps. So has already used the Equalizer. We just caught that a second ago. Redemption will likely just slow him in place. Hourglass buys a couple extra seconds, and Samux doesn't care. Piltover Peacemaker takes him down. Vizichachi was able to solo Caps, and Unicorns of Love, they've taken absolute control of this game.
And they do not care about your Infernal Drakes. They're taking your base at the moment. 6k goal lead for them. At some point, this game had to just break wide open. No surprises coming from a Baron steal after such a risky call at first. And now they're getting everything, Trevor. They're getting absolutely everything.
Yeah, it really, really is.
Even have a buffed up minion.
Yeah, gonna be on that melee minion, and this will be the second inhibitor falling. 3 members of Fnatic in a defense situation. Once again, the wave clear, not the greatest. This is not the same team composition that we saw in game number 1 in Unicorns of Love. A lot more tools available to them to try and close this game out.
Just chasing down Caps, applied it slow before the pool. And Chachi doesn't really mind the Vladimir damage. It's always weird casting these replays, because it's like, you don't really want to play-by-play cast him, but at the same time, there's not a whole lot to say. It's like, yes, he chased him and killed him.
So just say that. You're allowed to.
He chased him and he killed him.
You're well within your prerogative to do so.
Big, strong Crocodile, who after the mistake in the early game, has been bouncing back really well.
He has.
Chachi has had quite some impact in these fights.
And Elder Dragon, the first of the game that Unicorns will get their hands on now. No contest from Fnatic because they're dealing with double supers. Right, Unicorns, you've had a little over an hour to figure out how to kill a Nexus.
Careful. He might walk into a trap here. Fnatic's in the brush.
To kill a Nexus with double supers.
Oh, he's walking in there! Oh, baby, he's dead.
Okay, what did it cost? What did it cost? Stranglethorns.
You're playing against Fnatic. It's the one thing.
No, you've got to be kidding. You've got to be kidding me. With double, triple inhibitors down, Fnatic are forcing Unicorns away.
They're buying time, Trev. They're buying time at the moment. Samax with some good moves. Stayed alive. Does have some lifesteal as well. Actually, no, he doesn't pack any lifesteal just yet.
Triple supers in the bottom lane. Vizitrachi's got a teleport available. He can join in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but so, Samax has no lifesteal, so he's on 50% HP. That means Caps can flash and kill him instantly. Redemption takes time. So Samax has to be so careful. Oh, careful, please.
Taking a lot of damage. There's no curtain call, though. No equalizer either. And super minions moving onto the base. Luckily, Caps has got those Tides of Blood. That can at least deal with a couple more minions per cast.
Yeah, and for this next fight, again, I'm looking at Caps just flashing on Samax. No flash on Caitlyn. 50% HP. No heal either.
Equalizer still a long time before it's available for Fnatic. Vizitrachi's alive. He's teleporting onto the bottom lane. Rooted. No, he's not going to be able to. Slices away. Samax has been able to sustain, get his HP back up. Exile gonna get the shield from Xerxes, and look at those Nexus turrets, down to 50% on the top one, Deficio.
Yeah, so they're pushing in with Elder Drake. So much pressure. They just gotta get a few hits on these towers every single time, and then they will drop eventually.
Here's the flash forward onto Samax. Goes golden. Caps is buying some time. Equalizer chunking down, but look at the shields and the heals. There's so much to work with. Caps will get dropped down as Chachi runs him across the map. The Nether Grasp was enough time. The Unicorns of Love have got both of the Nexus turrets. And there's the flash forward. Soaz gets Exile, gets Hylissang. That's a golden Soaz. Broxa is under pressure. Samax still on full HP. Rectus is trying to get the kills. It simply won't matter. The Unicorns of Love, they get the 4th kill of the fight, turn their attention to the Nexus, and they will win 2-1 over Fnatic.
Oh man, what a fun game to watch if you like some team fights. Over and over, just fighting around the mid lane, then the Baron. And in the end, we talked so much about the Iron, the late game, Locket, Redemption, everything. It was enough to stop Fnatic from getting people low enough with their click R and win composition. Once Fnatic fell behind, it just felt like they didn't have the damage to kill anyone. And as we mentioned as well, like huge difference in jungle scaling. Ivern being the best late game, Elise being the worst late game.
And in this particular game, both team compositions really favor one particular style. Really favor grouping up, fighting. Unicorns, I'm actually impressed with the majority of the Unicorns game. Their early game in both game 1 and 2 was very good, very decisive, still very good at their team fights. Baron play has been pretty good. Just the ending in game number 1.
I mean, that's the thing, you gotta appreciate it for the style they do play. It's very entertaining. It is so rarely the clean, crisp macro. Game 1, we saw some of it, but the thing for Unicorns again is they have this tempo in the way they're playing that a lot of European teams can't deal with when they really turn it up. Some of the top teams, like G2, Misfits, have shown they can match it, but teams underneath the Unicorns have not been able to win these fights against them, and that's why they can take this 2-1 series, because they were winning game 1 as well so hard. Like they've been winning 3 games, honestly.
Yes.
And that's why, they're the correct winner of the series, but it was a hard-fought battle.
It was a very hard-fought battle, and I think you have to give some credit here to Fnatic. Team compositions felt a lot cleaner, made a lot more sense. Playing those compositions despite the early game.
I still think there's some questions. Like, it's not as bad as last week, where it was just straight up like your game is lost in pick and ban phase. It's just a lot of the comps are just very hard to play.
Yeah.
Like this one as well, where you got to time ultis without like CC to set it up properly. It can be really difficult to execute, and that's what we see. Like, there's a lot of fights where, oh, the Rumble ulti is pretty good, but then the Vladimir is not in position, and then the other way around the other time. So when you can't sync together like that, these kind of comps, they get really difficult to play.
They do, and I mean, you saw that throughout a number of fights. When Fnatic were given the opportunity in the mid to late game, they were still winning team fights and still winning opportunities against one of the best team fighting teams in the league. And
a lot around Baron.
For a team like Fnatic, who have had such a downswing and been on such a mixed, topsy-turvy start to the split, this is a step in the right direction, albeit a small one.
Yeah, I'd say it is. Like, I said this earlier in the series, like Jesus were tweeting about how he felt like the practice was going the right way now, and he didn't actually care too much if they won or lost because they were going in the right direction in this specific series. So I think for Fnatic, it's all about playoffs.
Yes.
Like, it's all about just locking that third place in Group A, and then you have now 3-4 weeks of like boot camping where if you're on the right track, you need to really show it. Otherwise, you come into playoffs as the weakest team.
Luckily for Fnatic, they are in Group A, where they have 4 wins and 5 losses. The next team directly behind them is currently Giants and Rockets, who are both at 1 win and 7 losses. So they're actually in a pretty comfortable lead in third. In a safe spot. On Sunday, we will see Giants taking on Origin. So there's another possibility that there's another game buffer. We do have a couple of replays for you guys while we wait for some of the players to head up to the analyst desk. So let's take a look at one of those 22-minute Baron fights. And I recall correctly, this is the one that Fnatic actually won.
Yeah, it is where, 5 members grouped together, and there's a Rumble ulti coming down, hitting some of them. Exile especially took a lot of damage here. Nice Jhin ulti, and we saw a lot of these Baron fights that allowed Fnatic to get a lot of good engages. Like, the Baron kind of became the engage for Fnatic in that sense, because it was grouping unicorns together, and they could land these ultis on the side of Fnatic. Samax with the R as well here. Clearly not seeing a Reckless in the brush, and then it's too late when he actually realizes there are still members around.
Yep. Getting dunked. I think it was a deadly flourish that took him out at the end. And it was at this point in the game that I started feeling a little optimistic for Fnatic, but as we advanced to 29 minutes, this is another fight that looked very good for Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly, and same kind of setup. This time they're together, they get the Rumble ulti down, get the Vladimir ulti in, and it gets to be a 1-for-1, which is not exactly all they were looking for. They get Inferno Drake though, which is good for them. Like, at this point we were, 3 Infernos, a lot of AoE damage, but the Iron shielding, the redemption, and then the fact that I don't think Fnatic actually got a proper 5-on-5 after this one.
No.
Always one guy was dead or didn't have an ulti. Like when the Baron started and Unicorns actually were losing the fight, Source wasn't there instantly. And then Xerxes sitting and stealing. Like, we can't not talk about the Baron steal.
No.
Because Fnatic were basically winning.
They were in the pit, and you could actually almost feel the tension of how they were talking about it. Like,
don't
on the Baron, off the Baron. Broxton's being tagged by Baron, run away from Baron. Do we stay on Baron? What do we do? And then Xerxes like, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
And it happens so often.
50-50. It happens shockingly often.
I kind of feel like we see it less and less the last few weeks, but also because I feel like some of the games have been a bit more one-sided. Obviously, yesterday in Origin, Rocket getting, like, what was it, 8 Barons in a row?
8 Barons over the course, and I think it was 9 in total for the series.
We can't use that example.
That was a particularly special one. So that went to 3 games. Today went to 3 games.
Both series.
My voice is struggling, and I'm still casting the next 2 days. So this is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be fun. Once again, just to update you guys, we are waiting for the players to head up to the analyst desk. So we will be chatting there in just a moment. But like the impact of these games, you're starting to see very, very clear divides between 1 and 2 and 3. And yes, they were already there and already existing. But even a team like Unicorn, who had that dip just before IEM, had a decent win last week, and now a pretty strong showing against Fnatic. If you look at the bigger picture, they're finding their groove again when we were asking, hey, can UOL do it?
I think we just have like different tiers in Europe at the moment, where I feel like G2 is the only team kind of sitting alone at the top. And then it's like Misfits, Unicorns, H2K, in the same one, and then you can argue is Misfit stronger than Unicorns or the other way around, whatever. And then it goes down to like Splyce, Fnatic, and then it goes further down to the bottom 4 teams.
And the question is, how much did Splyce gain with today's performance?
I think they gained a lot.
We'll talk about that in just a moment because we do have to award Player of the Series. It is ready to talk about, and it is going to be Xerxes. 2 Rengar games to open the series. Very good impact, very good performance. Here's Ivern. He went unkilled 0-0-14 by the end of the game. Like instantaneous locket presses. That equalizer was down and the locket was ready.
Stealing the Baron, which was a key thing for Unicorns to actually get that big advantage in the end. So overall, a really good jungle performance. Didn't get to show us Elise or Lee Sin, which are 2 picks he doesn't really play. They could just ban them away though in this series. And because you get Rengar, because his Ivern were back in the meta now, or back in play, he had a really good performance.
He did indeed. The Unicorns of Love were victorious this evening. And Exile is joining the post-game lobby to help wrap up the day. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome everybody to the post-game lobby where Krepo and I are now joined by Exile, the mid laner for the Unicorns of Love. Congratulations, hard-fought series, it looked like.
Yeah, it was kind of tough series. I felt like we played the first 2 games really clean. Actually, third game, we fell behind early game, but yeah, we managed to close it out.
I love how you say, I think we played the first 2 games really clean, but then that first game ending, so up until that point, and what happened there?
I think in the first game was quite a drafting mistake that we let Varus open actually, because Varus is like able to stall the game to 60 minutes, and yeah, then they won a team fight. But yeah, we fixed this for game 2 and 3, and then we saw the results.
Yeah, guys, we are going to take a look at that moment once again, because it was a very impressive fight though from Fnatic as well.
Yeah, it was just like their comp was catered around team fights. Exile, looking back at that moment right here, do you think it was wise just taking that fight, or should you guys have just went back to the split push, or did you feel if you didn't take the fight right here, you would lose like Baron and Dragon, for example?
We felt here actually that we are like at a stronger point, especially because we have like Trundle-wise Jhin who can like melt the Nautilus with the Trundle. So we felt like quite comfortable. But yeah, it turns out that the team fighting is actually quite strong because we can't really follow up with the DPS when there's like Victor ult and Graves as well. So yeah, this was like quite a mistake to take probably. But I think that overall, yeah, we shouldn't even let it to get to this point.
Yeah, but in the end, as you say, you guys did win the 2 following games, and I thought that the game 3 was of maybe the highest level and reminded me of kind of the old Fnatic UOL brawls. It seems like you guys were more even and had even fights. But you guys did have to rely on that Baron steal in the end. Xerxes also got player of the series for that one. What was the communication like? Did he say, I got it, guys?
Here we thought that we just go for the 50-50 basically, because we saw that Jhin has the 4 shot, so we were like calling this out and trying to like avoid Jhin to let Jhin to the Baron. Worked out quite fine, and then in the end we got this.
Yeah, quite a few pro players that were watching the series at home were tweeting about it as well. The correct call here for Fnatic is to sync up their smite with the 4th bullet from Jhin, and then it's something, I think, almost like 2,000 damage. There's no way anybody can ever steal it against that if you do it on the kind of the same count or the same frame. So it was a good call then from Unicorns to kind of get it before that ever gets communicated by Fnatic.
Also, you were saying how well Xerxes is actually really, really good at this specifically.
I mean, he was 1v4 before Samix arrived kind of to back you guys up. He was stalling solo and the threat of him stealing. I think then vision went out. You guys did you guys have vision at all times on the Nashor, or did at one point, I think the brush that he spawned gave him some vision, but I felt like it blanked out for a few seconds where they could have burned it.
Yeah, it's blanking out for like a few seconds when you like put the bush, but I felt like at the most important point when the Baron got low, then we had vision, and then we had really good communication and controlled the situation well.
Yeah, and you close it out in the end. Before we talk some more about the Unicorns, I also just want to ask your opinion on Fnatic, because they showed some good moments here after there was a bit of doubt after their match versus H2K last week. What do you think of their relative level now?
I think that Fnatic is like not on the highest level like with H2K, Misfits and G2 right now. But I believe that they have a lot of potential to become like a really strong team. And yeah, it takes some time to them to like play together well and figure stuff out. Also, I feel like the draft sometimes is quite weird. Like, but I guess people spoke about this past weeks as well. But yeah, I think they have a lot of potential and just needs time to grow.
How was laning against Caps? Because I feel like he's a bit of a different player than most mids. In the Rise versus Victor matchup, I felt like he was going for a lot of kind of, in my opinion, cocky trades that he ends up blowing his Ghost Flash afterwards. I think that was the trade after which you roamed bottom, actually. And then also like the Vladimir all-ins, because we kind of saw like 2 sides of Caps.
I feel like Caps is mechanically insanely player. Like he's playing this really well, but I feel like on the same side, like he's relying too much on this. Like he's not playing matchups sometimes as he would, but he's like then going to more like trading and outplaying the enemy. But he's really good at this, so yeah. I think like mechanically he's probably the best player I've played against.
How hard is it to hit skill shots on caps?
He's juking quite a lot, but yeah, you just need to be patient. And then he's like juking too much, and that's quite easy to hit.
Do you wait for people to kind of like juke and then turn, or do you wait for to see a pattern in their jukes, or do you know like certain players, do they juke in certain directions, or how does a mid laner know how to play around jukes?
You know, against some players, like they move quite cocky, like Kevs, when he's like juking all the time and tries to outplay. And yeah, this is just like basically you need to be patient once you realize this in game. And then at one point when he's juking all the time, then he's getting into a bad spot. And it's like sometimes easier to hit skill shots.
Would you consider yourself as cocky in lane?
I think I used to play a quite cocky style when I played Vladimir and stuff like this.
Yeah, so.
Oh my gosh, gotta bring it up again.
But I don't think I'm playing too cocky. Sometimes, and I think I get punished for this really well.
Yeah, in general, if we look at your growth, we talked about IEM, and Xerxes had a comment that his eyes were opened there, the fact that, you know, being out-jungled by Karsa and kind of the pressure of playing versus other teams. How was that tournament for you, and how do you think you've kind of overcome what is there, and looking ahead now with the Unicorns above?
When we entered IEM, we quite felt like, we felt like a really strong team. At first, like, we beat Flash Wolves in the past, so we were like, okay, we can do this again. And we scrimmed Flash Wolves at the tournament, like at Katowice. And turned out they actually improved so much. And like the macro plays insane right now. And yeah, we knew that they're going to win the entire tournament, and they like did it well. So.
All right, what about the Unicorns? How did you guys kind of refine your momentum? It must have been really important because we, as looking from the outside in, thought, well, this could be a pivotal moment. You know, you guys had the loss to G2, then the loss at IEM, then versus H2K. So it could have been kind of, not H2K, I am messing my words up, am I? Whatever. Yeah. So we felt that the momentum might slip out of your favor en route to playoffs. Where do you think you're at right now?
I think that like before we entered IM and also the game against G2, we felt like we were on a really good spot, and we didn't really know like especially where to improve like a lot. But when we played IM, we like saw a lot of flaws that we have, and also a good way to fix this. Like we were all working quite hard on this, and I think that we got like a lot better with side lanes control and overall vision. And yeah, so like we were working on those points and was working out quite fast.
It was Misfits, by the way. Yeah. Just remembered.
Great catch. Do you feel that in the last game versus Fnatic, it felt a bit like an ARAM at times? Everybody was mid. Was it like a choice for you guys not to go to the side lanes, or is this just like when things get really tough for Unicorns, side lane control starts like falling down?
Basically, when you're like not strong on the map clearly, then it's more like who controls the mid lane basically controls the game. And yeah, this is why we're all basically up in mid, because we go mid lane as 4 or 5 people, and they want to get mid lane control as well, and then this game turns to be an ARAM. But I think in the entire game, like the sides were either slow pushing towards us or super hard pushing towards the enemy, so they lose farm either way at one point, or we get pressure. And yeah, I think like we had quite good control over the game.
You did, and you guys closed it out, so fantastic on that account. We also had another series to start off the day, which was Splyce versus G2, a rematch of our summer finals. And well, Splyce did their best, and they started off great.
Yeah, it was a really fun series to watch. It was really close in this particular moment here, and a couple of good openers for Splyce. A couple seconds later, though, and this is an entirely different game. Sadly, they couldn't really continue on the momentum, and we saw some really good plays from G2, especially Svenz as well.
Were you able to catch some of these games, or were you guys
we saw like some parts of the game when we were like getting ready for the game. Yeah, overall I think Splyce played really well. First game especially, they punished G2's mistake, like basically like textbook. And yeah, I think the games after, G2 just showed where they're first place.
Yeah, this was a little cocky though. I mean, Mickey already died, he goes in for a deep ward, and then they go for Raptors instead of getting the hell out of dodge. And this essentially the game's over here. If you give 4 kills here to G2, you can close the books and go next.
Yeah, we saw a lot of reactions coming out after the series in general. Also Splyce being like, hey, we're not, of course we're disappointed with the loss, but if you lose to the league leaders and you put up this kind of a fight, then that is relatively okay.
Yeah, true, they did some good stalling. I just would have liked to see the second game without that like really aggressive face shake there. Because some of these later fights here, for example, if Trashy hits the body slam, we see at least a stall out fight. overall, it was definitely an improvement for Splyce, which is what they were looking for. They were looking for growth, not taking a victory off the kind of best team in Europe.
Yeah, Ari and well, we've seen a lot more Ari recently, and in the Echo mid lane as well. What do you think of kind of the evolution now in mid lane, and these picks all of a sudden become available?
I feel like most mid laners actually got nerfed like past matches, and like Wise, especially LeBlanc, even Syndra. And yeah, this just enables like more variety in mid lane. Like you have those weaker picks, which were weaker back then, like coming back now because yeah, the meta picks got weaker. But I feel like Orianna is like insanely strong right now, Syndra as well. Yeah, I think it's overall quite nice that there's more variety coming up in mid lane.
Yeah, which is always fun to watch, especially when you have strong mid laners. Perkz and Senkox here. We're focusing a lot about, well, player of the series was Ven, but in the mid lane, Perkz seems to be having a good split so far, and he could be on his way to high highs. How do you think he's been playing?
I think that Perkz is like the split playing consistently on a really high level. Whenever we scrimmed against him, he was like performing really well. And yeah, I think that he's just like keeping up the performance, and that's really nice to see.
Perkz or Febiven?
Perkz.
Perkz? Okay.
You want to ask why, or do you want to not hard?
I mean, I was going to have like a statement question and
All
go
right,
back to you, but why?
Why? I think that Perkz is better up there.
Okay.
No, perfect. Just, you know, with 3 best-of-3s remaining in cross-group play, here is how the teams stand. And a very important note there, if Vitality lose tomorrow, the Unicorns will be locked in for playoffs. So, I mean, it's always kind of BM to, you know, cheer for someone losing, but it would, of course, be good for you guys if you were locked in the playoffs. However, it doesn't look likely that you fall out of playoffs. I don't even think that's something that's on your mind right now.
No, we are like, they are not even... Like, we don't even want to be like 6th spot getting into playoffs. This would be already a disappointment for us.
Yeah, well, we will see what happens there. Of course, Fnatic picking, could have picked up a super important win, but it doesn't seem like they'll be falling out of playoffs either. The question is, can they kind of improve enough to really make something happen in playoffs, yes or no?
Yeah, that's what we need to see. We saw some growth. I don't think there was any like atrocious draft today. I think they all had coherence, they all had a purpose, they all had clear win conditions that they could play to. They were given Varus over, so that definitely helps in game 1, and I think in game 3, Fnatic could have easily won that series, so definitely improvement.
Yeah, and the Unicorns of Love maybe to end the day, you guys are 1 leg in the playoffs and then possibly locking it in the next couple of matches. So Hamburg playing on that stage, that would be a very good experience for you as a German player, I can imagine.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to it. It's like when I heard that we play in Hamburg for the finals, I was like super hyped and super motivated to go there. Because like Hamburg is a beautiful city, and I've been there before, and it's like insanely nice, the entire harbor. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to go there.
The final or the 3rd place match, and I don't mean this as BM, I just mean like there's a good chance to play there. Either way, that's where we'll be going in the Barclaycard Arena in Hamburg. But for the European LCS here from Berlin, we will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European Time with 2 matchups for your Saturday night, Roccat versus Vitality and Misfits versus H2K, and then we will have 1 more best-of-3 on Sunday. Roccat versus Vitality, we already saw them in action, and they need points on the board, and Misfits versus H2K is going to be a really, really nice matchup. We talked about how important it is.
Yeah, I'm loving it. We get 1 game with extremely high, close level of League of Legends where every fan will enjoy it, and then we get Misfits versus H2K.
I mean, there is charm in like the.
No, I love relegation bowls. It's sloppy, it's dirty. All these teams are used to losing. Their strategies don't really matter as much. You can individually outplay your opponent's stills. It's more about like how much mental fortitude you have, because it's not about the clean, super perfect game that we see in the Telecom Wars. Is just pick Swain, pick some niche pick, whip out the Blitzcrank, I don't care. Just try and surprise your opponent and put them on tilt.
All right, so then give me predictions. Roccat Vitality, Misfits H2K.
I think Vitality will win, and I think H2K will win.
I go for Vitality and Misfits.
Why the choice for Misfits?
I think that Misfits is just playing as a team really well together. Like they showed a lot of growth, and there's still a lot of potential to go. And I think that overall they are top set of the map, like mid, top, and jungle. They are like working insanely well together, and I'm not sure if H2K can stop this.
Do they have a chance to win the split, Misfits?
No, I don't think they have a chance to win the split, actually.
Because you guys are going to win. All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Exile, and congratulations as well. Time for us to log off for tonight. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European Time. That is 7 a.m. Pacific as the EULCS 2017 Spring Split continues. Have a great night, guys and girls.
Oh, you wanted to see a barrel, we may see it here. Trashy uses it, Trick gets cut down, that's first blood. Expect is next, and Splyce, they're taking control.
Good up. Nice. I'm dead. I can stop shit, no flash. I can block.
Senkux over the wall, he wants Tukes, he wants it! Oh, gets taken down in the end. Splyce are going to move up 1-0 in the series.
Woo, baby. I told you it's easy win. Nice. Good job.
As he overstays well from Tommy, moving play. Oh no, the charm hits. He's knocked out. Sven's on the back line. He's doing his best bang impression. Wants to keep the fight going. He goes through another one. That is good for G2. Yeah. Game 2, G2 tie it up. We're gonna go to a game 3. What a series so far.
Can I go? Flash for us.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh no, Trashy. He's done. Take a seat. Pop.
Because now we can actually do it, okay? Now we rush it.
Nice. Okay. G2 take game 3.
Broxer can't help. Jerseys is down. Unicorns decide to dive. Reckless gets dunked by Samus.
Take it slow.
Nice.
Hey, can you sweat? I don't have sweat. I don't have it. Okay. Holy shit, man. Oh my god,
Oh, so close. Fnatic can't get the flash. Reckless. Piercing arrow gets a kill.
One for late, boys.
Fnatic, they're winning the fight. Unicorns are running away. Xerxes caught. Xerxes killed. Reckless is unstoppable.
Go. Good triangle. Peel. Don't get the KD, just oh, what a game!
No, you're kidding.
Oh, the takedown from behind.
The Baron down to 1,200. Picked up by Fnatic. How many people died? Jesus is killed. Soaz is killed. The Nexus turret is down. The Nexus is falling. Unicorns of Love force a deciding game.
Good job, boys.
They're saying as well. Near the goal, Spotify goes into the Unicorns get the Baron steal. Brox is killed as well. The Unicorns of Love, they get the 4th kill of the fight. Turn their attention to the Nexus, and they will win 2-1 over Fnatic.
What a fun game to watch if you like some team fights.